Chapter 1071. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he knew he had spoken in vain. Zhong Ao had already fallen into a trance, the look on his face constantly fluctuating, his eyes sometimes dim, sometimes overflowing with light. He was obviously experiencing an epiphany. Yang Kai shook his head and did not disturb him, instead focusing on recovering. 10 burning flame pills a day, 300 pills a month, of which 20 to 30% had formed pill veins. Such a result was enough for him to show disdain for the entire star territory. However, Yang Kai was not happy at all. Because even if he could refine more pill veins, he could not solve the crisis he was facing in Xueyu. All he needed was a single burning flame pill that formed pill clouds. Every time he refined, Yang Kai went all out, not daring to be careless in the slightest. He used all his knowledge to the peak and devoted himself to alchemy. The probability of forming pill veins had greatly increased, and as he became more proficient in refining burning flame pills, this probability jumped from 20 to 30% to 40 to 50%. This also meant that almost half of the burning flame pills Yang Kai refined had pill veins, making them extremely valuable. If these things were given to a fire attribute cultivator, they could rapidly improve their strength, but now Yang Kai had tossed them aside, not caring about them at all. Every day after he finished refining, Yang Kai felt exhausted. Logically speaking, a mere 10 burning flame pills shouldn't have been able to make him so tired, but the enormous psychological pressure was pressing down on him like a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. As time passed, this pressure also became greater and greater. He deeply realized how difficult it was to form pill clouds. No wonder those alchemists who occasionally refined pill clouds would cry bitterly and sigh about their great luck. Now, he could not wait for his luck to fall upon him and solve this urgent problem. In contrast to Yang Kai's irritable mood and frown, Zhong Ao's face could be said to be radiant and in high spirits. Since Yang Kai's words had caused him to fall into an epiphany, he found that his alchemy skills had unknowingly improved by a large margin. In the past, when refining dozens of pills at the same time, he had to go all out to avoid any mistakes, but now, he could easily control the flames of dozens of pill furnaces. Moreover, through the method Yang Kai had taught him, he had also successfully refined pill veins. Although his success rate was not as terrifying as Yang Kai's, it was still a precious 1/10. 1/10, 1 out of every 10 pills he refined, 1 would form pill veins. This was something Zhong Ao's dream of before, but now it was a common occurrence. Zhong Ao had his own pride and perseverance, but in this matter, he was grateful to Yang Kai. If he had not helped him break through that barrier, Zhong Ao estimated that he would have walked further and further down the path of alchemy and eventually gone astray. Thinking so, Zhong Ao's impression of Yang Kai became more and more pleasing to the eye. He no longer cared about the fact that he had stolen half of his pill furnaces. Instead of disturbing Yang Kai, Zhong Ao spent all day familiarizing himself with the alchemy techniques Yang Kai had taught him, studying various spirit arrays, choosing the most suitable spirit array to form pill veins, and refining them the moment the pill took shape. His harvest was huge, and even his arrogant temper had become much more restrained. All day long, he was smiling, looking at everything in a festive mood. When Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's cultivator, who was responsible for transporting the herbs and collecting the pills he refined, came over, he could hardly believe his eyes. In the past, every time he came here, he would tremble with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. He would quickly hand over the herbs to Zhong Ao, then take away the pills he refined and leave the mountain valley as if his butt was on fire, fearing Zhong Ao would find trouble with him. Zhong Ao's face was always gloomy, as if he owed him millions of saint crystals. But recently, when he came over, Zhong Ao actually had a smile on his face and even said a few words to him, patting him on the shoulder and praising him for his hard work over the years. Finally, Zhong Ao even invited him into the palace for a cup of tea. The cultivator was so scared that his face turned ashen, repeatedly saying that he didn't dare, and hurriedly fled. After reporting what happened to Zhong Ao to Ha Li Ka, Lin Mu Feng, and the others, none of them knew what was wrong with Zhong Ao and could only vaguely guess that it had something to do with Yang Kai. All of them were very concerned about the progress of this matter, because if Snow Master was unable to wake up, one of them would be punished, most likely implicating the entire branch. In a fit of anger, the third young master might arrange for them to be sent to an or star to mine. However, none of them had the courage to inquire about this matter, so every day felt like a year and they could only wait for Yang Kai to take the initiative to send them news. On this day, Yang Kai finished another round of alchemy, the expression on his face gloomy, as if he had been shrouded in dark clouds, sitting cross-legged, motionless. Zhong Ao walked over, looked at the mountain of burning flame pills he had thrown aside, and asked, "How many batches of materials have you consumed?" 6 months, more than 1,800. Yang Kai replied casually. More than 1,800. Zhong Ao took a deep breath. 700 to 800 burning flame pills have formed pill veins. Little brat, being able to accomplish this much is enough for you to be proud. What else are you not satisfied with? I only want one pill that forms pill clouds. Yang Kai looked up at him. Even if all those pills form pill veins, they're worthless to me. Is that little girl that important to you? My life is connected to hers. Do you still think she's important? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Connected to your life? Zhong Ao's expression changed slightly as he pondered for a moment before muttering, "Soul chains? So old Zhong knows?" Of course this old master knows, only the soul chains can connect two people's lives. It's a soul skill cultivated by one of the foreign elders of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. No wonder when I examined her last time, I felt an invisible connection between the two of you. Who is this little girl to AIO? How did you end up like this? Zhong Ao was old and experienced, so from all kinds of clues, he was able to infer that the relationship between Shuiyu and AIO was not shallow. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as the soul chains. Yang Kai shook his head, not wanting to talk about it, and not wanting to talk about it, he simply said, "Old Zhong, I now understand what you often say." Zhong Ao laughed. Pills are difficult to refine. When others hear this, they only think this old master is showing off his alchemy skills, but how many people can understand the bitterness involved? Fortunately, little brat, you finally understand. He was finally not alone and had brought Yang Kai into his bosom friend. Seeing Yang Kai remain silent, Zhong Ao paused for a moment before continuing, "You only have less than 200 sets of herbs left to refine the burning flame pill, which will be consumed in less than a month, and that little girl won't live for more than half a year. What are you going to do? There's still time to ask Ha Li Ka to collect more herbs, but even if you do, you won't have many chances to try again." Yang Kai sat in place and thought for a long time before saying, "I'm going out for a walk." Saying so, he stood up and walked out. Zhong Ao looked at his back and nodded lightly. Sometimes, when a person was unable to achieve something after a long period of hard work, using other things to divert their attention and relieve their mood and nerves was undoubtedly the best way to do it. Although there was a chance of success in going down a dead end, it would often cause a person to develop a mental barrier, and the possibility of going crazy would be greater. Zhong Ao's own experience was the best example. His 100 years of painstaking effort in alchemy was not as good as Yang Kai's words. It was just that no one could enlighten Yang Kai now, so he really needed to go out for a walk. Perhaps he would find some inspiration that would help him find the right path. Arriving at Shuiyu's room, Yang Kai stayed for a while to check on her situation. Since he began refining the burning flame pill, Yang Kai had not come to see her. After half a year, Shuiyu's condition showed signs of worsening, and the vitality Zhong Ao had been maintaining was constantly being consumed, causing her snow-white skin to show faint traces of frost. Yang Kai knew that this was because the suppressed profound Yin sunflower water was once again playing a role. If he couldn't refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, Shuiyu would really die. It was impossible for Ha Li Ka to collect more herbs. If he couldn't find a way, even if he collected more herbs, it would be useless. Leaving Zhong Ao's palace without saying a word, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to where he was going and simply summoned his star shuttle and flew off. Crossing the famous mountains and rivers, crossing the jungles and swamps, Yang Kai stood from the perspective of an outsider, coldly observing rainfall stars' culture and ecology, the richness of the earth, the endless number of cultivators, and even the prosperity and suffering of ordinary people. Yang Kai watched with great interest. Gradually, his anxious mood calmed down and the big stone that had been hanging in his heart for a year slowly disappeared. Yang Kai became relaxed and no longer worried about the crisis facing Shuiyu and himself. Staying in one small town after another, Yang Kai left behind his own life aura and footprints. Watching the conflicts between the big and small families over various interests, blood splashing everywhere and corpses littering the ground. Seeing how the sects were recruiting disciples, many warriors with low cultivation bases would participate in the recruitment process in high spirits, but they would be mercilessly eliminated. Seeing a group of people fighting over an artifact, the brotherhood of the past was worthless, stabbing each other in the back and ruthlessly turning against each other. Seeing those whose strength reached the heavens and who could summon clouds and rain with a wave of their hand, receiving the respect and admiration of others. Seeing a woman bathing in the mountains, unable to hold back, stealing a few more glances before being hunted down by dozens of young women from unknown sects. Yang Kai fled in panic, like a stray dog, drinking wine, drinking until he was drunk. Yang Kai had never experienced such an unrestrained and carefree life. He no longer worried about finding Su Yan's whereabouts, he no longer considered whether he would be implicated after Shuiyu's death, nor did he miss his friends and family on Tongxian realm. The whole world revolved around him, making him feel an indescribable sense of carefreeness. Living a solitary life made him feel unrestrained and unrestrained. He felt that he was omnipotent. Somewhere in the mountains, a Saint Realm cultivator was fighting with an 8th Order monster beast, a blue eyes fire dragon. The cultivator's goal was an origin-grade blue blood flower that the blue eyes fire dragon was guarding. Just as the battle began, Yang Kai happened to pass by. He didn't interfere and simply watched from a distance. Chapter 1072. The Saint Realm, on this rich rainfall star, was not a particularly strong realm, but there were plenty of such cultivators in the crowd. Yang Kai stood on a high slope, holding a wine bag in his hand, drinking and watching. He didn't intend to take action, instead deciding to just watch the show. The cultivator was obviously not the opponent of the blue eyes flame dragon beast. Covered in blood, his appearance was a mess, and after several close calls, his defensive artifacts had been shattered and his abdomen had been pierced by the blue eyes flame dragon beast's sharp horn, causing him to bleed profusely. Yang Kai felt that this cultivator was destined to die, but just as he was about to leave, the battle suddenly took a turn for the worse. The 8th Order monster beast, which had originally occupied the absolute upper hand, was forced to retreat again and again as it roared angrily. When the cultivator's defensive artifacts were all destroyed, he actually erupted with unimaginable strength, abandoning all his defenses and charging towards the blue eyes flame dragon beast with a fearless attitude. Half an hour later, the blue eyes flame dragon beast's internal organs and blood spilled all over the ground as it fell dead. The Saint Realm cultivator was also gasping for breath, stuffing a large number of restorative pills into his mouth, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to suppress his injuries, causing blood to gush out of his body as his vitality rapidly drained away. The gap in strength was simply too great. Although the cultivator had finally killed the blue eyes flame dragon beast, he had only been able to take it down with him, which was the limit of what he could do. Yang Kai walked over with the wine bag in his hand and stood in front of him, looking down at him. The cultivator's dim and panic-stricken eyes seemed to glow as he struggled to reach out his hand towards Yang Kai, as if he was trying to grab hold of his life, but all he could do was grab at thin air. His face was filled with a desire to live. Yang Kai took a sip of his wine, squatted down, and without saying a word, squeezed out a drop of golden blood from between his fingers and dripped it into the cultivator's open mouth. Demon God golden blood had an extremely powerful restorative ability. Yang Kai had relied on it to escape death several times. However, he always felt that his demon god golden blood was on a completely different level from the one great demon god once possessed. A single drop of great demon god golden blood contained infinite power and all kinds of mysteries. Yang Kai had been able to spy on a divine technique he had cultivated from it, and even Demon General Shueli had obtained great benefits from it. Although there was a huge difference in quality, it more or less had some healing properties. Instantly, the cultivator's face was covered in a faint golden light, his expression one of shock and amazement as he felt his condition and the aura of death as he felt the aura of death, he regaining confidence he would survive. He looked at Yang Kai in confusion, not knowing why this passing stranger would save his life. But Yang Kai's saint's eyes realm Yang Kai's of life and death, you realm cultivators to thank, you, I to thank, I, to this point, to help you to help you life and you to help you. Saying so, Yang Kai threw the empty wine bag on the ground and strode away, his laughter echoing behind him. After a long time, the cultivator struggled to sit up straight and stared in the direction Yang Kai had left, a look of confusion on his face. He didn't know what Yang Kai was thanking him for, only thinking that this young man had some kind of mental problem. However, the other party had indeed saved his life, this was indisputable. Gratefully grabbing the wine bag Yang Kai had thrown down before he left, the cultivator took a big gulp to celebrate his narrow escape from death. As the wine entered his stomach, he couldn't help grimacing in pain, sweating profusely and not daring to act recklessly, quickly circulating his secret art and meditating to heal himself. Inside the mountain valley, Zhong Ao was doing his best to refine pills. Now, he didn't need to rely on his own alchemy method, but just like Yang Kai, he had chosen the best pill furnace and was using the method Yang Kai had taught him to perform alchemy. Every time a pill with pill veins appeared, Zhong Ao's old face would smile like a chrysanthemum, the wrinkles on his face piling up together, making him look terrifying, but he couldn't stop smiling. In any case, no one would come to this damned place, and Yang Kai had already left. The only outsider was still unconscious, so no one had seen his terrifying appearance, so he didn't need to worry about anything. At a critical juncture though, Zhong Ao's expression suddenly changed and he muttered, "He's back." He felt a life aura rapidly approaching him, one that was unscrupulous and moving at an extremely fast speed. On Rainfall Star, besides Yang Kai, no one else had the courage to do so, not even Lin Mu Feng or Holly Ka. Hurriedly finishing what he was doing, Zhong Ao didn't care whether or not the pill had been successfully refined and simply waited. A moment later, Yang Kai walked in. Squinting his eyes, Zhong Ao couldn't help feeling surprised, swallowing the words he was about to say back into his stomach. He had originally wanted to comfort Yang Kai and make him accept life and death, but how could he have known that Yang Kai was actually smiling at this moment and exuding an indescribable feeling? Zhong Ao stared at him for a long time before determining that this feeling was self-confidence. Slowly shaking his head, Zhong Ao put on a smile and asked, "Have you found a way to solve it?" "No." Yang Kai replied happily. "If you haven't found it, then why are you so happy?" Zhong Ao became even more confused. "Can't I be happy because I haven't found it?" Yang Kai asked back, "Although I haven't found it, I think I should be able to succeed." "What do you mean?" Zhong Ao was confused by Yang Kai's words. If he hadn't found a solution, how could he succeed? Grabbing Yang Kai's arm, Zhong Ao shouted, "Explain yourself clearly." "I can't explain it clearly, just watch and see if I can refine pill clouds." Yang Kai broke free from Zhong Ao's iron grip and straightened his clothes. Zhong Ao didn't say anything more, converging his aura and standing aside, paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. In fact, he had always wanted to ask Yang Kai, since his life was connected to that little girl because of the soul chains, why not go to Water Moon Star and ask the foreign elder of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce to unlock the soul chains? At that time, even if someone died, it would only be that little girl. There was plenty of time, so even if he left now, there should still be enough time. However, Zhong Ao felt that since Yang Kai hadn't done so, there must be some inconvenient reasons for him to go to Water Moon Star. Zhong Ao was too lazy to inquire too much, nor did he want to. While contemplating, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in front of his usual pill furnace. Then, Zhong Ao saw him take out a variety of herbs from his space ring, and upon closer inspection, Zhong Ao found that these herbs were the ones Hali Ka had sent him to refine the burning flame pill. The remaining nearly 200 sets were all piled up together, forming a small hill. After all the herbs had been taken out, Zhong Ao saw Yang Kai take a set of each of the herbs from the small hill. Black demonic flame shot out from Yang Kai's hand like a fireball, engulfing the hill of herbs and instantly reducing all the Saint King grade materials to ashes. Zhong Ao's eyes bulged as a look of shock appeared on his face. He had never expected that Yang Kai would do such a crazy thing as soon as he came back. Burning the boats? This little brat had burned the remaining nearly 200 sets of materials, leaving only a single set. Whether he succeeded or failed, he only had one chance, yet he wanted to burn the boats? Did he want to use huge pressure to suppress his own potential? Zhong Ao slowly shook his head, a look of disappointment appearing on his face. In the martial Dao, in cultivation, and even in battle, using this kind of method to improve one's strength was understandable and had a high chance of success, achieving goals that were normally impossible to achieve. But using this kind of method in alchemy was a big mistake. Burning the boats would create a pressure thousands of times more terrifying than usual. Alchemy, which required a steady state of mind, was not suitable for this kind of method and would only make the situation worse. If Yang Kai really wanted to burn the boats, then Zhong Ao could conclude that he might not even be able to refine pill veins. Feeling disappointed, Zhong Ao's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement, a thoughtful look appearing on his face. He was surprised to find that Yang Kai was sitting there in a relaxed manner, without the slightest trace of pressure. This kind of self-confidence not only did not disappear because of the loss of nearly 200 sets of herbs, but instead became even stronger. Zhong Ao saw a kind of conviction in Yang Kai, a conviction that he could succeed, a sublimation of self-confidence. Zhong Ao was slightly absent-minded. Was he so sure that he could use this last set of materials to achieve his goal? Where did his confidence come from? Zhong Ao sat up straight and paid close attention to Yang Kai. Just like when he had refined the burning flame pill before, every step was meticulous, without a single mistake. Engraving the spirit array, condensing the medicinal liquid, controlling the temperature and timing of the herbs, changing the spirit array, Yang Kai seemed to be just repeating what he had done over the past 6 months, but faintly, Zhong Ao felt that his alchemy this time was very different from before. The same movements, the same process, but it gave off a different feeling, refreshing and refreshing. Infected by this skilled and confident atmosphere, Zhong Ao couldn't help believing that Yang Kai could do such an incredible thing. His eyes widened even more as he waited for the moment when the pill clouds formed. As time passed slowly, Zhong Ao's mood became more and more tense, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. Even as strong as he was, he couldn't help feeling like every day was like a year, and he couldn't wait to see the results sooner. Yang Kai, on the other hand, maintained a kind of indifferent attitude. In his whole world, except for the medicinal liquid churning inside the pill furnace, there was nothing else, even temporarily forgetting where he was. The Saint Realm cultivator who had fought the Blue Eyes Flame Dragon beast to the death had won the final victory not because of his strength, but because of his indomitable momentum. He was sure he could win because he knew that if he didn't win, he would die. So he won, even though he had almost died together with the Blue Eyes Flame Dragon. From that battle, Kai Yang had been inspired, which was why he had saved his life. During the first 6 months of alchemy, Yang Kai's repeated failures had increased the pressure on him, making him wonder what would happen if he failed every time he performed alchemy. With all kinds of distracting thoughts lingering in his mind, it would be strange if he could refine pill clouds. But now, Yang Kai's mind was clear. He burned the nearly 200 sets of herbs not to put himself in a desperate situation, but to strengthen his conviction. He wanted to see if his conviction would be shaken after these 200 sets of herbs were burned. Yang Kai didn't waver, so he became more and more confident. Chapter 1073. Inside the alchemy room, only the subtle movements of the medicinal liquid inside the pill furnace could be heard. Zhong Ao hid his figure in the darkness, lest he disturb Yang Kai, even temporarily suppressing his breathing and stopping his heartbeat, making him look like a dead man. He stared intently at the pill furnace and the figure busily working in front of it. The pill was only halfway through the refinement process, but the medicinal liquid was still mixing under the effects of Yang Kai's conflagrated spiritual energy and various spirit arrays, causing fundamental changes. Inexplicably, Zhong Ao suddenly had a feeling. That was, the pill Yang Kai refined this time would at least give birth to pill veins. This kind of feeling was something Zhong Ao had never experienced before. Zhong Ao had been observing Yang Kai's alchemy for more than half a year, and although the chances of Yang Kai's pills forming pill veins were quite high, there were also times when he failed, and in the end, Zhong Ao would only obtain an ordinary burning flame pill. There had never been such a situation before. Yang Kai was still in the middle of refining, yet Zhong Ao was 100% sure that he would be able to refine pill veins. What kind of logic was this? Zhong Ao was secretly horrified and became more and more cautious, not wanting to miss a single detail. But no matter how he looked, Yang Kai's movements were the same as before, not increasing or decreasing. Even the spirit arrays he was portraying were the same ones he had seen thousands of times before. Even if he closed his eyes, he could tell what Yang Kai would do next and what spirit array he would portray. The only difference was the imposing manner, the aura of extreme self-confidence. It was this imposing manner that affected his judgment, allowing him to be certain that the pill would give birth to pill veins before it even came out of the furnace. Could pill clouds form or not? There was only one chance for success or failure, so Zhong Ao couldn't wait to know the final answer. He couldn't help admiring Yang Kai, because if he were in his position, he would definitely be upset and under pressure. Once this kind of feeling appeared, he would not be able to wholeheartedly focus on alchemy and failure would be inevitable. But Yang Kai didn't. He remained indifferent, his expression neither happy nor sad, as if he was refining an insignificant pill. His movements were steady and meticulous, as if he had done everything he could to the limit. As time passed, Zhong Ao's heart burned with anxiety. A faint pill fragrance gradually drifted out from the alchemy room. This was a sign that the pills were about to be refined. Yang Kai's expression seemed to have become a little more dignified. Every time a pill was about to come out of the furnace, he would treat it 1,000 times more carefully. His conflagrated spiritual energy fluctuated between strong and weak. Strands of divine sense continued to carve the spirit array inside the pill furnace. All the subtleties of the spirit array were brought to the extreme by him. His eyes and heart had always been as clear as a mirror, without any distracting thoughts. At this moment, he had even forgotten about the pill furnace in front of him and the pill that was about to take form. In his mind, he suddenly recalled the pill that had formed pill clouds. That was the first and only pill he had obtained that had formed pill clouds. He had found it with the Holy Land's Holy Maiden and Ling, in the ruins at the bottom of the sea. Although he had swallowed it in the end, and the huge medicinal effects had turned the 5-colored soul-warming lotus into a 6-colored one, before he had taken it, he had been observing the pill clouds in an attempt to gain some inspiration. At this moment, all kinds of memories came flooding back to him, and he vaguely grasped a key point. Things that he had previously been unable to understand suddenly became clear at this moment, causing his eyes to widen as they bloomed with a different kind of light. After the last set of composite spirit arrays were carved and the brand was placed inside the pill furnace, Yang Kai's conflagrated spiritual energy burst out and began refining this composite spirit array into the pill that had not yet been fully formed. Yang Kai's Saint Qi and spiritual energy flowed out of his body at the same time. Like a landslide, like a tsunami, like a river bursting its banks, Yang Kai's knowledge sea dried up in an instant and the water level dropped to its lowest point. A huge amount of his Saint Qi also flowed out in an instant. Yang Kai's vision went dark and he almost fainted. He felt as if his life force was being sucked out of him, as if he would die in the next moment. A strong pill fragrance filled the air from the pill furnace, one that was much richer than the 1,800 burning flame pills Yang Kai had refined before. A crisp sound came from the pill furnace, one that was extremely pleasant to the ear. Yang Kai grinned and froze in place. Zhong Ao's heart almost jumped out of his chest. How could he not see Yang Kai's abnormality the moment the pill was about to take shape? This kind of abnormality almost drove him crazy. He thought Yang Kai had succeeded. But after waiting for a long time, Yang Kai still didn't move. After calling out a few words softly but not getting any response, Zhong Ao cautiously stepped forward and quietly released his divine sense to investigate. After a quick glance, Zhong Ao couldn't help feeling stunned. Yang Kai's face was frighteningly pale, as if he had just fought a powerful enemy. His aura was unstable and his vitality was extremely weak. Yang Kai had closed his eyes and passed out, but he wouldn't die. He would only need a few days to recover. Not paying any attention to Yang Kai, Zhong Ao's hand trembled as he patted the pill furnace in front of him. A pill flew out and was caught by the jade bottle in Zhong Ao's hand. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Ao stared intently at the jade bottle. At first glance, Zhong Ao couldn't help showing a disappointed look. The burning flame pill in the jade bottle had a smooth surface, but where was the trace of a pill cloud? There weren't even any pill veins. Did he fail? Zhong Ao's expression was complicated. Just now, when Yang Kai had performed alchemy, he had almost believed that he would succeed, but he hadn't expected the final result to be so miserable. When he woke up and found that the last burning flame pill he had worked so hard to refine was just an ordinary pill, Zhong Ao couldn't help but wonder if he would faint again. Zhong Ao let out a heavy sigh. He had lived for many years and knew that sometimes there was a huge gap between dreams and reality. How many times had he struggled between dreams and reality, only to be wounded by the thorns in the gap? Yang Kai was still just a young man, so it wasn't surprising that he had such an experience, but since he had failed to refine a pill cloud and refused to go to Water Moon Star to ask for help, it seemed that he really was on the verge of death. Zhong Ao couldn't help but sigh. After spending some time together, Zhong Ao clearly recognized Yang Kai's talent in alchemy. He really couldn't bear to see Yang Kai die so young. In his mind, he was already thinking about how to comfort Yang Kai as an elder after he woke up. At this time, what he needed most was comfort and encouragement. While thinking about this, Zhong Ao's expression suddenly changed. He noticed that the surrounding world energy aura had become a little strange. Releasing his divine sense, Zhong Ao cried out in horror. For some reason, the huge amount of world energy between the heavens and earth was madly gathering towards him, creating a scene even more terrifying than when Yang Kai had been cultivating before. High up in the sky, the rich world energy had almost condensed into a tangible existence, like a giant dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. A huge suction force suddenly emerged from the jade bottle in Zhong Ao's hand and the newly refined burning flame pill seemed to have a life of its own as it began to pulsate inside the jade bottle, making a tinkling sound. The giant dragon soaring in the sky swooped down like a deity and bombarded the palace Zhong Ao had lived in for 100 years. With a loud bang, half of the palace collapsed and several dozen rooms were reduced to rubble. All kinds of wood flew toward Zhong Ao but was repelled by the Saint Qi he was using to protect himself. The world energy visible to the naked eye poured into the jade bottle, but the jade bottle was unable to withstand such pressure and directly shattered. Zhong Ao's eyes widened as he clearly saw the massive dragon of world energy being swallowed up by a small burning flame pill. This newly refined burning flame pill seemed to have become a bottomless abyss, swallowing up as much world energy as it came, without any bottom line at all. A strong wind blew past Zhong Ao's ears, blurring his vision as sand and stones flew everywhere. The thousands of mu of medicine field was destroyed beyond recognition. Zhong Ao saw many of his precious herbs being blown away by the wind before being crushed. His face twitched as his heart bled. These medicinal herbs were personally cultivated by him. Every single one of them was infused with his blood and sweat. Now that a spiritual energy storm had swept over, the thousands of mu of medicinal fields were all affected. Many medicinal herbs were uprooted, and the remaining ones were also messed up in the fierce wind. Bastard! Zhong Ao's old face twisted as he couldn't help howling, baring his fangs and claws in the wind but unable to stop this disaster. Half an hour later, everything was calm. Amidst the ruins, Yang Kai was still sitting cross-legged, the dozens of pill furnaces in front of him motionless, still maintaining their original positions. However, Zhong Ao's palace had collapsed, and even the unconscious Shui Yu was buried deep underground. Zhong Ao was too lazy to care about the little girl. He held a new jade bottle in his hand, and inside the jade bottle was a pill. He stared at his thousands of acres of medicinal field in a daze, the muscles on his face twitching uncontrollably. The thousands of mu of medicine field had all been affected, and almost none of them remained intact. More than 90% of the herbs that used to flourish had been lost, and the remaining 10% were dim and on the verge of dying. The leaves and fruits of more than a dozen sky-sun fruit plants had disappeared, leaving only bare trunks. These sky-sun fruits would be of great use in another 10 years. Half an mu of sparrow lotus flowers had long since disappeared, and even that half an mu of land had been plowed several times, leaving the ground half a foot lower than usual. Where did this old master's thousand-plate flowers go? Zhong Ao rolled his eyes weakly, but where were the thousand-plate flowers that he regarded as precious to him? Where the thousand-plate flowers once grew, only half of their roots remained. Zhong Ao's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Without even mentioning the loss of his thousands of mu of medicine field, Zhong Ao was shocked to find that the spirit array he had worked so hard to arrange in this mountain valley for so many years had been completely destroyed and could no longer play its proper role. Within 1,000 kilometers, the world had become dim and there wasn't even a trace of world energy remaining. The sound of fluttering robes quickly approached from afar as Hali Ka, Lin Mu Feng, and the middle-aged woman led many masters from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce over. When the heavenly might appeared here, they had already noticed it, but they didn't know what had happened so they quickly came to investigate. When they arrived and looked around, everyone was dumbstruck. For a moment, they didn't dare to believe their eyes. Chapter 1074. It was unknown what kind of disaster had befallen this mountain valley, but Zhong Ao's palace had been destroyed, his thousands of acres of medicine field no longer existed, and the spirit array around the mountain valley had also been destroyed. Zhong Ao himself seemed to have lost his soul, sitting on the ground without a care for his image, his body covered in dust and his eyes spitting fire. Only Yang Kai sat cross-legged among several dozen pill furnaces and broken walls, motionless. What happened? Hali Ka and the others were dumbfounded. This was a restricted area on Rainfall Star, and no one dared to come here on normal days. None of them could understand why this place seemed to have been plundered. The several of them exchanged a glance before daring to fly down and stand beside Zhong Ao. Hali Ka cautiously called out and asked, "Old Zhong, what happened here?" Lin Mu Feng even shouted angrily, "Did some blind fool come here to make trouble? Old Zhong only needs to tell us, we will definitely help you vent your anger." The middle-aged woman nodded fiercely, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhong Ao raised his head and stared at them blankly for a moment before suddenly jumping up and pointing in the direction of Yang Kai viciously, "It was that little bastard who destroyed my medicine field and destroyed my palace." This old master doesn't even have a place to live now, and all the herbs I have painstakingly cultivated for 100 years are gone. If you really want to help this old master vent his anger, kill him for me." Spittle rained down on the faces of the three old men as they stood there, not daring to move. After a long time, Holly Ka smiled and tried to appease him. "Old Zong, please calm your anger. What happened here? Weren't you helping Master Shui refine some healing pills? When I came here a few days ago, everything was fine, so how did this happen after a few months?" He could also see that although Zong Ao was furious and had ordered them to kill Yang Kai to vent his anger, it was all empty talk. Yang Kai was meditating at the moment and looked extremely weak. If Zong Ao really wanted his life, why would he need to borrow others' hands to do it? Even at his peak, Yang Kai could not have been Zong Ao's opponent, let alone now. "Who told you that this old master was refining pills?" Zong Ao shot them a sideways glance. "If it wasn't you who refined it, could it have been little brother Yang who refined it?" Lin Mu Feng laughed dryly. Zong Ao rolled his eyes and did not explain. He knew that even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zong Ao would have thought that it was just nonsense. However, the pill and the jade bottle in his hand was solid evidence. This little brat was really able to refine a Saint King grade pill with pill veins with just a third-order Saint Realm cultivation. "Get lost, all of you get lost." Zong Ao waved his hand impatiently. "This old master has been alone here for 100 years, 100 years of peace and stability, but this smelly brat has turned this place into a mess. If any of you dare come within 100 kilometers of this place in the future, this old master will twist off your head." The three origin returning realm masters couldn't help but shrink their heads and retreat, not daring to stay any longer. Not long after they left though, Zong Ao's voice called out from behind, "Wait." Holly Ka turned around and said with a flattering smile, "Does old Zong have any orders?" Zong Ao pointed to the dilapidated palace and said, "Find some people and build another residence for this old master. You don't have any foresight at all. Do you want me to sleep in the wilderness?" Holly Ka quickly shouted. They had brought a lot of cultivator with them this time, leaving behind a dozen or so to arrange for them to help Zong Ao build a residence before leaving. The 10 or so people also scattered in all directions. It seemed like they were searching for materials to build a house. Zong Ao glanced at Yang Kai, who was still unconscious, and then looked at the burning flame pill in the jade bottle in his hand, a trace of disappointment appearing on his face. After 3 full days, Yang Kai woke up. A strong sense of weakness spread throughout his body, causing Yang Kai to be startled. Immediately recalling everything that had happened before he fell unconscious, he couldn't help smiling bitterly as he sent his divine sense into his knowledge sea to investigate. His knowledge sea was a bit dim and the magnificent sea water that used to be there was now only a thin layer of liquid. The 6-colored soul-warming lotus was sparing no effort to nourish his soul, but it would take at least 10 days for his knowledge sea to fill up again. Every muscle in Yang Kai's body was sore and his Saint Chi had been consumed greatly. Yang Kai had never experienced such a feeling before. It was barely possible to say that he was injured, but it was also possible to say that he wasn't injured. Only an infinite sense of weakness enveloped him, as if a part of his vitality had been sucked out, causing him to feel like he was growing old. Standing up with difficulty, Yang Kai looked around and saw Zong Ao standing not far away, glaring at him. This old man's face was gloomy to the point of being frightening and his eyes were filled with a murderous light. Yang Kai sniffed, not knowing why Zong Ao had put on such a terrifying appearance. After discovering the situation around him, Yang Kai immediately understood. Not wanting to provoke Zong Ao, Yang Kai searched through the ruins for a while before taking Shuiyu out from under a few wooden planks and finding a comfortable place to sit down on a mountain peak a few kilometers away. Before Yang Kai had time to catch his breath, Zong Ao quietly appeared beside him. Yang Kai looked at him but didn't say a word, simply gasping for breath. "Aren't you going to ask yourself whether you succeeded or not?" Zhong Ao waited for a while before taking the initiative to ask. I've done my best. That's enough for me. Zhong Ao stared at him deeply for a moment before nodding lightly. Since you've said so, this old master won't hold you accountable for the losses you brought this time. In any case, he could ask Hali Ka and the others for compensation, they wouldn't dare refuse. Saying so, Zhong Ao threw the jade bottle he had been holding in his hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and glanced at it, not showing much surprise or excitement, as if everything was within his expectations. Inside the jade bottle was an elixir. The elixir was covered in a layer of dense mist. Even with the jade bottle as a barrier, it still emitted a dense energy fluctuation. It was as if this pill had a life of its own and was pulsing rhythmically. Pill clouds, this was a burning flame pill that had formed pill clouds. Although it was only Saint King grade low rank, such a pill had great value. If any outstanding alchemist were to learn of it, they would likely fight to obtain it. Because they could obtain a lot of useful information from this pill cloud, perhaps it would be able to improve their alchemy skills. While Yang Kai was observing this pill, Zhong Ao briefly explained what happened after he fell unconscious, casually saying, "The pill cloud on your pill is somewhat different from the one this old master refined." "How is it different?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Zhong Ao tossed over a few more jade bottles, each of which contained a different pill, a total of 4. These 4 pills had been refined by Zhong Ao over the past 100 years and had been born out of extremely good luck. Yang Kai compared the burning flame pill with the other 4 pills and immediately discovered the biggest difference. The pill clouds covering Zhong Ao's pills were very sparse and didn't cover the entirety of the pill, one of them only having half of the pill cloud on it. Moreover, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the medicinal efficacies and energy contained in this burning flame pill were more than double those of Zhong Ao's pills. Zhong Ao took out a piece of Saint Crystal and placed it in Yang Kai's hand. The energy contained in this Saint Crystal was attracted by the pill cloud and quickly gathered towards the pill, allowing it to be swallowed and enhance its medicinal efficacies. When a pill forms pill veins, its medicinal efficacies will increase exponentially and can be stored for a long time without worrying about its medicinal efficacies fading away. Ordinary pills can't do this, the longer they are stored, the more their medicinal efficacies will fade. After 30 or 50 years, they will become useless waste. But once a pill forms pill clouds, not only can it be stored for many years, the pill clouds will also actively absorb world energy to nourish the pill, allowing its medicinal efficacies to become more and more condensed. So, every pill that forms pill clouds will have stronger medicinal efficacies the longer it is stored. Zhong Ao said, seemingly talking to himself. Yang Kai nodded, he had a deep understanding of this. Back then, when he took the pill that formed pill clouds, he almost exploded. That pill had a history of several thousand years. This old master inadvertently refined this pill 90 years ago. Zhong Ao picked up a jade bottle from Yang Kai's hand and stored a brown pill inside. After 90 years of nourishment, its medicinal efficacies have more than doubled and its grade is still Saint King grade mid-rank, but compared to the burning flame pill you refined a few days ago, it still pales in comparison. I'm afraid this is because of the degree of pill clouds. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. This old master thinks so too, Zhong Ao nodded gently. Zhong Ao gently nodded, this old master used to think that pill clouds were like this, but after seeing this burning flame pill of yours, this old master realized that pill clouds can be even more complete and can wrap up the entire pill. On top of that, have you noticed that the speed at which your pill absorbs Saint Crystal energy is much faster than this old master's? If it is stored for a few hundred years, its value will be comparable to that of a single star. That's impossible, right? Yang Kai was taken aback, feeling that this old man was indulging in some whimsical fantasy. How is it impossible? Zhong Ao sneered, do you know how many Origin returning realm masters have spent their entire lives searching for a way to break through to the Origin King realm? Even the few Origin Kings who have reached the Origin King realm are pursuing a way to make their realm stronger and higher. If this burning flame pill is stored for a few hundred years, it may allow an origin king who cultivates a fire attribute secret art to break through to the next level. When that time comes, do you think they would exchange a single star for it? Listening to what Zhong Ao said, Yang Kai really felt that this was possible, even if it was a bit exaggerated. Are you still willing to give this pill to this little girl? Zhong Ao stared at him deeply before turning his eyes to Shuiyu, who was lying unconscious nearby. She's about to lose her life, what's there to be reluctant about? Yang Kai sneered. Wasn't the reason he spent so much effort refining this burning flame pill just to give it to Shuiyu? Zhong Ao's face twitched slightly as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he restrained himself and waved his hand. Forget it, this is your own pill, you can decide for yourself, but you have to tell this old master how you managed to refine pill clouds. I don't know, Yang Kai shook his head. Zhong Ao almost coughed up blood. Chapter 1075. Yang Kai really didn't know how to refine a pill cloud. When he was refining the last burning flame pill, he had no distracting thoughts, no pressure, and for no reason, he firmly believed he could successfully refine it. When the pill had been formed, Kai Yang had clearly felt that his vitality had been stripped away, which was why he was in such a weak state. If it weren't for the demon god golden blood in Yang Kai's body, giving him an extremely strong vitality, that final stripping would have killed him on the spot. That burning flame pill wasn't a pill at all, it was a human life. That was why it was so full of vitality right now, causing Zhong Ao to gasp in amazement. Although he had succeeded once, if Yang Kai was asked to refine it again, he wouldn't be able to do so no matter what, because he no longer had the indomitable will he once had. After explaining his thoughts to Zhong Ao, Yang Kai finally managed to calm down. The old man deceived himself and made up a set of excuses to comfort his wounded soul, saying that Yang Kai being able to refine a pill cloud was entirely because of his comprehension. After hundreds of years of studying alchemy, he still couldn't compare to a young man who was less than 30 years old. Zhong Ao only felt that he had lived his entire life in vain and was extremely ashamed. Fortunately, he wasn't going to die for the time being, so he still had a lot of time to continue studying. Inside the palace of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's branch, Yang Kai moved Shuiyu in and fed her the freshly refined burning flame pill. After her vitality stabilized, Yang Kai walked out of the room. After turning a few corners, Yang Kai saw Holly Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others surrounding Zhong Ao, flattering him like a tide, their faces filled with flattery, praising Zhong Ao for his incredible alchemy skills, even being able to refine pill clouds with ease, all of them admiring him greatly. Even the other top origin king-grade alchemists in the star field couldn't achieve this. They were just a group of alchemists who were slightly higher than Zhong Ao in terms of alchemy. They were just a group of people fishing for fame. If they didn't have any real ability, how could they compare to Zhong Ao? Zhong Ao's old face flushed red, impatiently enduring their flattery. He wanted to chase them away, but he didn't have the confidence to do so, so it was difficult for him to endure. However, Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng, these idiots, didn't have the slightest bit of eyesight, thinking he was enjoying himself and flattering him even more, causing the old man's face to become even uglier. It wasn't until Yang Kai walked out in a relaxed manner that this group of people stopped flattering him and shot him strange looks. Holly Ka even quietly gave Yang Kai a big thumbs up, a look of admiration on his face, before leaving with Lin Mufeng and the others. The backs of the two of them looked like they were about to be wiped out. Yang Kai walked in front of Zhong Ao with a confused look on his face. He didn't understand why they were looking at him like that. Little brat, you gave such great benefits to this old master? Being able to refine pill clouds and forming pill veins at a steady 30% to 40% rate is enough to make you an honored guest of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. No one will dare to provoke you. You can have your own territory, servants, beautiful maidservants, enjoy the highest standard of treatment, and obtain what others pursue for their entire lives. With Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's capital, it won't be difficult for them to cultivate you. You can obtain the greatest returns in the shortest time possible. This old master doesn't understand why you didn't tell them that the burning flame pill was refined by you and instead made this old master stand up and take the blame for you, giving this old master all the credit and fame. Zhong Ao said slowly, picking up a cup of tea and taking a sip. Ha Li Ka, Lin Mu Feng, and the others all thought that the burning flame pill with pill clouds was refined by Zhong Ao, because that was what Yang Kai said at the beginning. Now that things had progressed to this point, Zhong Ao didn't try to explain himself, making them believe him even more. That was why they were so respectful towards Zhong Ao. Yang Kai sat down next to him, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it in one gulp, chuckling as he said, "Old Zhong, don't pretend to be confused, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. This junior is only 30 years old, and although he has some small tricks up his sleeve, his cultivation realm is still too low. Such great benefits and fame are too much for this junior to bear. Only old Zhong, a respected alchemy grandmaster, can stand on your own feet. Do you believe that if the two of us took a burning flame pill with pill veins to President AIO at the same time, the treatment we would receive would be completely different? You would only be more respected and President AIO would treat you with more respect. Maybe if he was in a good mood, he would even reward you with a medicine star and make you the master of that medicine star. However, he would put me under house arrest and arrange for various masters to protect my safety, not allowing me to take a single step out of my territory, only allowing me to deal with herbs every day. Perhaps when this junior is having sex with a beautiful woman, there will be people watching from the outside." Ha ha ha. Zhong Ao couldn't help laughing when he heard Yang Kai's words. Imagining the funny scene, he laughed heartily and kept nodding, "Little brat, you're really smooth and slick. Sure enough, you're not a good thing. I really don't know how much wind and rain you've gone through to develop such thoughts. If I didn't have such thoughts, this junior would have died long ago." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "You're right, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. These benefits and fame, this old master will take them for you. In any case, this old master's alchemy skills have indeed improved a lot, so I have no qualms about accepting them." Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he quickly got up to congratulate, "Congratulations, old Zhong. This junior has been so busy with the burning flame pill that he didn't notice old Zhong's progress in the alchemic Tao. Damn it." After saying so, he sat down again and said worriedly, "But old Zhong, I'm afraid you have no choice but to join Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Before, they would have indulged you and allowed you to do as you please, but now I'm afraid they won't. If I'm not mistaken, Ha Li Ka, Lin Mu Feng, and the others have already reported this matter to Water Moon Star, so it won't be long before people from Hengluo Chamber of Commerce arrive. This old master knows." Zhong Ao nodded. This old master has also lived freely on Rainfall Star for 100 years. As long as they don't interfere with my alchemy, anything can be discussed. Joining or not joining is just a matter of name. If they annoy this old master, can't this old master just leave? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Zhong Ao wasn't a good person. Not only was his temperament strange, but he also had a high opinion of himself. Yang Kai also knew that this old man had repeatedly tried to kill him before. But in any case, this time he was the one taking the blame. Although this would make his reputation even greater, this wasn't what Zhong Ao wanted. Truly capable people didn't care about reputation. Only those who chased after power and wealth would work hard to climb up the social ladder. This time, Yang Kai had dragged Zhong Ao down and caused him to lose a lot of his freedom. Zhong Ao had likely only accepted this because Yang Kai had taught him the alchemy method. Both Yang Kai and Zhong Ao were well aware of these things. What's the situation of that little girl? Zhong Ao didn't want to talk about it anymore and changed the subject. The poison from the profound Yin sunflower water should have been removed and her vitality is stable, but she is still in a coma. If we want to wake her up, we need to find her soul avatar. Yang Kai frowned. He had just checked Xueyu's knowledge sea but couldn't find any trace of her soul avatar. He really didn't know where Xueyu's soul avatar was hiding. Zhong Ao also frowned, calmly saying, "It stands to reason that she was injured by the profound Yin sunflower water, so this kind of situation shouldn't have occurred. Her soul avatar must have disappeared for some other reason." Yang Kai's spirit shook. "Please enlighten me, Zhong Ao." Zhong Ao shook his head. "I don't know anything about that little girl, so how could I enlighten you? Since you are her guard, you should understand that she has some regrets in her heart. Many times, when a person is unconscious, it doesn't mean they are injured, but rather that they are unable to overcome a barrier in their heart. As long as they can overcome that barrier, they will naturally wake up." Yang Kai heard this and a thoughtful look appeared on his face, a moment later his eyes brightening, as if he had thought of something. Zhong Ao observed Yang Kai's expression and nodded lightly. This little brat was both intelligent and capable. Zhong Ao really couldn't understand why such a person would act as someone else's guard. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly relaxed. "Have you found the reason?" Zhong Ao asked with a smile. "I have some clues, but whether it is true or not will need to be verified." Yang Kai chuckled, suddenly remembering something and asking, "Right, old Zhong, when I came over, why were Holly Ka and the others looking at me like that? Did something happen? Do you want to know?" Zhong Ao squinted at him. Yang Kai nodded. "This old master just told them that you, little brat, are deeply in love with that little girl, that when you fed her that medicine, you even chewed it up and fed it to her mouth." Zhong Ao winked, his expression as wretched as it could get. Yang Kai was furious. "You have the nerve to announce such a thing to the public? Do you have any decency at all?" Zhong Ao snorted. "This old master has taken on such a big pot for you, losing and giving away so many good things. Do you think that's all? Just wait for Xueyu's third young master to arrive on Rainfall Star and peel off your bones. Ha ha ha, a little guard actually daring to have ideas about Xueyu's woman. You really don't know life from death. If this old master were you, he would have left as soon as possible." Laughing loudly, Zhong Ao left in a good mood. "Old fart." Yang Kai glared at Zhong Ao bitterly, suddenly understanding why Holly Ka, Lin Mu Feng, and the others were looking at him with such strange eyes. The little bit of guilt he felt towards Zhong Ao disappeared, regretting that he hadn't made a bigger bet and snatched all of Yang Kai's profound Yin sunflower water and medicine furnace. Old fogies really aren't good. Gue Zhu was like this, and so was Zhong Ao. However, Zhong Ao would never have imagined that the little girl he was talking about, the Master Xue that Holly Ka was talking about, was actually Xueyu herself. Kissing Xueyu's woman is nothing. This old master has even touched Xueyu's body. Chapter 1076. Zhong Ao was right about one thing: this place wasn't a good place to stay for long. Water Moon Star probably didn't know whether Xueyu was alive or dead yet, so once news was sent out here, it would be difficult to explain. Xueyu also didn't want her biggest secret to be exposed. Yang Kai had to quickly restore her strength and lift the soul chains so she could fly freely in the sky and swim freely in the sea. After resting for half a month, Yang Kai received extremely generous treatment. Every day, he was treated to fine wines, delicacies, and rare spirit fruits as refreshments. It wasn't easy for him to restore his lost vitality and get rid of that endless sense of weakness. Yang Kai secretly decided that in the future, unless he was forced to, he would never attempt to refine pill clouds again. If his luck was good during alchemy and the pill formed pill clouds on its own, nothing could be said about it, but if he had to rely on his own efforts to form pill clouds, it was simply too exhausting and not worth the loss. Zhong Ao's palace in the mountain valley had been built. Holly Ka had sent out masters among masters, so it was a piece of cake for a dozen or so people to build a palace. However, Zhong Ao didn't go back because the world energy in the mountain valley was still thin and would likely take some time to recover before it reached the average level of rainfall star. The news that he had refined a burning flame pill that formed pill clouds had spread like wildfire. All of Rainfall Star's alchemists had come to pay their respects, but since they were all fellow alchemists, Zhong Ao couldn't afford to be rude, so every day he had to endure the torment and flattery of these people, not resting for a moment. Every time he saw this scene, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that his original decision was a wise one. If he had taken the credit for refining pill clouds himself, it would have been impossible for such a harmonious scene to occur. Those old men and women would have only deliberately made things difficult for him in order to test his skills and methods before finally parting on bad terms. They would never admit that their abilities were worse than Yang Kai's, it would be an insult to them. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the bed, helping the unconscious Xueyu up and letting her sit across from him. Staring at her enchanting face, Yang Kai really didn't want to wake her up. The sleeping Xueyu was the easiest to get along with, at his mercy, she wouldn't resist or complain, but once she woke up, she would only bring endless trouble and danger. However, Yang Kai had no choice but to wake her up. Lifting the soul chains required the consent of both of them, and now that Xueyu's soul avatar was gone, without her consent, Yang Kai couldn't lift the shackles. Yang Kai's spiritual energy spiritual knowledge, so he sent it into Xueyu's knowledge. In the next moment, Yang Yang's spiritual spiritual senses spiritual soul. SSSSTTTT, STSSSSS he's nots he S2s he's. No matter when, investigating a person's sea of consciousness was a taboo for martial artists. This was something that only the most intimate of people would do. The sea of consciousness contained a person's life experiences and secrets. Looking at the secrets of the sea of consciousness was even more serious than stripping off someone's clothes. This was the worst form of humiliation. Last time, Yang Kai had been careful not to pry too deeply into Xueyu's secrets because he didn't want to have too much to do with this woman. But this time, he had no choice but to do it. The sea breeze was gentle, and the sea was calm. Xueyu's knowledge sea was a vast expanse of water, nothing else, unlike Yang Kai's knowledge sea, which was full of brilliant colors. This woman's life must be very boring. The situation in one's knowledge sea was a reflection of one's inner thoughts. From the state of one's knowledge sea, one could tell what kind of person they were. Xueyu was a woman, but she was raised as a man by Aio and had to put on the airs of Xueyu's third young master at all times. She may have long since grown tired of this kind of life, but she had no choice but to continue. It's not that I want to pry into your secrets, it's just that if I don't do this, I won't be able to wake you up. I hope you don't come looking for trouble with me in the future, Yang Kai muttered softly, his soul avatar diving into Xueyu's knowledge sea. The warm sea water wrapped around Yang Kai's body, like small boneless hands caressing his body, giving him unimaginable stimulation and comfort. Yang Kai almost lost himself in this moment. The fusion of the divine soul was very frightening. During this process, both men and women could enjoy a pleasure that was thousands of times more intense than physical intercourse. That was a shudder that came from the depths of the soul. That kind of pleasure was like the most dangerous swamp. Once one fell into it, it was very difficult to pull out. Fortunately, this was not the first time Yang Kai had done this kind of thing. When he went to Ice Sect to find Su Yan, he had already fused his soul with her once, so he had some experience dealing with this kind of thing. Trying hard to restrain the trembling of his soul, Yang Kai constantly called out to his heart, reminding himself that now was not the time to indulge in pleasure. Gradually, that kind of pleasure weakened a lot and he regained control of his soul avatar, allowing him to calm down a little. He didn't know why, but the current situation made Yang Kai think of the word rape. Xueyu's soul avatar was nowhere to be found, so obviously she didn't feel anything and was unable to resist the invasion of Yang Kai's soul. If this wasn't rape, then what was? And it was the most vicious kind of rape. Fusing his soul with a woman who didn't feel anything was no different than fusing with a piece of wood. Thinking so, Yang Kai suddenly lost interest and the throbbing of his soul subsided. This kind of thing was the most boring, and only those with twisted minds would do such a thing. Yang Kai's soul avatar scattered into the sea. Inside his knowledge sea, bubbles floated in the water, each of which contained a part of Shuayu's past, a part of her memories. Yang Kai carefully examined the information hidden in these bubbles. He saw a lot of scenes. A baby fell to the ground, a woman lying weakly on the bed, her face pale and bloodless, but when she heard the baby's cries, the most beautiful smile in the world bloomed on her face. The burly man waiting outside strode in and picked up the baby with trembling hands, ignoring the stains on the baby's body, intimately pressing his face against the baby's forehead and kissing it gently, radiating the radiance of fatherly love. The 7 or 8-month-old child was held in her mother's arms and breastfed, her eyes closed as she ate with relish. The mother had a satisfied smile on her face as she teased her daughter from time to time. The burly father stood to the side and smiled, revealing his white teeth. The baby began to learn to walk and babble. Her mouth made meaningless sounds as she staggered forward. Every 2 steps she took, she would take a step back. From time to time, she would fall to the ground. Her mother walked over with heartache and held her in her arms. Her father laughed foolishly at the side. The family of 3 was happy and harmonious. An old man with white hair and a beard saw the baby and carefully examined her, saying something to the burly father with a dignified expression. The smile and joy on the burly father's face suddenly disappeared as he looked at the daughter he regarded as the apple of his eye, his face as gloomy as the eve of a storm. The 3-year-old child was taken to a palace, put on men's clothes and was raised like a man. She was ignorant and stood in that huge palace with servants and maids behind her. She was ordered to only move about in the palace, leaning against the door frame. She could no longer see her loving mother, only her dignified father. She began to learn all kinds of things, she began to cultivate, she grew strong and healthy, but she could only live as a man. She had outstanding natural endowments, only when she became stronger would she see her father smile, otherwise, he would only scold her. The name of the 3rd young master of Shuayu spread, the entire territory knew about her. She had learned how to smile in front of strangers, she had learned the most elegant etiquette, her beauty had captivated men and women, young and old. But she couldn't see her mother, only in the dead of night would she take out women's clothes and put them on the bed, feeling sad. Those women's clothes had been secretly sent to her by her mother, it seemed like they still contained her mother's warmth and chi. Yang Kai looked at each scene, he was immersed in it, it seemed like he could understand the bitterness and resentment in Shuayu's heart, he could feel her helplessness and sadness. That unchanging smile, under that smile, was bitterness, her fragile heart was covered by a strong outer appearance. She had been pretending for so many years, not only had she deceived the world, but she had also deceived herself. Until the battle on the Death Star, even though Shuayu was furious, even though she wanted to kill him, it was the first time she had experienced the shyness of a girl. Her naked body was being hugged by someone, her full breasts were being squeezed. Nobody knew how fast her heart was beating, how hot her delicate body was. She had never felt anything like that before, it made her feel limp and numb, she couldn't use any strength. Every time she thought about it, her face would turn red. After that, the days of fighting and fooling around were the most unforgettable days of her life. She couldn't wait to stop time and stay on that dead star forever. Because only in front of that man could she let go of herself and be herself. Yang Kai had injected vitality into her life, allowing her to no longer be so lifeless. While exploring the ancient ruins, she had ignored the casualties of her subordinates and constantly ordered them to speed up, all in order to leave as soon as possible and return as soon as possible. However, the explosion of one of her space rings had caused her to fall into a deep sleep. After a long time, Yang Kai's soul avatar emerged from Shuayu's knowledge sea. All of Shuayu's secrets had been exposed to his eyes, and he had never expected that this vicious woman would have such a miserable past. Although he felt some sympathy and pity in his heart, he still had to do what he had to do. What he saw was not only Shui Yu's misery, but also her dark side. Even if this woman was pitiful, she was still a dangerous person. Her feelings for him weren't pure either, it was due to the influence of the soul chains. After observing her for so long, Yang Kai faintly understood why Shui Yu's soul avatar had disappeared, and he also thought about how to treat her. This was a knot in her heart, not an injury. As long as this knot was untied, Shui Yu would naturally awaken. Chapter 1077. Inside Shui Yu's knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul avatar began to emit strange fluctuations. He began to create a series of illusions, forcibly pouring them into the sea. From her infancy to her current age, in these illusions, she did not need to disguise herself, she did not need to always show a warm smile, nor did she need to live as a man. She grew up carefree, her parents were kind, her siblings lived in harmony, she could wear the most beautiful clothes, wear the most beautiful jewelry, she did not need to learn the boring etiquette, she did not need to cultivate day and night, she did not need to endure all kinds of torture. In these illusions, she was the happiest woman in the world. Every day, she would wander the streets with a few maidservants, occasionally revealing the tip of the iceberg of her beauty, making the men of an entire city roar with excitement. In these illusions, when she returned home, she would tell her parents about the trivial things she encountered, and her parents would listen quietly with a smile on their faces, living a happy and harmonious life. She even met a man who moved her heart, but because of her shyness, she could only look at him from afar, paying attention to his movements every day, too embarrassed to take the initiative to talk to him. What she didn't expect was that the handsome and elegant man actually came looking for her, defeated all his competitors, fulfilled all her father's harsh requirements, and married her. They got married and had children, the man plowing and the woman weaving. Although it was not a magnificent and wonderful life, they still helped each other and respected each other. Their children slowly grew up, and they gradually grew old, finally turning into a pile of yellow earth, their graves close together, as if they would never be separated. In these illusions, she obtained a perfect and regretless life. Yang Kai did this over and over again, tirelessly injecting the layers of illusions he constructed with his spiritual energy into Shui Yu's knowledge sea, regardless of the consumption of his spiritual energy or his own exhaustion. Time passed, but Shui Yu's knowledge sea remained the same, there was no movement. But at a certain moment, the calm sea suddenly tumbled and bubbles emerged from under the water, bursting into nothingness. A cool breeze blew and a wisp of fragrance seemed to linger at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. Yang Kai stopped what he was doing and turned his head to see Shui Yu standing behind him with a smile, watching him with great interest. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and immediately escaped from her knowledge sea. Just as he opened his eyes, Shui Yu also woke up and grabbed him, shouting, "Hey, why did you run away like a thief? You've already woken up, what am I doing there? Waiting to be tortured by you? In that place, you are the master, a little third-order saint cultivator, I don't dare stay," Yang Kai snorted. Everyone's sea of consciousness was under their own control. Therefore, when two people's strength was about the same, they would never invade each other's sea of consciousness. If they did, they would always be at a disadvantage. Only when there was a great disparity in strength would there be the possibility of invading another's sea of consciousness and inflicting heavy damage on the enemy. I torture you? Why do you think I use me? If you didn't do anything wrong, why would I torture you? Shui Yu refused to back down, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as a sharp light flashed across them. Fine, I admit, breaking into your knowledge sea without permission and prying into your secrets was wrong, but since you didn't want to wake up, I could only resort to this. Yang Kai shook off Shui Yu's small hand that was grabbing him. Prying into my secrets, do you still think you're in the right? Shui Yu ground her teeth angrily, a dangerous light flashing across her silver teeth. I didn't see much. Yang Kai looked embarrassed. Shuai Yu didn't speak and simply stared at him. Fine, I've already counted how many hairs you have on your body, so what? Are you going to bite me? Yang Kai said shamelessly. You bastard. Shuai Yu flew into a rage out of humiliation as she rushed over and bit down on the back of Yang Kai's hand, refusing to let go as she rolled her big eyes. Do you think I don't dare? Yang Kai remained unmoved and instead smiled. Biting my hand isn't satisfying enough, do you want to go somewhere else? I have a better place for you to bite. Shuai Yu's face flushed red and her slender white neck glowed red as she quickly let go of Yang Kai's hand and spat, in your dreams. In that illusion, she and the man she loved were inseparable, and all kinds of positions she could imagine and could never imagine entered her mind one by one. She received a systematic and perfect education. Of course she knew what Yang Kai's words meant. Although she also understood that it was only an illusion created by Yang Kai for her and was not real, she still couldn't bear it. After all, the woman in the illusion was modeled after her and looked exactly like her. It was like she really was a slut, constantly demanding and never knowing when to be satisfied. How can you be so obscene? Shuai Yu looked at Yang Kai with a strange look, as if she didn't expect this person to be such a rogue. I misjudged you. How is sex obscene? Yang Kai disdainfully curled his lips. When you really try it, you will understand the beauty of it. Even so, you didn't have to include yourself in that illusion, did you? Shuai Yu smiled sweetly as if she had discovered a secret. Her smile was very sly. In those illusions, you were really handsome. Did you really want me to marry you? Forget it, I can't handle a woman like you. Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. Get out. Shuai Yu's face changed faster than one could turn a page, and she was so angry that she kicked Yang Kai off the bed. Yang Kai stood up, patted his butt and said, have a good rest. When you recover, I have something to tell you. Shuai Yu's face stiffened. She seemed to understand what Yang Kai was going to say, but she didn't say anything and closed her eyes. When Yang Kai came out of the room, he happened to see Zhong Ao leaning to one side and listening attentively. When he saw Yang Kai, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he asked, you saved her? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Amazing. Zhong Ao couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. But what were you doing in there? Why did it seem so lively? Aren't you her guard? Boy, this old master has to say, your courage is a bit too big, even daring to touch Shuai Yu's third young master's woman. You should prepare to run away quickly. This old master hopes you don't die too early. If Shuai Yu becomes angry, the entire Hengluo star field will tremble. Zhong Ao may have been lonely for too long, but despite his age, his gossipy heart was no worse than a young man's. What he liked most was to see others flirting with each other. Every time he saw them, he felt like he had become several decades younger. Shameless. Yang Kai ignored him and went out to find Hali Ka, telling him about the current situation. When he heard that Shuai Yu had woken up, Hali Ka was overjoyed and gave Yang Kai a big hug, his face filled with gratitude. Now that Shuai Yu had woken up, their last worries had disappeared, and Zhong Ao on Rainfall Star had taken another step forward in the alchemic Tao. Now, as long as the profound Yin sunflower water problem was solved, everything would be fine. What's more, Shuai Yu was still responsible for the profound Yin sunflower water issue, so even if the Chamber of Commerce blamed them, they would only receive a small punishment, not as serious as they had feared before. With all kinds of good news coming one after another, how could they not be happy? The several managers were in a good mood, and the entire branch was filled with joy. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Since Shuai Yu woke up that day, she had stayed in her room, declaring that her injuries had not yet healed and that she needed to heal. The injuries she suffered from the profound Yin sunflower water had long been healed by the burning flame pill, and her soul had not been damaged, so why would she need to be healed? Although she had been in a coma for more than a year, with her cultivation, she would only need 2 or 3 days to recover. She was avoiding Yang Kai. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but there was nothing he could do. Every time he went to find Xueyu, he would be stopped by several Saint King Realm cultivators standing guard at the door. These people didn't give Yang Kai any face, just smiling and telling him that this was an order from Xueyu Master and that without her permission, no one was allowed to enter her room. Their attitude was very good, but their tone of refusal was firm. Yang Kai couldn't wait to beat these people up. Yang Kai was not happy, but Old Zong was also out of luck. Half of the profound Yin sunflower water had been taken away by Yang Kai, and half of the several dozen large and small pill furnaces had also been taken away by Yang Kai. Zong Ao snorted in distress, but he was too embarrassed to act shamelessly. Zong Ao was a man of his word, a loss was a loss, unlike Xueyu who liked to use her strength to suppress others. Yang Kai also specifically asked for advice on how to refine the profound Yin sunflower water and enhance his own strength. Zong Ao didn't conceal anything and told Yang Kai everything he knew. Yang Kai understood that although the profound Yin sunflower water was a precious treasure, if it wasn't properly refined, it would cost him his life. Furthermore, the refinement process required a wide variety of supplementary materials, as well as a scorching hot environment. Only by properly preparing the initial steps could one begin to refine it. All the auxiliary materials he needed, Kai Yang actually had all of them, not lacking a single one. On the floating continent, Yang Kai had harvested many high-grade herbs, countless origin grade and origin king grade, each of which was extremely valuable. All he needed was to find a suitable environment. According to Old Zong, it would be best to find the inside of a 10,000-year-old volcano, because only that kind of heat could suppress the chill of the profound Yin sunflower water. However, Zong Ao said that Yang Kai's current strength was still too low, and that he would have to wait until he reached the Saint King realm before he could refine the profound Yin sunflower water, otherwise, not only would he fail to refine it, but he would also lose his life. Xueyu's refusal to meet with him made Yang Kai very impatient and annoyed. On this day, when Yang Kai came to her room again, the Saint King Realm Masters who had been sent to guard her were still standing there with smiles on their faces, politely stopping Yang Kai from entering. Yang Kai's face sank. Chapter 1078. Just as the guards were trying to stop Yang Kai with a warm smile on their faces, asking him to be considerate of his brother's responsibilities, Xueyu's sweet voice came from inside. "Let him come in." When the guards heard this, they felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly withdrew, not forgetting to cast encouraging glances at Yang Kai before leaving. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them, simply pushing open the door with a cold expression and stepping inside. The room hadn't changed much, it was still the same as before, but Xueyu seemed a lot more worried, a trace of bitterness flashing across her beautiful eyes. She didn't avoid Yang Kai's angry gaze and simply stared back at him, smiling and saying, "Sit down and talk." Seeing her like this, Yang Kai was filled with anger but had nowhere to vent. This woman is so annoying. She was obviously stronger than him, and if they really fought, he would definitely not be her opponent. She could easily crush him, but at this moment, she could only rely on her expression to create a sense of weakness. It was as if she had suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Taking a sip, he opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Xueyu's jade-white finger pressed against Yang Kai's lips. Her finger was cold, but there was a faint fragrance coming from her fingertips. "Don't say anything, I want to show you something," Xueyu said softly, her tone unprecedentedly soft. "What?" Yang Kai became vigilant, sweeping his eyes over her and saying, "If it's your body then forget it, I've already imprinted every part of your body into my mind, I can remember it even with my eyes closed. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory." Xueyu was both ashamed and angry. "Do you think I'm the kind of woman who would sell my body to keep you? Then what do you want me to see?" Yang Kai relaxed a lot when he heard this. Xueyu rolled her eyes at him before reaching out and handing him a document. Yang Kai took it suspiciously and began sipping his tea while reading it carefully. A moment later, his expression became strange and he let out a hollow laugh. Shuiyu, aren't your conditions a bit too good? I'll be your guard, 100,000 high-rank saint crystals a year, and a territory of 500 kilometers? That's right. My guards all have these benefits. It's just that everyone is treated differently. Shuiyu calmly picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip. She looked calm, but her trembling little finger betrayed her nervousness. In the past, she felt a sense of closeness to Yang Kai, or even didn't hate his closeness to her, because of the soul chains, but now she was certain that even without the soul chains, that closeness had taken root in the depths of her soul. When habits become second nature, it is not easy to change them. Not to mention, her knowledge sea had already been invaded by him, and all her secrets had been exposed. Compared to standing naked in front of him and letting him examine her, it was even more embarrassing. Shuiyu sincerely hoped that Yang Kai could stay, even though she knew that Yang Kai couldn't wait to get away from her. While pretending to sip her tea, Shuiyu quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction, trying to see what he was interested in. However, to her disappointment, Yang Kai didn't seem to show any signs of interest, instead just commenting on the terms of the document. I have 20 beautiful maidservants. Yang Kai looked up at Shuiyu. Am I not a guard? How can I have beautiful maidservants? What's so strange about that? An average guard is naturally a servant and isn't qualified to have such things, but my Shuiyu's guards aren't qualified? Shuiyu smiled lightly. She saw a trace of fascination in Yang Kai's eyes and quickly added, I can choose the best women for you. You may not know, but my Hengluo Chamber of Commerce also deals in the slave trade. Many of the young ladies of large and small families who have gone bankrupt or been exterminated are goods waiting to be sold. They all have good education and their aptitude and strength aren't bad. As far as I know, the strongest one has already reached the Saint King realm. If you want a noble young lady, you can have a noble young lady, but if you want a pretty girl, you can have a pretty girl. While adding oil and vinegar to Yang Kai's story, Shuiyu secretly cursed him. She had offered him so many generous conditions, but he had remained indifferent, yet he was interested in this one. Shuiyu couldn't wait to reach out and strangle him. But this man, Shuiyu sighed helplessly in her heart. That's good, that's good. Yang Kai nodded fiercely. He had long yearned for beautiful maidservants. Back in Tongxian realm, there were too many acquaintances, so he didn't dare act recklessly, but now that he was in star territory, where the heavens were high and the earth was far away, it didn't matter what he did. Moreover, since he had become intimate with his little senior sister, Yang Kai found that he had become a bit more indulgent when it came to men and women, and he didn't reject the idea of playing around with strange women. Last time, in Shantu's palace, he had even indulged in a bit of debauchery, a feeling he still couldn't forget. You also think it's good? Shuiyu still smiled sweetly, but she still grit her teeth and softly said, if you think it's good, then put your handprint on it. Once you put your handprint on it, you'll be one of my Shuiyu's people. From now on, you'll be under my protection. If anyone dares to bully you, just report my name and I guarantee you'll be able to walk sideways in star territory. I'm not a crab, Yang Kai smiled and put the document back on the table. Shuiyu stared straight at him, her beautiful eyes unblinking. Yang Kai sighed and didn't want to look her in the eye, saying, what's the point? You know what I really want, so what's the point of you taking out a slave contract? Who said it was a slave contract? Shuiyu frowned. Isn't it written that the contract will be signed every 5 years? After 5 years, if you're not satisfied, we can discuss it again. I just want you to have more time to think about it. After I sign it, I won't be able to leave for the rest of my life. Shuiyu, let's unlock the soul chains. From now on, you walk your own path and I'll walk mine. Well, water won't interfere with river water, Yang Kai said sincerely. When Shuiyu heard these cruel words, she suddenly felt tears welling up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let them fall and raised her head slightly. Miraculously, those tears quickly disappeared, as if they had returned to her tear ducts. She gritted her teeth and said, I don't care, you've touched me, you've seen me, you've even penetrated my knowledge and pried into my secrets. You must sign the contract with me, otherwise, I'll suffer a great loss. You only have 2 secrets. Rest assured, I'll keep them safe and won't leak them out. I won't play around with my life. I also know how powerful you are, Yang Kai said sincerely. Shuiyu became even more indignant. You really know that secret? Yang Kai scratched his cheek and said innocently, I didn't want to know, but who knew that in addition to being a woman, you were also hiding such a great secret? No wonder President Aio raised you as a man. He did it for your own good, don't blame him. For my own good? Shuiyu's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light as she said coldly, I haven't seen my mother for several decades. They said that in order to keep this secret, my father killed everyone who knew about it, including my mother. Is this also for my own good? Yang Kai didn't know what to say. He had also spied on Shuiyu's words from her knowledge sea, but this was her family's business, so it was not convenient for him to comment. Moreover, no one knew whether or not Shuiyu's mother had died, so Shuiyu had only heard rumors. So what if I have the dragon marrow phoenix body? Could it be that everyone in the world can see through my physique and snatch me home? Shuiyu shouted angrily, her full breasts heaving up and down in an enchanting arc, keep your voice down. Yang Kai was shocked, do you still want to live? Why are you shouting about such a thing? Seeing Yang Kai so nervous, Shuiyu couldn't help feeling a little smug, the anger she felt just a moment ago having been thrown out of her mind. Instead, she smiled at him and said, you also know this secret, so why aren't you tempted at all? You should know what kind of benefits the dragon marrow phoenix body can bring you. Of course I know. Yang Kai glanced at her, according to the words of that person in your memories, any man who takes your primordial yin will obtain unimaginable benefits. Your Chamber of Commerce's moon slave business was inspired by your constitution, right? Shuiyu gently nodded, yes. You can say that I am the most outstanding moon slave in the Chamber of Commerce, it's just that no one knows about it. When I was unconscious, you clearly had a lot of opportunities, so I don't believe you weren't tempted. You aren't holy to that degree. Her expression said she had already seen through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Yes, I was tempted to death. Yang Kai nodded fiercely, when I learned this secret, I couldn't wait to take off your clothes and take you. Then why didn't you do it? Shuiyu's interest was piqued, you also know that even if you did, I wouldn't blame you, at most I would just beat you. She spoke lightly, as if she wasn't talking about her own chastity, but about a woman she didn't even know. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and thought about it for a moment before saying, I'm a man of principles. Shuiyu curled her lips, obviously not believing Yang Kai's words. According to the old man who investigated your constitution, the higher your strength, the greater the benefits of taking you. You are now a third-order Saint King, so if I really wanted to take you, I'm afraid I could directly break through to the first-order Saint King realm. Yang Kai said lightly, but so what? I don't need your body to reach that level, and it won't take long for me to do so. Do you believe I can achieve that in 3 years? Shuiyu stared at Yang Kai in a daze, listening to his bold words, her beautiful eyes blurring as she nodded repeatedly, asking casually, what if I wasn't a Saint King, but an Origin King? Yang Kai looked her up and down for a moment before replying without hesitation, then you would already be mine. The blurred look in Shuiyu's beautiful eyes disappeared instantly and was replaced by endless contempt as she said sarcastically, in the end, you still don't have enough benefits. You think the benefits you get are too small. Yes. Yang Kai admitted frankly. What about the so-called principles you just spoke of? The contempt in Shuiyu's eyes became even stronger. How much is that worth per caddy? Yang Kai disdainfully asked. Chapter 1079. After a brief exchange of words, no one was able to convince the other. Inside the room, Yang Kai looked at Xueyu helplessly. Xueyu was constantly drinking tea to calm the resentment in her heart. The tea in the cup had long since been emptied by her, leaving only the air in it. The atmosphere was so heavy that it was almost maddening. "Are you really so heartless?" Xueyu suddenly opened her mouth, staring coldly at Yang Kai. This man's insistence had hurt her a little. Yang Kai shook his head. "Whatever you say, I'm going to leave. This time, I've suffered a big loss, so I don't want to associate my life with anyone else's, especially a woman like you. You have too many secrets. Once they are exposed, even Hongluo Chamber of Commerce won't be able to protect you. If you die, I'll follow suit." Xueyu's dragon marrow phoenix body was a very special physique. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was the best moon slave in the Chamber of Commerce. When a moon slave was possessed by a man, they would only provide some subtle benefits to that man. But Xueyu was different. With her current strength, it was enough for Yang Kai to directly break through to the Saint King realm. As Xueyu's strength improved, her physique would bring greater benefits to the first man who possessed her. Moreover, this kind of improvement was not just a simple increase in strength, but also in one's realm. There were too many masters in this world. Many people could cultivate for hundreds or thousands of years but still fail to break through a small realm. Xueyu's body was the best tool for them to break through. President Aio had always been far-sighted and had raised Xueyu as a man when she was only 3 years old, fearing that such a thing would happen. At that time, Xueyu would only bring disaster to Hongluo Chamber of Commerce. "How long can you bind me?" Yang Kai stared at Xueyu indifferently, not showing any intention of avoiding the question. "A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. You and I both know that a large part of this is because of the soul chains and another part is because of your feminine heart. You've lived as a man for so long, but only in front of me can you let go of yourself and not worry about anything. The reason you want to keep me here is mostly because of this freedom, right?" Xueyu remained silent. Yang Kai's words had hit the nail on the head, so she had nothing to refute. Yang Kai's expression gradually became solemn and proud as he lowered his voice. "You think I'm just a little third-order saint cultivator who can be ordered to do whatever you want, but have you ever thought to think about it? Since I am the first person from my homeland to enter the star field, then I am the most outstanding martial artist of that place. I am the master of that place." Xueyu used to herself to this point. "Have you also to capture a monster beast to capture? Have you to capture too? To tame to ask to captures tame too? Shue Ido stu recall. Xueyu couldn't help but think back to the past, the time when she had captured a king of beasts. That king of beasts was wild and difficult to tame, and it would attack people violently. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make it obey her orders, and in the end, she had no choice but to kill it. Xueyu opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. "Think about it carefully. I'll wait 3 days for you to give me an answer. I don't want to make things too awkward." Yang Kai glanced at her faintly before turning to leave. From his eyes, Xueyu could see a kind of decisiveness. No matter what choice she made, Yang Kai would not stay as her guard. This man would simply leave. Without unlocking the soul chains, once he left, her situation would be worrisome. Xueyu knew better than anyone how dangerous it was for a third-order saint cultivator to venture out into the outside world, so how could she feel at ease leaving her life in the hands of such a weak person? Her mind in a mess, Xueyu grabbed the cup on the table and threw it to the ground, grinding her teeth for a long time before finally spitting out a few words, "Cruel and unscrupulous." Ever since she was a child, she had never been at a disadvantage in a confrontation. She had always held the initiative, whether her opponent was a man or a woman, old or young, as long as they fell into her hands, they could only be at her mercy. All the seniors in the Chamber of Commerce said that she was the best successor and the most outstanding one. She accepted such praise with a clear conscience. But in front of Kai Yang, she found that she was being suppressed everywhere. She didn't even have a chance to refute him. which made her very annoyed and also very unreconciled. Hiding in her room, Shuayu sat cross-legged on her bed, silently circulating her secret art to stabilize her chaotic state of mind. Gradually, her breathing stabilized and she began to think about her relationship with Yang Kai from a different perspective, as well as the pros and cons of keeping him or letting him go. After leaving Shuayu's room, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He gave Shuayu 3 days. After 3 days, no matter what choice Shuayu made, he would stay as far away from this woman as possible. Perhaps it was because of the soul chains, but this choice made him feel a little reluctant. The several heads that were poking their heads over to watch this scene made Yang Kai feel even more uncomfortable. If they wanted to watch a good show, why didn't they find a better place to sit? Everyone's faces were filled with gossipy looks, as if they wanted to ask about the situation but were too embarrassed to open their mouths. Old Ha! Yang Kai beckoned to him. Holly Ka's face flushed red as he strode over with Lin Mufeng and the others, pretending to be discussing something as they walked, their expressions extremely serious. Old Ha! When they came close, Yang Kai called out again. Little brother. Holly Ka looked unhappy. It's fine for others to call me Old Ha, but it's a bit inappropriate for you to call me that. Although I don't mind, it wouldn't be good if outsiders were to hear you call me that. Shui Master needs some materials to cultivate, take me to the storehouse. Yang Kai ignored his protests. What does Shui Master need? Holly Ka froze for a moment but didn't ask any more questions, instead turning around and saying, Come with me, there are some good things in the storehouse, I just don't know if they'll be enough to enter Shui Master's eyes. Shui Master isn't very particular, Yang Kai sniffed. In any case, he was going to leave in 3 days. This time, in order to awaken Shuayu, he had lost half his life and had spent so much time on Rainfall Star, so if he didn't obtain some benefits before leaving, he would be sorry. Especially when it came to Saint Crystals, Yang Kai didn't have a single piece left. Borrowing Shuayu's name wasn't a big deal. By the time Shuayu found out about this, he would have long since fled. In front of the storehouse, Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng each held a key and opened the heavy door. Old Ha was an honest man, so he stood at the door of the storehouse and said, Go in and see for yourself, don't hesitate to take whatever you see, we'll be waiting here. Yang Kai nodded and walked into the storehouse. In an instant, a colorful light filled the storehouse, making it difficult for Yang Kai to open his eyes. This was the storehouse of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch, and the wealth stored inside was astonishing. There were all kinds of cultivation materials, artifacts, pills, and even space spirit crystals used to make space rings. Looking at the dazzling array of things, Yang Kai strode straight over to a pile of saint crystals. There were mountains of saint crystals here, low-rank saint crystals, mid-rank saint crystals, high-rank saint crystals. Yang Kai only took the high-rank saint crystals, taking almost 50,000 of them before stopping. With so many saint crystals, it should be enough for him to use for some time. After spending so much time in the star territory, Yang Kai had some understanding of the value of saint crystals and was no longer as confused as he was at first. 50,000 high-rank saint crystals was enough to buy an origin-grade high-rank artifact. After loading up the saint crystals, Yang Kai came to the place where the herbs were stored. Now Yang Kai had a lot of origin-grade and origin-king-grade herbs, but he couldn't use them for the time being. After all, his alchemy skills were still lacking. There weren't many Saint King grade materials, and his current alchemist rank just so happened to be mid-rank Saint King grade, so if he worked hard enough, he could even refine Saint King grade high-rank pills. Naturally, the more Saint King grade herbs he had, the better, as they could be used in alchemy to enhance his alchemy skills. Yang Kai didn't go overboard. When it came to profiting, there was a limit to how much he could take. He had to make others feel distressed and satisfied without creating a life or death grudge. Yang Kai grasped this limit very well and stopped after filling a ring with Saint King grade herbs. The 2 pitch-black round stones in the black book space were like bottomless pits that could never be filled. The ores Yang Kai had purchased on Water Moon Star last time had been completely consumed by them, so this time it was a good time to replenish them. Worthy of being the storehouse of a Chamber of Commerce branch, the grade of ores stored here was quite good. Yang Kai closed his eyes and stuffed everything inside, only stopping when he felt it was enough. Arriving at the territory where the artifacts were stored, Yang Kai looked around expectantly. He had hoped to find one or two useful artifacts here, preferably defensive ones. As for offensive artifacts, Yang Kai had always held an indifferent attitude. Compared to artifacts, Yang Kai was more willing to believe in his own strength. However, defensive artifacts were different. The more of these artifacts, the better, the easier it would be to protect his life. But after looking around for a while, Yang Kai was disappointed. There were a lot of artifacts here, but none of them caught Yang Kai's eye. The best artifact here was only Saint King grade high rank, and it was a long halberd. Kai Yang had never been interested in this type of weapon. Only those men whose brains were filled with muscles would like to use this type of artifact to show off their might. If he were to use it himself, it would definitely be neither fish nor fowl, and refining it would also take a lot of time. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai reluctantly gave up and left the storehouse. Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng, who had been waiting outside, saw Yang Kai walk out but didn't ask what he had taken, nor did they check the damage inside, simply closing the door behind them. They were still hoping that when the people from the Home Star arrived, Snow Master would help them put in a few good words so that the Home Star would exempt them from punishment. Now that Snow Master wanted something from them, they naturally opened the door wide. Yang Kai couldn't help worrying about Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. If the person in charge of every cultivation star was as irresponsible as Old Ha, wouldn't Hangluo Chamber of Commerce suffer a huge loss? Chapter 1080. Inside Zhong Ao's room, Yang Kai respectfully poured a cup of wine for the old man. The old man was calm and relaxed, enjoying himself without the slightest embarrassment. After filling his cup, Zhong Ao took a sip before curling his lips and putting it down. If you have something to say, just don't have any ideas about this old master's baby. Yang Kai smiled. I didn't mean that, old Zhong worries too much. Junior just wanted to say goodbye to Senior. And Junior is deeply grateful for Senior's care during this time. Regardless of whether Zhong Ao was a good person or not, Yang Kai had indeed received a lot of care from Zhong Ao these days. If not for his guidance, Yang Kai wouldn't have known how to rescue Shui Yu or how to awaken her soul avatar. Although Zhong Ao had also gained a lot, the other party was an old senior, so Yang Kai didn't mind showing some respect. Farewell? Zhong Ao was stunned. You're leaving? I'll be leaving in 2 days. Yang Kai nodded. Zhong Ao's expression became strange. Are you afraid Shui Yu's third young master will come to find trouble with you? It's time to go. When someone from Water Moon Star arrives, if you don't leave, you'll die. Even now, he still believed that Yang Kai was bold enough to touch Shui Yu's woman. Yang Kai didn't explain and simply let Zhong Ao speculate. Little brat, do you want to consider following this old master? Zhong Ao suddenly proposed. It's just a woman. Since Shui Yu is President Aio's son, presumably they won't be unable to see the big picture. As long as you follow this old master, when the time comes, this old master will talk to that little brat and he should be able to turn big things into small ones. Otherwise, how could a third-order saint cultivator escape the pursuit of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce? The territory of Hangluo Star is so large that I'm afraid there will be no place for you to hide. Why does everyone want me to stay? Yang Kai felt depressed in his heart, but on the surface he didn't show it. He knew that old Zhong had taken a fancy to his alchemy aptitude, so he shook his head and said, Old Zhong's kindness is much appreciated, but Junior is determined to leave. Zhong Ao nodded lightly. In that case, this old master won't force you. There are some things here. Take them and have a look. I see that although your aptitude in alchemy is outstanding, you haven't received a systematic education. You don't have a thorough understanding of high-level medicinal herbs and the medicinal effects of pills. These things should be able to help you. Saying so, Yang Kai took out a number of ancient books from his space ring. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he didn't stand on ceremony with him. He took all the books and put them into his ring. Yang Kai was very familiar with these ancient books as they were all part of Zhong Ao's collection. Some of them were written by Zhong Ao himself while others were collected by him from the outside. All of these books explained the medicinal properties, grades, and growing environments of the various herbs in the star territory. As long as he thoroughly understood these things, Yang Kai's alchemy technique would be able to connect with the territory of the star realm. He would no longer encounter a situation where he didn't recognize the herbs. Last time, Yang Kai hadn't been able to see too much and had felt a little regretful, thinking that he might not have such a good opportunity in the future, but he hadn't expected Zhong Ao to take the initiative to deliver it to him. Yang Kai was very grateful. "Little brat, tell this old man, where did you learn your alchemy skills? The spirit arrays you use are somewhat different from the ones in the star territory. Although they come from the same source, there are still some subtle differences." Zhong Ao curiously inquired about Yang Kai's details. "Old Zhong, the place this junior came from is a low-level continent. The strongest cultivator there is a third-order saint, which is the same as this junior's current level. The highest grade of alchemist is saint grade high rank, and the spirit grasses, spirit medicines, and artifacts are all capped at this grade, so I don't know much about materials above saint grade." Yang Kai no longer concealed anything and began chatting with Zhong Ao while drinking wine. Zhong Ao was shocked again and again, feeling that Yang Kai wasn't simple. A person from a low-level continent was actually able to comprehend alchemy to such an extent, solving a problem that had troubled him for 100 years with a single stroke, allowing him to now refine pills that had a 10% chance of forming pill veins. If this boy had been born on one of the best cultivation stars in the star territory, what kind of achievements would he have? Zhong Ao's conversation with Yang Kai became more and more congenial. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai said goodbye and left. Zhong Ao didn't urge him to stay, only telling Yang Kai that without Yang Kai's permission, he wouldn't divulge the method to form pill veins. Yang Kai waved his hand and didn't say anything more. Whether it was artifact refiners, alchemists, or even cultivators, all of them were a group of people who cherished their own secrets and would not reveal their own details. They would treat their precious martial skills and knowledge as secrets that would only be passed down to their own successors. It was impossible for outsiders to pry into their secrets, and once such a situation occurred, they would fight to the death. Zhong Ao, having learned the method to form pill veins from Yang Kai, was already very satisfied, so he naturally wouldn't publicize it. 2 days passed peacefully. Zhong Ao moved back to his mountain valley, apparently to recultivate the 1,000 mu of medicine field. In any case, this old man's cultivation wasn't low and he still had plenty of time to live, so there was plenty of time to cultivate the herbs in the medicine field. Shuayu and Yang Kai had also been cooped up in their rooms for the past 2 days. Holly Ka and Lin Mu Feng also seemed to feel that the atmosphere wasn't quite right, so every day they carefully went about their own business, waiting for someone from the home star to come and deal with the situation here. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to Shuayu's room and, without even asking, pushed open the door and entered. There seemed to be a chill in the room as Shuayu sat at the table, her expression indifferent. When she saw Yang Kai come in, she only raised her eyes and glanced at him. Yang Kai obviously felt that Shuayu's heart was filled with anger, and her attitude was somewhat different from a few days ago. Her tender body was now surrounded by a cold aura. Yang Kai braced himself and sat down in front of her. "Let's have a drink first." Shuayu personally poured a glass of wine and brought it to Yang Kai. "Is it poisonous?" Yang Kai looked at her distrustfully. "What good would it do me to poison you?" Shuayu stared at him coldly. Yang Kai looked at the clear wine and shook his head. Forget it, let's get down to business. There's no need to drink this wine. He was sure that there was something fishy about this wine. With his understanding of Xueyu, this woman wouldn't easily let go of him. Yang Kai was also mentally prepared to shed all pretense of cordiality and make a scene with her. Seeing him so vigilant, Xueyu smiled sarcastically, picked up the glass, and drank it in one gulp. After drinking, she smashed the glass in front of Yang Kai, making a loud thud, as if she was demonstrating her power. Have you thought it over? Have you thought it over? Xueyu didn't answer his question directly. Don't play word games with me, it's meaningless, I gave you an answer 3 days ago. Is there no room for negotiation? Xueyu still didn't give up. No. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Xueyu grit her teeth and shouted, Good, you're right, a forcibly picked melon isn't sweet. You and I are now bound together by the soul chains. If I really force you to stay, if one day you commit suicide, I'll be buried with you. It's not worth it. If you want to leave, then we'll break the soul chains and no one will care about the other from now on. It's good that you understand. Yang Kai was overjoyed hearing this. Don't be so happy. Xueyu slowly got up and took a few steps forward, gently opening her red lips. The reason why I'm so stubborn and unwilling to let you go may be because of the soul chains, but you're right, a large part of it is because of my girly heart. From the age of 3 until now, only in front of you can I truly let go of myself. I've been very happy during this time. Old Zong told me that in order to wake me up, you almost lost your life. Although I don't know what happened during that time, since Old Zong said so, he wouldn't lie. I must thank you, because no one has ever fought so hard for a woman like me. This is the first time I've ever been cared for as a woman. Yang Kai frowned, secretly becoming vigilant. The more Xueyu spoke, the more he felt a sense of crisis. For someone like her, once she revealed her true feelings but didn't receive any response, the consequences would be extremely terrible. Once we release the soul chains, without that layer of binding, I don't know what I will do, but I will most likely try to kill you. Xueyu stood behind Yang Kai, placing her hands on his shoulders, leaning over and exhaling. I'm mentally prepared, don't worry, I'll definitely run far away so you won't be able to find me, Yang Kai nodded. Your strength is too low, if I really wanted to find you, it wouldn't matter where you hid. Xueyu still whispered into Yang Kai's ear, her cold tone showing signs of melting as she softly said, even a woman like me can't keep you? Yang Kai didn't make a sound, but inexplicably, he felt a burst of sadness in his heart. You really are heartless. Xueyu ground her teeth and shouted. The next moment, Yang Kai felt a sharp pain in his neck as a warm liquid flowed out, followed by 2 drops of warm liquid dripping down his neck. He almost couldn't help but say a few words of comfort. After a long time, Xueyu released Yang Kai, her mouth full of golden blood. She swallowed it down and ground her teeth. Today, I drank your blood in return for all the disrespect you've shown me. If I ever see you again, I'll skin you alive and eat your flesh. Don't doubt me, I'll do as I say. Now go, never appear in front of me again, because I don't know what I'll do. She turned her back to Yang Kai, her shoulders trembling as she spoke. Yang Kai sighed softly, stood up, opened his mouth, but still didn't know what to say. Listening to the sound of Yang Kai's departing footsteps, Xueyu's beautiful eyes filled with tears. She knew that she would never have the chance to live as she wished again. From today onwards, she would become Xueyu's 3rd young master again. The star shuttle shot out like a bolt of lightning, breaking through the shackles of space and quickly flying towards the star field. After an hour, Yang Kai stopped and stood in the middle of the star field, overlooking the 5 colors of Rainfall Star. In his knowledge sea, it was as if a layer of shackles had been lifted, giving Yang Kai an illusion of freedom. Suddenly, a questioning voice sounded in his ear. Yang Kai responded in an affirmative tone. With a bang, the invisible shackles in his knowledge sea suddenly broke, and all his worries about Xueyu disappeared in an instant, Yang Kai's mood suddenly brightening. Chapter 1081. Before this, Yang Kai wasn't quite sure how much of an effect the soul chains had on him, but the moment the soul chains were lifted, he understood that this soul skill had many mysteries. Not only could it tightly link two people's lives together, but it could also make two people develop a good impression of each other for no reason, making them reluctant to part with each other. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if Xueyu hadn't used this soul skill on such a young man, but instead on an old man or a young woman who was half buried in the ground. What would the result have been? Could it have made the two of them fall in love with each other? Thinking of this possibility, Yang Kai couldn't help shuddering. But now, the soul chains had been completely lifted by the mutual consent of both parties, and the feelings that had been imposed on Yang Kai had also disappeared. At this moment, besides feeling a little bit of regret, he no longer felt reluctant to part with Xueyu. Whether it was in terms of appearance, identity, or cultivation, Xueyu was a good woman. Any man would feel regret for missing out on such a good match. The moment the soul chains were lifted, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tore space, escaping 1,000 kilometers away. Xueyu had said that once the soul chains were no longer binding her, she didn't know what she would do. Yang Kai estimated that it was very likely she would try to kill him. He knew so many of her secrets and had even hugged her, so with her cruel temperament, it would be strange for her to let him leave safely. Therefore, Yang Kai had first used his star shuttle to leave Rainfall Star and release the soul chains with Xueyu at the maximum distance possible. This was to give himself some time to escape, lest Xueyu turn hostile on him on the spot. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. After tearing space 10 times in a row, Yang Kai was already 10,000 kilometers away, tossing pills into his mouth to restore his spiritual energy while desperately controlling his star shuttle to escape. He always felt a murderous intent following behind him like a shadow. 10 days later, in the territory of Rainfall Star, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on his star shuttle, allowing it to carry him forward. The star shuttle had been engraved with a star by Yang Kai and was now moving towards a distant location. Rainfall Star had long since disappeared, and looking back, all Yang Kai could see were the twinkling stars. After running for more than 10 days without any pursuit, Yang Kai felt he should be safe, otherwise, with the resources Xueyu's grasp, they should have already caught up to him. He had even thought he could escape, if he was forced, he could simply hide in the void and never come out, Xueyu wouldn't be able to catch him. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Yang Kai felt several life forces break into the range of his divine sense. Yang Kai's divine sense, which contained the subtle power of space, quickly withdrew, and before these people could notice, Yang Kai had already grasped their information. 3 people, 3 first-order Saint Kings, each of them controlling a star shuttle and rapidly flying towards him. Yang Kai could feel that they had been flying through Rainfall Star's territory for quite some time now, each of them consuming a great deal of energy. Were they sent by Xueyu, or were they just passing by? Yang Kai couldn't tell, so he quietly concealed his aura and flew in a different direction, preparing to avoid these 3 people and not cause any unnecessary trouble. But to his surprise, even after he changed direction several times in succession, the 3 of them still followed him like maggots in a tarsal bone, unable to be shaken off. Moreover, as time passed, the distance between them became closer and closer. At this point, if Yang Kai still didn't understand the purpose of these 3 people, he would have lived for so many years in vain. These 3 people were definitely pursuers sent by Xueyu, otherwise, their goal would not have been so clear. Sitting atop his star shuttle, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared behind him, not continuing to move forward. What did Xueyu mean by this? 3 first-order Saint Kings wanted to capture him? She was well aware of his strength. Back on Water Moon Star, he had killed a Saint King realm cultivator as a second-order saint. Now that he had reached the third-order saint realm, how could 3 such cultivators be enough to capture him? It wasn't that she didn't have a stronger cultivator under her command. Ha Li Ka and Lin Mu Feng were both origin returning realm masters, while there were plenty of second or third order Saint Kings in the branch. As long as she gave the order, Ha Li Ka would have no choice but to come. But she had only sent 3 first order cultivators. Did she want to use these 3 people's lives to make a clean break with him, to express her innermost thoughts and determination? This was in line with her temperament. Understanding her intentions, Yang Kai grinned. This was also good. Shui Yu's actions had made the last trace of regret in his heart disappear. If they ever met again in the future, Yang Kai believed that Shui Yu would definitely try to kill him to wash away her previous shame. She would never act so seductively towards him again. However, Yang Kai had already made up his mind not to have anything to do with this woman again, so there would be no further interaction between them in the future. Yang Kai sat in place while the divine senses of the 3 men swept the area around him in a daze, obviously not aware of his existence. It wasn't until they got closer that the 3 of them seemed to have discovered a new world and became excited, quickly withdrawing their divine senses from Yang Kai and flying over. Seeing these 3 idiots standing not far in front of him, surrounding him in a triangular formation, each of them wearing a look of grievance and anger, Yang Kai knew that Shui Yu had deliberately made things difficult for them and had no choice but to come. Since Shui Yu had sent them here to die, they must have done something to provoke this woman and made her unhappy. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with them and had never even seen them before, so naturally he didn't feel any psychological burden to kill them. Little brat, daring to touch Shui Yu's 3rd young master's woman, you're quite bold, aren't you? Although that woman has nothing good about her, making father feel very uncomfortable, her identity is not something a piece of trash like you can touch. We brothers have received orders to bring you back alive, so if you obediently cooperate, we'll make sure you suffer less, otherwise we'll break your arms and legs and make you face a life or death situation. A burly man on the left shouted. Damn it, father has lived for so many years yet has never flown a star shuttle into the star field. This time, I've suffered such a big loss at the hands of that woman. Boy, how are you going to compensate me? The young man in front of him also glared at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with anger, apparently blaming Yang Kai for his suffering. Flying a star shuttle through the star field was not a pleasant experience. Generally, they would take a starship to travel back and forth from Cultivation Star, occasionally carrying out some exploratory tasks, but it would only take them 3 to 5 days to return. But this time, they had chased Yang Kai for more than 10 days, all of them exhausted and consuming a massive amount of Saint crystals. Such a loss naturally had to be recouped from Yang Kai's head. Heh, that woman only told the 3 of us to bring this little brat back, but she didn't say anything about taking his things back. I heard that before he planned to escape, he used that woman's name to get Master Ha Li Ka and Master Lin Mu Feng to open the storehouse and take a lot of good things from there, tens of thousands of high-rank Saint crystals alone. The last man said greedily. Really? The big man and the young man both cast their eyes towards the space ring on Yang Kai's finger, their eyes spitting fire. Tens of thousands of Saint crystals was not a small number, so all 3 of them were extremely tempted. I took 50,000 Saint crystals. Yang Kai chuckled, holding up the ring on his hand and saying, it's all inside, there are also some Saint King Great Herbs and 5 Elements ores, the total value is probably no less than 100,000 Saint crystals. Hearing what he said, no matter who it was, all 3 of them couldn't help breathing heavily, the greed and covetousness in their eyes becoming so strong that it was almost impossible to disperse. Little brat, hand over that ring and I promise not to hurt a single hair on your head, provided you cooperate. The big man stretched out his hand to Yang Kai and shouted. You want it? Answer my question, Yang Kai smiled. If you have something to say, then say it. Hurry up and finish this matter so we can go back as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here a moment longer, the big man said impatiently. Flying a star shuttle through the star field was very dangerous. Not only was it consuming one's strength at all times, but there was also the star field storms and fast-moving asteroids. If one was not careful, one could easily be hit by one of them, putting one's life in danger. This time, if it weren't for that woman's coercion, none of these three would have been willing to accept such a difficult task. Even Master Hali Ka had been angered by that smelly woman. Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to want to cooperate, the big man hurriedly urged him. "How did you find me? It's not that I'm looking down on you, it's just that with the three of your abilities, there's no way you could track me down so accurately," Yang Kai asked curiously. The three of them glanced at each other and grinned meaningfully. The big man didn't try to hide anything, flipping his hand and summoning a colorful ribbon into his palm. This ribbon was tossed out by him and seemed to be attracted by some kind of force, flying directly towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang's face changed slightly, and he quickly grabbed the ribbon in his hand. It still had the sweet scent of snow moon lingering on it. Just by relying on this? Yang Kai frowned. "What is this?" "You're asking me, but who should I ask?" The big man grinned. "Before we left, that woman gave it to me, saying that if I followed its guidance, I would be able to find your location. The reason we were able to track you down was because of it." Yang Kai stared at him deeply, feeling that there was no need for the other party to lie to him. Looking at the ribbon again, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to understand something and grit his teeth. "That cheap slut." At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly understood where the problem lay. That woman was truly worthy of being called a scheming person. A simple conversation before parting had actually been used by her to such an extent. The wine Snow Moon had prepared at that time was just a smokescreen. There really wasn't any medicine in it, it was just to numb Yang Kai's nerves. Her real purpose was to bite his neck while she was crying out in grief and indignation. When she bit him, she must have done something to his body unknown to him, otherwise, how could she have determined his location with just a ribbon? Chapter 1082. After figuring out what method these three people were using to pursue him, Yang Kai calmed down. As long as he knew the method, it wouldn't be difficult to resolve. Yang Kai casually put the colorful ribbon into his space ring and stared at the three people indifferently. Since Shuiyu had already made her position and attitude clear, Yang Kai should respond in kind and settle this matter with her. With a loud shout, the big man on the left suddenly pushed his strength, seemingly aware of the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, and didn't hesitate to take the initiative. The other two didn't make any moves, simply crossing their arms and smiling as they watched the show, preparing to enjoy the miserable appearance of Yang Kai being trampled. In their opinion, Yang Kai was just a third-order saint cultivator, so no matter which of the three of them attacked, they could easily take him down. There was no reason for them to lose. A thick and heavy aura burst from the big man's body, causing the entire star field to become strange. From all directions, a huge pressure pressed down on Yang Kai, each one as terrifying as a tsunami. Yang Kai's bones instantly began to crack, as if they were about to be crushed. The big man grinned fiercely as a phantom appeared behind him. This phantom quickly grew in size and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a 300-meter-tall giant. This giant lifted a foot wrapped in yellow energy and stomped down towards Yang Kai. A soul-extinguishing pressure shot out from the giant's eyes and targeted Yang Kai's knowledge sea. As soon as he saw that the other party was using a soul skill, Yang Kai grinned and stood in place calmly, not dodging or evading, simply waiting for this soul skill to invade his body. If the other party had used their physical strength to attack Yang Kai, he might have been able to contend with him, but using a soul skill like this was nothing short of stupid. Yang Kai's spiritual energy far exceeded his physical strength, reaching the level of a second-order Saint King at the very least. Coupled with his strange conflagrated knowledge sea, even if he fought against a third-order Saint King using a soul skill, he wouldn't necessarily suffer a loss. This big man was just a first-order Saint King who wanted to use his strength to bully the weak and win in a single blow, so how could he have known about Yang Kai's strange abilities? Layers upon layers of spiritual energy fluctuations mixed with the burly man's comprehension of the domain seeped into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, but before this spiritual energy could play its proper role, it was enveloped by a scorching force and burned to ashes in an instant. The big man's calm expression suddenly changed as his body trembled, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle and his face suddenly went pale. The strange combination of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea and his own strength had caused the big man to suffer a big loss in an instant. The spiritual energy that had invaded Yang Kai's knowledge sea was immediately damaged and the big man felt an intense pain in his head, making it almost impossible for him to think. At the same time as the big man screamed, a spear covered in black demonic flame appeared in Yang Kai's hand and before the big man could react, Yang Kai threw it towards him. *Xiao, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Perceiving the approaching crisis, the big man instinctively pushed his strength to protect himself, summoning a Saint King grade mid-rank defensive artifact in front of him. This artifact was shaped like an umbrella, and as it rotated, it was able to reflect many attacks. The big man had relied on this umbrella artifact to block many fatal attacks. He believed that this time would be no exception. As long as he could block this attack, he would be able to survive. He still had two companions who hadn't made a move yet. The umbrella-like artifact didn't play the protective role it should have, and the spear burning with demonic flame disappeared the moment Yang Kai attacked. In the next moment, it strangely reappeared 3 inches in front of the big man. The spear broke through the seal of space and quickly appeared from the void bit by bit. As the burly man screamed in horror, it pierced through his body that was as hard as gold and stone. A feeling of alternating heat and cold spread from the spear as the black demonic flame ignited all over his body. The contradictory combination of bone-chilling cold and monstrous heat made it impossible for the big man to defend himself. No matter how he pushed his strength, he couldn't extinguish the demonic flame on his body, only allowing it to grow stronger and stronger. This demonic flame seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. The big man's clothes, flesh, and even his Saint Chi were all turned into fuel, causing the demonic flame to burn even more fiercely. The burly man had completely turned into a burning black fireball. He screamed and wailed in agony. Like a headless fly, he attacked randomly in the starry sky, running further and further away. Soon, he was nowhere to be seen. The expressions of the other 2 people who had been watching the show from the sidelines changed, no longer seeming as calm as before. Everyone's expressions were extremely dignified as a deep sense of dread and horror appeared in the depths of their eyes. It wasn't that they didn't know about fighting above their own realm. Anyone who could become a cultivator of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's branch basically had their own unique skills and could fight above their own realm, but even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Killing a high-level martial artist in the blink of an eye with a difference of 1 realm was something that they didn't even dare to think about. But now, it was happening right under their noses. They immediately realized the horror of Yang Kai and knew that they had taken on an extraordinary task this time. Without any discussion or exchange of glances, the 2 of them attacked Yang Kai at the same time, not daring to hold back. They just wanted to get rid of Yang Kai as soon as possible. One of them took out a drum-like artifact and while rushing towards Yang Kai, he struck the drum with the drumstick in his hand. *Dong, the deep sound seemed to spread to the deepest part of the star territory, accompanied by a thick murderous intent that shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai opened his left hand and condensed the grand heavenly shield in front of him, but the invisible attack had already arrived. The grand heavenly shield seemed to have been hit by a fierce attack, the surface of the shield fiercely caved in and almost shattered. The other person held a long sword in his hand, his sword intent on awe-inspiring. From the long sword, a rainbow light shot out, coordinating with the sound wave attack of the drum, desperately attacking Yang Kai. The grand heavenly shield lasted less than 3 breaths before shattering. Saint Kings were no longer small fries. Each of them had experienced countless life or death battles and spent countless years cultivating painstakingly in order to achieve their current level of strength. Facing the all-out attack of these two, Yang Kai didn't dare to show the slightest carelessness. Demonic flames surged all over his body as a pitch-black dragon appeared behind him. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, the dragon shook its head and wagged its tail. Its eyes were even larger than houses as it aggressively welcomed the two people pouncing towards it. Yang Kai stepped on top of the dragon's head as a vast sea of spiritual energy rushed towards the two men. His hands were not idle either, constantly condensing his Saint Chi and using his 9 heavens divine skills which contained the mysteries of space. The profound heavenly sword, heaven-punishing spear, heaven-covering hand, each strike broke through the blockade of space, disappearing and reappearing at will, making it impossible for these two to guard against. After cultivating for so long, Yang Kai had also figured out one thing, and that was that there was no strict distinction between good and bad martial skills. As one's strength grew and one's understanding of the mysteries of their strength increased, even low-level martial skills could play a huge role. Martial skills were not like artifacts. A low-level artifact was a low-level artifact, it could never become a high-level artifact, nor could it cope with high-level battles. Martial skills, on the other hand, were flexible uses of one's strength. Even at the end of one's cultivation, there was no need for martial skills. As long as one had enough control over their own strength, they could adapt to the situation as the battle progressed. The development of martial skills was only to set a standard for cultivator, allowing them to understand the mysteries of their own strength through the use of martial skills. Therefore, after arriving in Star Territory, the artifacts and herbs Yang Kai had brought from Tongxian realm were of no use, except for the soul-warming lotus and demon eye of annihilation, but he could still use his martial skills freely. An extremely fierce aura exuded from the black dragon's body, causing the two Saint King realm cultivators' courage to tremble. Even though they tried their best to attack Yang Kai and the black dragon, they were unable to cause any damage. The black dragon pressed down on them like a collapsing mountain, and the infinite pressure it exerted made it impossible for them to move. The gigantic dragon's mouth opened wide and swallowed one of the men in one gulp. Then, it bit down on the body of the other man. Although it didn't bite him in half, the pitch-black demonic flames directly spread to his body. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't extinguish the flames. He directly followed in the footsteps of the first man. The screams gradually weakened and eventually faded away. The black dragon dissipated and turned into a cluster of flames that poured into Yang Kai's body. In the vast star field, only 2 burned corpses remained. Yang Kai stood in place and waited for a long time, but did not absorb the spiritual energy of the dead as he usually did. Shaking his head helplessly, Yang Kai knew that the souls of these 2 people should have been completely burned away by the demonic flames. There was nothing to feel regretful about. Yang Kai glanced in the direction of Rainfall Star before summoning his star shuttle and disappearing. Rainfall Star, inside the palace of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's branch. Shuiyu, who was wearing a bright red palace dress, closed her beautiful eyes and sat motionlessly on a chair. Her beautiful face was expressionless, and no one could tell whether she was happy, angry, or sad. Holly Ka, Lin Mu Feng, and the middle-aged woman all stood nearby, glancing at each other from time to time, but none of them dared to speak. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive to the extreme. None of them knew what had happened. Shuiyu had actually sent 3 First-Order Saint King cultivator to pursue Yang Kai after he left. Yang Kai had worked hard for nearly a year to awaken Shuiyu. Holly Ka and the others had all witnessed this, so they really couldn't understand what this master and servant pair were up to. How had they become enemies? Could it be that little brat had abandoned her? Holly Ka and the others all had this conjecture. On top of that, Old Zong didn't seem to care about this matter at all. The branch's 3 leaders were all worried to death. Just as they were wondering though, Holly Ka's face suddenly changed and he took out a wooden token from his space ring, examined it carefully for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, Master Shui, He Ying and the other two, are dead. Shui Yu's beautiful eyes slowly opened, but she didn't seem surprised at all. Her furrowed brow also relaxed at this moment, as if she had put down some heavy burden and let out a long sigh. Chapter 1083. After learning about the death of the three people she had sent out, Shui Yu didn't say anything, simply standing up and walking towards her room. Master Shui. Holly Ka stepped forward and called out. Shui Yu paused and turned around to stare at him coldly. Holly Ka couldn't help feeling a sense of panic as he stared at the beautiful stars in her eyes, gulping nervously. He didn't know why, but he saw the shadow of Shui Yu's third young master in those eyes. Holly Ka, as the person in charge of Rainfall Stars branch, had naturally seen Shui Yu's third young master and had also experienced his methods, so he was all too familiar with this look. It was clearly the look on Shui Yu's third young master's face when he was angry. Not thinking about why these two people with different surnames would have the same look, Holly Ka quickly asked, Master Shui, Black Eagle and the others were killed by little brother Yang? Yes. Shui Yu nodded gently. Holly Ka, Lin Mu Feng, and the middle-aged woman all paled. How is that possible? Little brother Yang is only a third-order saint, even if he can fight across realms, at most he can deal with one person. How could he be their opponent when three of them joined forces? Lin Mu Feng shook his head like a rattle, unable to believe Shui Yu's words. That was 3 Saint King Realm Cultivator, not 3 saints, this was simply too incredible. Then how do you think they died? Shui Yu looked at Lin Mu Feng faintly, the latter not knowing how to answer. Holly Ka, on the other hand, carefully asked, Master Shui, why did you seem so happy after hearing the news of Black Shadow and the others' deaths? Am I? Shui Yu's expression remained indifferent. Holly Ka shook his head, no longer dwelling on this issue. Black Shadow and the others had died because they weren't strong enough, they couldn't blame anyone else. After thinking about it for a moment, Holly Ka asked, Master Shui, that Yang Kai is your guard, but he killed 3 of my branch's people, how should we deal with him? How can we deal with him? He's no longer my guard. If you see him in the future, capture him alive, I want him to taste all the torture in this world. Shui Yu ordered. Her voice was as cold as the cold wind from the 9 nether purgatory as she slowly walked away with her hands behind her back. The 3 people in the hall looked at each other. Master Shui seems to have let go of something. The middle-aged woman looked pensive. I don't quite understand, why did the 2 of them seem to be on good terms a few days ago, but in the blink of an eye, they suddenly became enemies? Holly Ka looked confused. The matters of the youngsters. Sigh, let's not get involved. Since Master Shui has instructed us to do so, we'll just do as she says. But what a pity, that brat actually has such terrifying strength. If we had known earlier, we would have kept him and nurtured him properly. Holly Ka also nodded fiercely, feeling it was a real pity. A third-order saint cultivator being able to kill 3 saint kings, such aptitude and strength were extremely rare even in the entire star territory. The next time they met, they could only follow Master Shui's orders and capture him alive. In the vast star territory, the star field was filled with twinkling stars, like beautiful eyes that only knew how to speak. Yang Kai had been wandering the star territory for half a year now. Since leaving Rainfall Star, he had been heading towards another cultivation star. The star array above his knowledge sea provided him with a lot of convenience. At the very least, he knew where his goal was and wouldn't get lost in the star field. If it were anyone else, flying a star shuttle through the star field for half a year, they would likely have lost their way long ago. However, Yang Kai, who had mastered the star array, didn't need to worry about this. The distance between cultivation stars was variable. If one wanted to take root and survive in a place, one's own strength was essential. Fortunately, he had many advantages that others could not match. Conflagrated knowledge c. Demon god golden blood, a huge reserve of Saint Chi, and his aptitude that had been tempered to the limit. These various advantages convinced Yang Kai that as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to stand above the rest of the world. He had walked this path once before. On Tong Xian realm, he had gone from obscurity to fame, from a solitary figure to a master who commanded millions, so he was no stranger to it. Now, Yang Kai was simply retracing the path he had taken before, so although it would take a little longer, it wasn't a big problem. The star shuttle quickly moved forward, and Yang Kai didn't waste any time. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and frowned as he glanced to the side, a look of surprise flashing across his face. More than a dozen blue lights were rapidly approaching from the side, each representing a star shuttle. They moved like the wind, led by a monster race man with 2 horns on his head. Yang Kai didn't know which branch he belonged to, but the hair on his cheeks was very lush, giving him an extremely rough appearance. Around this man were gathered cultivators from various races, each of them exuding Saint King realm fluctuations, each of them holding a different type of artifact, their eyes cold. Yang Kai had been immersed in his own world, so by the time he noticed them and tried to avoid them, it was already too late. Yang Kai had not expected that in this vast star territory, he would encounter a group of cultivators who also used star shuttles. The dozen blue lights quickly approached and soon arrived beside Yang Kai, all of them staring at him curiously, but after discovering that Yang Kai was just a third-order saint cultivator, their eyes suddenly filled with disdain, some of them even pointing at Yang Kai and laughing unscrupulously. The leader of the group was a man from the demon clan. He was born with a pair of triangular snake eyes. He held a silver spear in his hand. The spear glowed brightly and was engraved with blue patterns. Waves of dense water energy rippled from the spear. His cold eyes swept over Yang Kai's body, his divine sense sweeping over him without any scruples, as if he wanted to see through Yang Kai from the inside out. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he sat atop his star shuttle. "Boy, did you see anyone else pass by here?" The monster race man asked, his voice like thunder, exploding in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai shook his head. "You really didn't see anyone?" The monster race man seemed to be in disbelief as he stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. "That group of people was clearly heading in your direction. We followed them all the way here, how could you not see them? Did you accept some kind of benefit from them and not want to reveal their whereabouts?" He obviously felt that Yang Kai was lying to him. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "You're the only group of people I've encountered in the past few months, I really haven't met anyone else before this." Yang Kai's attitude could be considered friendly and kind, but he didn't want to stir up any trouble. He just wanted to reach his destination as soon as possible and settle down on that cultivation star. Drifting around the star field all the time was not a pleasant experience, and the heavenly spirit ghost orchid's medicinal efficacies were almost completely exhausted. "DG, this boy's courage isn't ordinary," a woman next to him suddenly said. A third-order saint cultivator who could face so many saint kings without batting an eyelid was either a madman, a daredevil, or someone with some kind of backing. The woman felt that the latter was more likely. The monster race man named DG nodded. "This little brat's cheeky face is obviously not a good thing. He must have seen that group of people but deliberately didn't tell us." Someone else interjected, glaring at Yang Kai with unkind eyes, seemingly wanting to attack Yang Kai. DG stared at Yang Kai coldly, his eyes flashing slightly, but he didn't take a stand. "Why bother with his nonsense, just kill him and let me refine his soul. Won't we know if he's lying or not?" Another man shouted, looking quite impatient as he shouted, "If you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite." Yang Kai glanced over at him and grinned meaningfully, a cold light flashing across the depths of his eyes. Chapter 1084. Forget it, there's no need to complicate matters, he doesn't look like he's lying. The monster race man named DG suddenly shook his head. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he didn't seem to have any intention of attacking Yang Kai, instead saying loudly, "Little brat, you should be tactful. Our group has been running around here for a long time trying to find traces of some people, but we haven't been able to find them. We've consumed a lot of saint crystals and don't have much left. If you give me some saint crystals and some restorative pills, I won't embarrass you." Yang Kai frowned. He had thought that this group of people would definitely attack him, but now things had taken a turn for the worse. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai readily agreed, "Good." Saying so, the space ring on Yang Kai's hand flashed and thousands of high-rank saint crystals flew out towards Yang Kai. When the group of people saw these saint crystals flying over, their eyes all went red and they began snatching them up, each of them bursting with joy. They had probably been wandering the star territory for a long time, otherwise, with their strength, it would have been impossible for them to be so happy just because they obtained some saint crystals. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking back to the Hizeo and Himiao sisters from Sword Union. In the chaotic abyss, the two sisters had also exhausted their saint crystals and recovery pills and had had to find a hole to hide in to avoid the raging power of the star field. If it weren't for Yang Kai's assistance, the two sisters would have died long ago. After staying in the star field for so long, saint crystals and recovery pills had become a lifeline. Seeing Yang Kai toss out 1,000 high-rank saint crystals without even blinking, DG couldn't help showing a look of surprise. He hadn't expected this young man to be so rich. Being able to toss out 1,000 high-rank saint crystals meant he had even more saint crystals in his space ring. For a time, DG couldn't help feeling excited. Not only him, but the other cultivator holding Yang Kai's saint crystals also had greedy looks as they stared at the ring on Yang Kai's hand, all of them wishing they could rush up and snatch it away. A few of them had already quietly moved away, hiding their strength and waiting for DG's order to take Yang Kai's life. The woman who had spoken before was also looking at DG. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity. DG's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle before he suddenly grinned and said to Yang Kai, "Boy, if you're smart, I'll spare your life this time. Let's go." The group of people reluctantly followed behind DG, many of them wondering why he would let go of such a fat sheep. His strength was low, he was young, and he had so many saint crystals, there was no reason to let him go. But since Dicky had spoken, they didn't refute him. They just kept sighing. The group of people gradually walked away until Yang Kai could no longer be seen. The woman said, "DG, this is not your style. What are you worried about?" DG snorted and looked back, finding that everyone in the group was looking at him, seemingly wanting him to give an explanation, so he couldn't help shouting, "I've seen many bold people, but that little brat isn't just bold. You're all blind. Didn't you notice that he wasn't afraid of us at all? He's only a third-order saint, why isn't he afraid of us? In this vast star territory, he's all alone, if we kill him, no one will know. Why isn't he afraid of us?" Someone thought for a moment and muttered, "Could it be there are other elders around him waiting to ambush him?" "Yes, a stupid pig like you should die early and be reincarnated." DG shouted angrily, "It must have been hard for you to live until now." The man who was scolded blushed but didn't dare refute, only muttering a few words, no one understanding what he was talking about. On the other hand, the woman thoughtfully asked, "You don't mean to say that little brat is so fearless that he isn't afraid we'll kill him, right?" DG nodded, "That should be the case." "How could that be? He's just a third-order saint. There are so many of us here, how could he possibly kill all of us?" The woman shouted in disbelief. "He can't kill us, but I'm afraid we can't kill him either. That little brat must have a powerful master behind him who probably has an artifact bestowed upon him by his elders. Once we start fighting, he'll be able to use that artifact to escape. At that time, we won't be able to reap any benefits and will only end up embarrassing ourselves. When his elders come knocking on our door, who would be able to eat them? Listening to DG's words, the woman and the others all showed thoughtful expressions. The more they thought about it, the more they felt DG's words made sense. If he didn't have any backing, how could a third-order saint remain indifferent when facing so many cultivators who were far stronger than him? Then why did you still dare to ask him for saint crystals? After the woman figured it out, she couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Wouldn't that create a grudge with him? It's not that serious, DG waved his hand. DG waved his hand, it's just a few saint crystals. Since he has the protection of his elders, naturally he won't place them in his eyes. He probably also knows that I'm just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Otherwise, how could a group of people show off in front of him for so long only to retreat with their tails between their legs? Didn't you see him throw those saint crystals over so easily? That little brat is a shrewd man who knows how to deal with people. Are all youngsters nowadays so difficult to deal with? Can't they give us some space to live? The woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly as she played with the saint crystals in her hand, discovering that they were all high-rank goods, immediately understanding that DG was telling the truth. A young third-order saint being able to possess such a rich fortune was definitely a gift from his elders. Regardless of that little brat, the person we're looking for must be hiding nearby. You take a group of people and we'll split up to search. When we find him, send me a message. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can go back. After drifting here for half a year, I really don't want to stay here any longer. Okay, the woman nodded, picking out half of the people in the group and splitting up with DG. Aboard his star shuttle, Yang Kai remained calm, the little episode just now having no effect on him. With his understanding of the Tao of space, his ability to escape had also gradually improved. Now, as long as he didn't encounter a master above the origin returning realm, he wasn't afraid. At worst, he could simply tear space and escape. No one would dare to chase him into the void. However, since 1,000 saint crystals could save him some trouble, he was happy to do so. Time passed by as Yang Kai continued to move towards his goal. On this day, he'd charged into an ocean of meteors. There were countless meteors of various sizes as far as the eye could see. They were large like mountains and small like jade plates, and the endless stream of meteors had converged into a grand ocean. In the starry sky, there were many such asteroid seas, some of which even star shuttles had to travel for several months before they could escape. Generally speaking, these asteroid seas followed the flow of the current without any particular pattern. When a starship sailed, it would prioritize avoiding these asteroid seas. These asteroids not only affected the speed of navigation but also added great danger to the starship. A single mishap could lead to the destruction of the starship. A good chart master would carve a suitable route according to the destination of the starship so that it could travel safely. After arriving here, Yang Kai couldn't let his star shuttle move forward on its own because if he made a mistake, it would hit an oncoming meteorite. He had to temporarily put aside his other matters and focus on controlling his star shuttle. Shuttling through the dense asteroid sea, after 10 days or so, Yang Kai arrived at the center of the asteroid sea. In front of him was still an endless sea of meteorites, with no end in sight. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry though. In any case, he didn't have anything urgent to do. Amidst the dark asteroid sea, a burst of light suddenly bloomed in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and quickly released his divine sense to investigate. Various life auras, both strong and weak, came from that direction as well as the sound of fierce fighting. There are actually people in this place? Yang Kai felt a little strange, and looking at the situation in front of him, it seemed that there was some kind of dispute and a desperate struggle. Involuntarily, Yang Kai thought of the group of people he met a few days ago. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Yang Kai had been wandering around the star field for half a year and hadn't seen a single person. Now that he met them again, it was very likely that they were the same group. Last time, Yang Kai had learned from the other party's words that they were chasing after his enemy. Judging from the current situation, they should have caught up. Yang Kai quietly rushed over and hid his aura, soon arriving behind a huge meteorite. Using the cover of the meteorite, he looked over and found that his guess was correct. One side of the battle was the group of cultivators led by DG. Originally, there were nearly 20 of them, but now, less than half were left. The others were nowhere to be seen, but judging from the crimson bloodstains and broken limbs on the nearby meteorites, the missing half were most likely dead. The group of cultivators who were fighting DG and the others were not faring much better. Everyone was doing their best and panting heavily, using all kinds of subtle secret arts and artifacts, many of them cursing as they fought. Both sides were in a tragic situation, with people constantly injured and dying. Yang Kai hid nearby, so no one noticed that the souls of the dead cultivators were all being sucked into Yang Kai's knowledge sea by an invisible suction force. These people were all Saint King Realm Masters and would be of great benefit to Yang Kai's cultivation and comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly way. Yang Kai was happy to see this and quietly moved towards the center of the battlefield, waiting to receive the souls of the dead cultivators. DG and his group were not good people. Yang Kai could see this from their previous attitude towards him. If it weren't for DG having scruples at that time, these people would have definitely attacked him. So, even if they all died, Yang Kai didn't care. Yang Kai didn't know the people fighting DG, so there was no need for him to stand up for them. Yang Kai liked to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight while reaping the benefits of the fishermen. Yang Kai didn't know how long the two sides had been fighting, but from the extent of their consumption, it should have been at least 1 or 2 hours. The battlefield was constantly shifting as the meteorite sea drifted. Yang Kai had been moving with them all this time, secretly praying that the remaining cultivators would die early and reincarnate. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people left alive. No matter which side it was, there were only 3 or 5 people left. Even third-order Saint Kings couldn't avoid the call of death. Yang Kai, on the other hand, keenly noticed that there was one person who, even after seeing his companions die, didn't care about them at all. Instead, he simply ran back and forth across the asteroids, carefully inspecting them one by one, as if he was looking for something. A moment later, Yang Kai reached out and took out the 2 saint crystals he had placed at the base of the space array. The 2 high-rank saint crystals had already lost their energy and replaced them with 2 other intact high-rank saint crystals before pouring his true chi into them and activating the space array. A bright light flashed and the center of the gate in front of him rippled, gradually becoming unreal and illusory. Yang Kai's threads of divine sense penetrated the gate and coincided with the power fluctuations of the space array, traversing tens of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. He didn't see anyone, only a grotesque land. Here, the vegetation was lush, the sun was bright, and the land was thriving. With a single glance, one could tell that this was a rich land. Yang Kai took back his threads of divine sense and, without hesitation, walked towards the gate of the space array. In a flash, Yang Kai appeared on the same continent he had seen before. The world energy aura was overwhelming, causing Yang Kai's expression to change slightly. The world energy aura on this continent was actually richer than on Rainfall Star. Although it couldn't be compared to the floating continent, it was definitely not something other cultivation stars could compare with. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid tattoo on his chest finally played a huge role. Under the large mouth on the tattoo, a large amount of world energy actively rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a relaxed look, even thinking about entering retreat here until the heavenly spirit ghost orchid's medicinal efficacies wore off. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid was simply too rare. If it weren't for giving Shuayu face, Holly Ka wouldn't have given this treasure to Yang Kai. Although the medicinal efficacies would only last for 2 to 3 years before gradually disappearing, so far, only half of that time had passed. Yang Kai really didn't want to waste it. Thinking so, Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. In the starry skies, he could perfectly conceal his aura and prevent others from discovering him. However, he couldn't do so here. Even if he could restrain his aura, the heavenly spirit ghost orchid was constantly devouring the world energy. This kind of abnormality would be easily detected by others. Sure enough, just as he began to worry, the cultivator who had arrived here first flew over from a short distance away. There weren't many of them, each side only having 3 or 5 people. They all seemed to be wondering why someone had suddenly broken into this place. A moment later, the two sides who had been fighting before gathered together, all of them curiously staring at Yang Kai, wondering which side he belonged to. The monster race man named DG was stunned for a moment before grinning meaningfully. "Boy, how come it's you?" The woman who had been following him also looked at Yang Kai strangely, her beautiful eyes filled with vigilance. She thought that Yang Kai had followed them all the way here. "Don't misunderstand, I don't know them, I just met them once in the star field." Yang Kai ignored DG and instead explained to the other group of people who were glaring at him. The leader of this group was also a man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, but his strength was the same as DG's, a third-order Saint King. He stepped out of the group and asked in a deep voice, "How did you find this place?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I was just passing by and saw a cluster of light in the asteroid sea, so I followed it to have a look. I didn't expect it to be a space array, so I came here out of curiosity. You do what you need to do, don't worry about me, I'll just take a look and leave." As he spoke, Yang Kai secretly remained vigilant. Although there were fewer people on both sides right now, both of them had third-order Saint Kings. On top of that, both sides were extremely vigilant towards him, so the slightest mistake would lead to him being besieged. Yang Kai had no choice but to lower his posture while thinking about how to make them fight for a while longer. It would be best if all of them died, which would give him plenty of time to explore this continent and see if there was anything good here. The man who spoke just now stared deeply at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to peer into the depths of his heart. After a long time, he nodded, his eyes suddenly flashing a kind light as he smiled and said, "I believe in you." "Many thanks," Yang Kai nodded. "Boy, since you've come here, don't even think about leaving," DG laughed. "Before in Star Field, Father here didn't want to cause trouble, so I didn't bother to deal with you, but now that we're here, I want to see where you can run." Saying so, he turned to the middle-aged man and shouted, "Gue Che, you and I have consumed a lot of saint crystals and restorative pills. This little brat is a fat sheep. The last time we met, he directly threw out 1,000 pieces of high-rank saint crystal, each one of them excellent. I'm sure he has even more saint crystals in his space ring. How about we split it 50-50? "That's a good proposal," the middle-aged man named Gue Che nodded lightly, looking at Yang Kai with a grin. Yang Kai also looked at him with a smile, his expression indifferent. DG laughed and said, "Gue Che, although Father here looks down on you, you're a straightforward person, something Father here appreciates very much. Let's put it this way, do you want to do it or should I? Why don't the two of us do it together to avoid suspicion?" Gue Che slowly shook his head, "I won't do it." DG gawked for a moment, but before he could figure out what Gue Che meant, the latter turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, would you like to come with us?" "Come with you?" Yang Kai frowned, "What do you mean by that?" "Let's explore this place together. No one has been here for a long time, so there are many good things waiting for us to explore. If you follow us, there will be many benefits for you, how about it?" Gue Che invited sincerely. Hearing what he said, everyone was stunned, not knowing why Gue Che was inviting a third-order saint cultivator. Not only did DG's group feel this way, even those around Gue Che wore suspicious looks. Only the monster race master, DG, who seemed rough on the surface but was actually quite perceptive, instantly understanding Gue Che's intentions and snickering, "Gue Che, aren't you being a bit too shameless? If you want this little brat to explore some dangerous places for you, just say so, what's the point of trying to tempt him with benefits?" Little brat, don't listen to his nonsense. Father can guarantee that as long as you agree, not only will you not gain any benefits, you'll even die without a burial. With DG's words hitting the nail on the head, everyone suddenly understood. Guo didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed and instead looked even more sincere. Yes, I do have such an idea, but little brother, your strength is too low. How can you obtain any benefits without paying a price? If you follow me, you'll still have a chance to survive. I won't let you go to places that are too dangerous, but if you follow DGN, you won't live past tomorrow. Can I act alone? Just pretend you didn't notice me, Yang Kai said with a distressed look. Everyone burst into laughter, their expressions filled with ridicule. Good, it looks like if I don't choose a side, I'll die immediately, right? DG and Guo didn't speak, the former just snickering, his intentions obvious. Generally speaking, alchemists focused on alchemy while their cultivation and realm were only secondary. Their combat strength was also very low. Hearing Yang Kai say this, the four obviously relaxed their vigilance towards him. What grade of pills can you refine? The young woman became even more curious. Saint grade high-rank pills. Not bad. Guo interjected with a smile. Being able to refine Saint-grade high-rank pills with just a third-order Saint realm cultivation, it seems that you'll be able to refine Saint-king-grade pills in a few years. Such an alchemist will be coveted by many great forces. Boy, you need to work hard. Yang Kai grinned and nodded. I'm curious, why is your body absorbing world energy all the time? What kind of pill did you eat? The cultivator named Ganji looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, a look of confusion filling his face. It wasn't just him, the others were also the same. The abnormality of Yang Kai's body was obvious. He obviously wasn't circulating his secret art, but the surrounding world energy was still constantly flowing into his body, helping him enhance his cultivation. This made them very curious and excited, so naturally they wanted to inquire about this. I didn't eat any pills, it's all thanks to this. Kai Yang took the initiative to open his clothes, revealing his chest. 4 pairs of eyes stared at him, only to see a picture of a ghost infant. The ghost infant's mouth opened and closed, sucking in large amounts of world energy. What is this? The young woman couldn't help reaching out to touch it, but she didn't find anything unusual. Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid? Guo's complexion changed slightly as he muttered, seeing through the mysteries of this flower at a glance. Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid? The other 3 also exclaimed, the slender young man's eyes flashing a fiery light as he asked excitedly, that kind of strange treasure that can assist one's cultivation? He took a Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid? Yang Kai nodded calmly. Where did you get this thing? Guo asked anxiously, do you have any more? The Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid was extremely rare, so even he couldn't help coveting it. With this thing, he could save several years of cultivation time, allowing him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. No, this was given to me by a senior. Yang Kai said as he straightened his clothes. He wasn't afraid of exposing the existence of the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid because this kind of strange treasure would disappear once it was consumed. Even if others dug out their own flesh and blood, they wouldn't be able to use it again. Sure enough, when they heard Yang Kai's answer, all 4 of them showed looks of disgust. A third-order Saint Realm cultivator actually used such a rare treasure to assist in his cultivation, and instead of going into secluded retreat, it was simply too wasteful. The 8th-order Monster Beast's monster core was tossed to Ganji and several jars of the Monster Beast's blood were collected, 1 for each person. As for the Monster Beast's teeth, claws, and fur, they weren't spared, cutting them off and putting them into their own space pouches. Yang Kai held a jar of blood and put it into his space ring with an indifferent look on his face. Monster beast's blood was also very useful. It could be used for alchemy, for arranging spirit arrays, and sometimes even for artifact refining. After the battle, it was naturally time to rest. These 4 people had taken a lot of saint crystals from Yang Kai without any trace of politeness, each of them receiving 200 to 300 pieces. Now, each of them was using these saint crystals to restore themselves. Yang Kai recovered the fastest and was soon back to normal. An hour later, the young woman also opened her eyes and put the saint crystals she hadn't used back into her space ring before walking over to a small lake nearby and washing her cheeks. Yang Kai looked around and found that the other 3 were still meditating, so he walked over to the lake, squatted down beside the young woman, and drank a mouthful of water. Chapter 1087. Although Yang Kai wasn't very old, he could still be considered a veteran in the field of flowers. From a woman's demeanor and words, he could infer what kind of personality she had, whether she was charming, loose, cold, elegant, or fiery hot, etc. When he first saw this young woman, he thought that she was a loose woman. Generally, women with peach blossom eyes were unwilling to be left alone. That kind of amorous feeling and charm was the best portrayal of their temperament. So at the beginning, he didn't approach this woman for fear that she would try to take liberties with him. However, after getting to know her better, Yang Kai discovered that this woman named Luo Ya was quite different from what he had imagined. She wasn't like Baya from Purple Star. Instead, under her charming appearance, there was a hidden dignity and calm temperament. This kind of contradictory temperament was exceptionally attractive. Many times, Yang Kai found the tall and thin man following behind Luo Yao, staring unblinkingly at her millstone-sized buttocks and willow-like waist. Even Guo Che, when distributing the spoils of war, had deliberately given her more than he could chew. Ganji, who looked like a brave and ruthless outlaw, had taken care of her many times during the battle. It could be said that Luo Yao was the most comfortable person in this group. "Little boy, do you have something you want to ask? If you want to ask, just ask, what's the point of being so secretive?" After washing her face, Luo Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Her smile was faintly mischievous, she had obviously seen through Yang Kai's intentions to approach her. "I just want to know, what are you looking for here? How did you find the space array?" Yang Kai saw her take the initiative to ask and no longer tried to hide anything. The place where the 2 of them were talking wasn't too far from the other 3, so if Guo Che and the others really wanted to conceal information, they would naturally stop them. Now that all 3 of them were still meditating and recovering, it meant that they didn't care, which made Yang Kai feel a lot bolder. Hiding his strength and showing weakness over the past few days had finally paid off, and this group of people no longer guarded against him. "I need to find a place to temper my body," Luo Yao said bluntly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a misty light. "As long as we can find that place, our bodies will become stronger. Although you are an alchemist, you can also be considered a cultivator. You should know the benefits of having a strong body, right?" Yang Kai nodded. Of course, he knew the benefits of having a strong physical body. It could be said that he had more authority than the other 4. If it weren't for his powerful physical body, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to store so much Saint Qi, nor would he have been able to fight across realms. A strong physical body was the foundation of a cultivator. No matter how profound a cultivator's secret art or martial skill was, or how strange their Saint Qi was, without the support of their physical body, they would just be an insignificant character. "Where can I temper my body?" Yang Kai couldn't help but feel curious. "I'm not sure." Luo Yao shook her head. "This is the first time we've come here. You should have heard Guo Che say that no one has entered this place for many years. The reason we were able to come here was because of an ancient book and a map left behind by Ji Ping's ancestor." "An ancient book?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "My ancestor has been here before. The tall and thin man called Ji Peng had also fully recovered. He walked to the lakeside and interjected, he obtained a lot of benefits and left some clues. It was by following those clues that I was able to find the space array hidden in the meteorite sea. Luo Yao chuckled lightly before looking at Yang Kai and saying, little boy, don't think that the space array is easy to find. You also came here through that space array, so you should know that it is placed on top of an asteroid. That space array moves with the asteroid sea, constantly changing its position. If you miss that period of time, it will be very difficult to find it again. Fortunately, Ji Ping's ancestor calculated some information and determined that the asteroid sea would pass through a certain range within a certain period of time. Even so, it took us nearly a year to find the space array in that large area before we finally found our target. What's worse is that DG and the others somehow got wind of this and actually chased after us, causing many of our people to die. We'll get our revenge in the future. Ji Ping coldly snorted, his thin face filled with viciousness as he glared at Yang Kai and bluntly said, boy, I'm letting you know this because you've been very obedient during this time. If you cooperate obediently, once we find that space array, there will naturally be benefits for you. At the same time, you can also temper your body and make it stronger. I know, I'll behave myself, Yang Kai solemnly declared. Half an hour later, everyone had fully recovered. Ji Ping continued to look at the animal skin map in his hand while guiding everyone. Along the way, they didn't encounter any decent dangers. On this day, Guo Che, who had been leading the way, suddenly stopped and stared forward with a dignified expression. A few dozen kilometers in front of them, yellow sand danced in the air like a giant yellow dragon that connected the heavens and the earth, covering a large area. As far as the eye could see, the area in front of them was completely barren, seemingly devoid of life. An inexplicably dangerous aura came from that direction, causing Guo Che and the others to release their divine senses to investigate but to no avail. Their divine senses couldn't penetrate the yellow sand at all, as if there was something blocking their divine senses. Guo Che turned his eyes to Yang Kai and motioned to Yang Kai to investigate. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply nodded before cautiously moving towards the area covered in yellow sand. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at the edge of the yellow sand and began circulating his Saint Chi to protect himself before stepping into this territory. The flying yellow sand was like a sharp weapon that bombarded Yang Kai's body. Even with the protection of his Saint Chi, Yang Kai still felt sore all over. Opening his eyes and looking around, he could only see a meter around him. Guo Che and the others were aware of the danger in this place, so how could Yang Kai not? Releasing his divine sense, which contained the mysteries of the Tao of space, and breaking through the blockade of space, Yang Kai quickly investigated everything in this place. The yellow sand covered an area of about 30 kilometers, and this 30 kilometers contained rich wind and earth energy fluctuations. These two types of energy were intertwined together to form an impenetrable net. The reason why Guo Che and the others couldn't use their divine senses to investigate this place was because of this. Yang Kai thought that this was a natural wonder, but when a fierce aura suddenly approached him from a certain direction, Yang Kai didn't think so. This aura hid an evil aura, and in this world of yellow sand, there was clearly something alive. Standing motionless, Yang Kai stared in the direction of the source of this aura, wanting to see what was approaching him. The earth began to tremble as the fierce aura got closer and closer. Yang Kai even smelled a fishy stench that made him faint. Unable to see anything, all Yang Kai could see was the ground constantly collapsing, forming more yellow sand that was swept up into the sky by the wind, blurring his vision even more. Faintly, two huge pincers appeared, and as these pincers opened and closed, they seemed to be able to cut through space itself. Feeling a sense of crisis, Yang Kai quickly retreated, but the moment he left the area covered by the yellow sand, he saw two scarlet eyes staring at him through the sandstorm. An invisible pressure came from the sandstorm, making Yang Kai almost unable to breathe. Spreading his wind and thunder wings behind him, Yang Kai's speed instantly increased to its maximum, instantly traversing more than 10 kilometers. A purple pincer pierced through the sandstorm and clamped down on his original position, cutting off the afterimage he had left behind. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat as he approached Guiche and the others without looking back. Not long after, he arrived beside Guiche, his face a little pale. "What did you find?" Guiche hurriedly asked. Ganji, Luoyao, Ji Ping, and the others also stared at Yang Kai. "A kind of vicious beast." Yang Kai frowned. "It can control the power of wind and earth, has 2 big pincers, red eyes, and seems to have a tail that sticks up high. In that sandstorm, its figure is completely hidden, and even if you stand next to it, you won't be able to see it. It's a very dangerous vicious beast." "Is the surface of its body purple?" Guiche's expression changed as he asked anxiously. Yang Kai thought for a moment before nodding. "Yes, when I left, it stretched out its pincers and they were indeed purple." "Do you know what they are?" The other 3 also stared at Guiche eagerly. Guiche suddenly grinned and said to the 3 of them, "Scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, have you heard of it?" Hearing what he said, the eyes of the 3 lit up, all of them showing excited expressions. Ganji yelled, "No way! Is it really a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion?" "From what Yang Kai saw, coupled with my own judgment, it should be a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion." Even if we can't find the place to temper our bodies, a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is worth the trip," Guiche laughed. "But the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is a 9th-order monster beast, equivalent to an origin-returning realm master. Can the few of us kill it?" Luo Yao's peach blossom eyes flashed with worry. "It shouldn't be a problem." Ganji thought for a moment. A monster beast is a monster beast after all, and it has lived here for many years without any experience in battle. If it fights us based on its instincts, it will only die. Indeed, Ji Peng also had no objections, his face filled with eagerness. "Is that monster beast very good?" Yang Kai showed a suspicious look. Guiche grinned. "It's even better than a 10th-order monster beast. Other monster beasts may not have anything valuable other than their monster core. Although their claws, teeth, and fur have some uses, they aren't very useful. However, this scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion is different. Its shell, tail, and pincers can all be used to refine artifacts that are origin grade." This wound had almost reached his crotch, causing Yang Kai's heart to palpitate for him. There was no time to deal with their spoils. The 4 of them quickly took out pills and swallowed them. Yang Kai walked over to the monster beast and circled around it a few times before reaching out and knocking on its hard carapace in amazement. He could also see that what Guiche and the others said was true. The carapace of this scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, as well as its pincers and tail, were all excellent materials for artifact refining. As long as they were supplemented with some suitable ores and a skilled artifact refiner, they could be refined into an origin-grade artifact. No wonder they had all become so excited when they heard that they had found a scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. After half a day, the 4 of them gradually recovered. This battle had consumed a great deal of their strength. Guiche first consulted the opinions of the other 3 before walking over to the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. Tearing open the weak point between its carapace and abdomen with his hands, Guiche reached inside and a moment later took out a fist-sized monster core that glowed blue and yellow. Guiche laughed. "This monster core is worth at least 50,000 high-rank saint crystals. I'll keep it for now. When we get out, I'll find someone to sell it and we'll split the saint crystals equally." Saying so, regardless of whether the others agreed or not, Guiche directly put the monster core into his space ring. Yang Kai could clearly see that Ganji and the others all frowned, obviously displeased, but none of them objected. Guo Che spent a great deal of effort to cut the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion into 8 pieces. He himself took the hard shell on the back of the monster beast, which could be used to create an excellent defensive artifact armor. Ganji obtained the scorpion's tail while the 2 huge pincers were divided equally between Ji Peng and Luo Yao. Yang Kai stood to the side and watched. He had not participated in the battle, so naturally he was not qualified to divide the spoils. Even the small amount of blood left behind was taken by Guo Che into his own space ring, as if it wasn't Yang Kai who had come to investigate the situation just now. Although this kind of distribution was somewhat selfish, it was barely fair, so even if the others had some complaints, they didn't voice them. As for Yang Kai's opinion, they didn't care. "Let's rest for a while," Guo Che ordered, and everyone sat down to meditate. Ji Peng took out the animal skin again and carefully studied it, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, Ji Peng let out a loud cry. Everyone was alarmed and turned to look at him, only to see him beaming with joy and dancing with joy, clearly extremely excited. "What did you find?" Guo Che hurriedly asked. "I think we may not be far from our goal." Ji Peng's face was full of joy, his slight dissatisfaction with Guo Che's distribution of the spoils had long been forgotten. The bird pattern on the animal skin map should be a thunder attribute flying monster beast. It died here, its body and monster core gave birth to this bird wood. Guo Che shouted, his expression becoming more and more excited. Ji Peng also seemed to think of something and quickly said, "According to my ancestors' ancient books, he did see a big bird wrapped in thunder and lightning, and according to his records, it was a thunder luan." A sharp intake of breath rang out as a look of fear appeared on everyone's faces. Guo Che and the other 2 elders' gazes towards Ji Peng also changed. Ji Peng shrugged his shoulders. "If I had told you this news earlier, you wouldn't have come here. In any case, the Thunder Luan is dead now, so we won't be in any danger. I'll settle accounts with you when we get out. You knew there was a Thunder Luan here, yet you dared to trick us into coming here." Guo Che ground his teeth. "Found it." Ji Peng was startled for a moment before summoning his star shuttle without hesitation and flying towards the source of this strange energy fluctuation. The others were not willing to be outdone and followed closely behind. The strange energy fluctuations became more and more intense, stimulating the flow of their blood more and more. Yang Kai even heard a violent heartbeat coming from their chests. This situation was very abnormal, causing Yang Kai to immediately become vigilant. In the blink of an eye, all of them were above a crater. The crater was filled with a bright red liquid that looked as thick as blood. The liquid reflected the sunlight, making this large area look strange and beautiful. Body-tempering divine pond? Guo Che turned to look at Ji Peng. Ji Peng nodded heavily, his eyes filled with joy. "How do I use it?" Ganji asked anxiously. They had worked hard and paid a huge price to find this pond. Now that they had arrived, he naturally couldn't wait to temper his body and make it stronger. This was the foundation of a cultivator. The various benefits they had obtained along the way couldn't compare to this kind of fundamental improvement. "It's nothing special." Ji Peng laughed and was the first to jump into the blood-red pond, splashing water everywhere as Ji Peng's head emerged and he let out a muffled groan, as if he was suffering from some kind of pain. But soon, this pain disappeared and was replaced by endless joy. Ji Peng's body seemed to have been greatly nourished and his second-order Saint King aura involuntarily began to spread. Anyone could sense that his vitality force was rapidly increasing. Guo Che, Ganji, Luo Yao, and the others were still a little vigilant, fearing that Ji Peng was hiding something at the last moment, but after seeing him jump in so unscrupulously, they no longer hesitated, fearing that all the benefits would be taken by Ji Peng alone, so they all jumped into the so-called body-tempering divine pond. The pond wasn't too big, only about 300 meters in diameter. It was unknown what kind of mysteries were hidden inside, but as soon as the three of them entered, they all showed joyful expressions. Yang Kai stood in place and didn't move. Ji Peng opened his eyes and glanced at him, shouting, "Boy, go to the edge, you can't bear the pressure in the middle." "I can also come in." Yang Kai showed a look of surprise. Ji Peng laughed, "I told you when we came here. If you cooperate honestly, you'll naturally benefit." "Of course, I'll keep my word." Yang Kai frowned, not wanting to jump in rashly, but knowing that he couldn't refuse, he could only follow Ji Peng's instructions and land at the edge of the pond. As soon as he entered the pond, Yang Kai's face changed. From all directions, a fierce pressure bombarded him, causing him severe pain, as if his 5 viscera and 6 organs had been severely damaged, causing his face to go pale. But in the next moment, this pain disappeared and was replaced by endless comfort. An inexplicable force overflowed from the pond and penetrated into his body. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and wanted to jump out of the pond, but before he could do anything, a huge suction force came from under the water, as if 2 invisible hands had grabbed his ankles, making him unable to move. At the same time, the blood-red pond began to bubble one after another and the sound of popping filled the air. A strange force thousands of times more ferocious than the previous one seeped out of the pond and squeezed into everyone's bodies. The drop of demon god golden blood that had just appeared in Yang Kai's body began to grow at an incredible speed. Chapter 1090. Inside the body-tempering divine pond, Guo Che, Gan Ji, and Luo Yao all went pale as their bodies trembled. Even though they were second or third order Saint King realm masters, they still couldn't bear such a powerful pressure. Yang Kai was also in great pain and couldn't help feeling like his body was about to explode. However, the drop of pure demon god golden blood in his body was constantly growing, effectively alleviating the pressure on him, so when he turned his head to look around, he found that among the 4 of them, he was in the best condition. The other 3 were already on the verge of collapse and were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. "Ji Peng, what are you doing?" Gan Ji roared angrily. Ji Peng glanced down at him indifferently, his eyes filled with sarcasm, not saying a word, staring at him as if he was looking at a dead man. Guo Che shouted, "Ji Peng, you'd best pray that I can't get out of here, otherwise I'll tear out your bones and tear you to shreds." Ji Peng laughed and said without fear, "I've already opened the altar at the bottom of the divine pond. You're all sacrifices to the divine pond, so no matter how great your abilities are, you won't be able to leave." "Altar?" Guo Che's face changed as he shouted hoarsely, "You really were hiding something." Ji Peng sneered, "If I had told you everything, I'm afraid the one being treated as a sacrifice right now would be me. It's not like I don't know how sinister you are, Guo Che, so why do you think I brought you here? With such great benefits, why didn't I monopolize them? What a joke. Now that things have gotten to this point, I'm not afraid to tell you that this body-tempering divine pond contains all kinds of unimaginable mysteries. It can indeed temper one's body, but if you want to thoroughly temper it, you won't be able to do so without enough sacrifices. After you die, just like the Thunder Yuan, your bodies and cultivations will be turned into pure energy while, like the bird tree, will grow stronger as you die." Hearing him say this, everyone's faces turned even paler, only now realizing Ji Peng's true intentions and thoroughly recognizing his sinister face. Although Guo Che and Gan Ji weren't people with great wisdom, they weren't mediocre either. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for them to fall into such a simple and obvious trap. They had been on guard against Ji Peng the entire time, but along the way, the various benefits they had obtained had caused them to relax their vigilance and become immersed in the joy of their gains. When they arrived in front of the body-tempering divine pond, Ji Peng took the lead and jumped in, followed by the rest of them. It wasn't until something happened that they realized that all of this had been part of Ji Peng's plan. But now, it was too late for regrets. Everyone was struggling with all their might, wanting to jump out of the body-tempering divine pool. But the more they struggled, the stronger the suction force under the pool became. Everyone could only stick their heads above the surface of the water, accepting the crazy tempering of their blood while waiting for death to descend. Ji Peng, you even want to scheme against me? Luo Yao's hair was disheveled as she stared at Ji Peng with a pleading look in her beautiful eyes. The grim and triumphant expression on Ji Peng's face slowly converged as he stared at Luo Yao with some pity. After a long silence, he sighed, although we've only known each other for a few years, I don't want you to die. I still like you very much and want to enjoy the effects of this body-tempering divine pool with you. Luo Yao's face lit up with joy as a smile bloomed on her charming face. She had thought that Ji Peng really wouldn't let her die. But to her surprise, Ji Peng slowly shook his head, but it's too late to say anything now. The altar has already been opened, so you can't come out and I won't go in. The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged as he endured the unimaginable pain and torture, shaking his head as he said, I don't know, maybe my strength is too low, or maybe I'm still at the edge of the pool. Do you want to come down and check? Ji Peng coldly snorted, do you think I'm an idiot? Yang Kai nodded heavily, you really are an idiot, only focusing on what's in front of you and not even noticing that someone was attacking you from behind. Ji Peng's face changed as he suddenly turned around and saw a blood-stained man with two horns on his head hiding his aura quietly approaching from behind. DG? Ji Peng's soul nearly left his body as he paled. After seeing the state of this monster race master, Ji Peng calmed down a lot. DG had encountered some kind of danger and battle, but his body was covered in wounds and he looked quite distressed. On top of that, he was by himself and his companions who had been following him were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps Yufeng also thought so he had rashly left the starship and rushed into Star Field to bring back this blood-red ore. Somewhere in the starship, a large group of people were gathered around a 10-meter-wide, blood-red cocoon-like crystal, all of them exclaiming in amazement. Although they were all extremely curious, no one dared to approach this crystal except for Yufeng, who had brought it back. Yufeng looked around at his companions contemptuously and snorted, isn't it just a dead man inside? What's there to be afraid of? Saying so, he deliberately patted the huge blood-red crystal. Yufeng, what good thing did you find? A clear and melodious voice came from the side. Hearing this voice, everyone's expressions couldn't help but turn serious. The originally sloppy fellows all showed their best sides, and Yufeng even straightened his back, pretending to be mature and reliable. The crowd automatically parted to allow Wu Yi to enter, the fragrance of her body filling the small room, causing the group of people to greedily sniff the air, each of them wearing a happy expression. Wu Yi shook her head. She was the only woman on this starship, so this group of wolf-like men had probably long since become bored. She didn't care about the ugly behavior of her subordinates because each one of them had thicker skin than the last. No matter how she reprimanded them, they would still grin at her, as if being reprimanded was a kind of honor, causing Wu Yi to feel quite helpless. As time passed, Wu Yi turned a blind eye to this situation. The more she paid attention to them, the more presumptuous they became. Yufeng, on the other hand, couldn't take it anymore and rushed up to the men who were sniffing the air the most exaggeratedly, beating them to the ground with a few punches and kicks before viciously declaring, whoever dares disrespect the young lady, I'll take their life. Behave yourselves, show me no respect. As he spoke, he took deep breaths, like a drowning fish. Enough, enough, Wu Yi waved her hand. Wu Yi waved her hand and walked over to the cocoon-like blood-red crystal. Is this what you found? Yes, young lady. Yufeng quickly rushed over to Wu Yi's side and pointed to the crystal. I thought it was some kind of treasure, but when I got closer, I discovered that it wasn't at all. On top of that, there was a dead man inside, a pitiful one who had been dead for who knows how long. When I saw him drifting about in Star Field, I couldn't bear to see him like this, so I brought him back to Shadowed Star to find a place to bury him. Wu Yi nodded gently. Having a kind heart is a good thing. Seeing your usually irritable appearance, I didn't expect you to have such a side to you. Receiving praise, Yufeng grinned from ear to ear, shamelessly saying, actually, I just look a bit rough, my heart is very gentle. A burst of unbridled contempt rang out. Wu Yi wanted to laugh, but she was too embarrassed to do so, so she covered her mouth with her small hand to conceal her smile and changed the subject. Are you sure the person inside is dead? Yufeng was stunned for a moment. How could he still be alive? Wu Yi looked at the person sealed inside the blood-red crystal seriously. He didn't look very old, probably only around 30 years old, and although he wasn't particularly handsome, he was still much better than the group of ugly melons on the starship. Even with his eyes closed at this moment, there was an inexplicable charm to his cold face. Releasing her divine sense, Wu Yi wanted to carefully check whether there was any vitality leaking out, but to her surprise, the blood-red crystal actually blocked her divine sense, causing her to be quite surprised. Go invite foreign elder Changqi over, let him see if this person is dead or alive, Wu Yi quickly said. Immediately, someone went out to carry out the order. There's no need to kill him, right? Wu Yi quickly stopped him. He doesn't look very old, so even if he has some skill, his cultivation realm shouldn't be too high. Just restrict his freedom. Is young lady very curious about him? Changqi glanced at Wu Yi thoughtfully. Isn't foreign elder Chang curious? Wu Yi smiled, ignoring Yufeng's attempt to stop her, walking straight up to the man, squatting down and asking, do you understand what we're talking about? Seeing the man give an affirmative response, Wu Yi asked again, what's your name? Where are you from? Yang Kai, from Rainfall Star, Yang Kai replied honestly. Rainfall Star? Wu Yi raised her brow, sure enough, you're from the outside. Rainfall Star is several years away from here, how did you end up here? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I only remember going to a certain place and entering a blood-red pool, accidentally touching some kind of barrier, then passing out. When I woke up, I was already here. Wu Yi thought for a moment before asking, doesn't that mean you drifted all the way here? I think so. Where is this place? Yang Kai frowned, not used to being questioned like this. Boy, answer the question honestly, there's no place for you to speak here. Yufeng shouted at Yang Kai, waving his huge fist, as if saying he would beat Yang Kai up if he didn't cooperate. This place, it's near Shadowed Star. Yang Kai shook his head again, he had never heard of Shadowed Star before. It's understandable that you haven't heard of it, Shadowed Star is relatively remote, so many people haven't heard of it. Huh, you're quite bold, you don't seem to be afraid at all. What's there to be afraid of? You don't seem to have any malicious intent towards me, Yang Kai grinned. That's hard to say, it's all up to you. Haven't you heard that a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea? Maybe I'll send someone to kill you in the next moment. After all, we don't know anything about you, so I don't feel comfortable leaving a stranger on the starship, Wu Yi said faintly. The smile on Yang Kai's face immediately converged. Wu Yi giggled, seemingly quite satisfied. Let me ask you, what's your cultivation? Third Order Saint Realm. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. A third-order saint cultivator really didn't need to be so nervous. Although Yang Kai was suspected of lying, with his age, even if he was lying, his strength couldn't be too high. I still have a lot of questions to ask, but you seem very tired, so let's stop here for today. Yufeng, take him to rest and give him something to eat. Wu Yi saw that Yang Kai's complexion wasn't quite right, so she suppressed her curiosity and ordered Yufeng lightly. Yufeng nodded, picked up Yang Kai, and walked off in a certain direction. A short time later, they arrived in front of a room and Yufeng kicked open the door, tossed Yang Kai inside, and said fiercely, "Boy, stay here obediently and don't try to play any tricks. If I see you try to scheme anything, I'll immediately take your life." Chapter 1096. Outside the starship, the brilliance of artifacts and martial skills dazzled everyone's eyes as a variety of different types of power was released by the cultivators and bombarded the dense black rock beasts. Even though the black rock beast's skin was extremely tough, they were unable to withstand such a violent attack. In just a single sweep, more than 25th or 6th order black rock beasts were torn to pieces. The cultivators on the starship moved in a very orderly manner, showing a kind of group formation. None of them would rush out alone to attack the black rock beasts, instead acting as a group under Wu Yi's command. Wherever Wu Yi pointed, they would attack. There weren't many of them, only 50 to 60 of them, so compared to the huge black rock beasts, they were insignificant, so they could only use this method to gain some advantage. Yang Kai heard the sound of prayers and cheers from the cultivators on the starship cheering for their companions. Their cultivations were the lowest among all, so they weren't qualified to participate in such a battle and could only remain on the starship and maintain its operations. A scream rang out as a third-order saint cultivator was the first to be torn to pieces by a black rock beast, instantly dying. Immediately, someone else took his place and forced the black rock beast to retreat. In the next moment, a dozen or so attacks were launched, killing the black rock beast on the spot. Wu Yi's dispatch was very orderly and effective. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time they had dealt with such a battle, so each of them was very experienced. If this situation continued, even if Wu Yi's side was outnumbered, they would still be able to achieve victory. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that everyone fighting outside was worried about something, as if they knew what the black rock beasts would do next, something they couldn't resist. Another blood-curdling scream rang out as a cultivator at the outermost edge of the formation was bitten by several black rock beasts. His hands and feet were bitten, and he became the second person to die. After the black rock beasts killed the cultivator, they didn't devour his flesh and blood, instead spitting it out of their mouths. Black rock beasts only ate minerals, not flesh and blood. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* instant, Wu Yi and the others were surrounded by this green liquid. Everyone's expression became solemn as they quickly moved out of the way under Wu Yi's command. A cultivator who was carelessly stained by the green liquid screamed out miserably as a puff of smoke rose from his body. The majestic artifact armor he wore on his chest quickly melted away, and even his body was corroded, leaving behind only a pile of bones. This dark green liquid clearly had an extremely strong corrosive property. Yang Kai paled as he couldn't help worrying for Wu Yi and the others. If Wu Yi and the starship were defeated everyone on the starship would be destroyed. If that was the starship, everyone on board, of them would be destroyed and everyone on starship would suffer. If the starship were defeated too, if they were to starship of them, and starship everyone. Kai Yang suddenly felt that he should do something. Dong dong dong. A series of muffled thumps rang out from the ship's hull as Yang Kai saw the black rock beasts actually avoid Wu Yi and the others and jump onto the starship, spraying the green liquid from their mouths and beginning to corrode the hull before gnawing at it. Crunching sounds like silkworms eating mulberry leaves rang out, densely packed together, causing people to involuntarily feel a chill run down their spines. The golden spear didn't slow down in the slightest as it pierced through more than a dozen black rock beasts. None of these thick-skinned monster beasts could resist this attack, whether it was 5th order or 6th order, all of them bursting into a bloody mist and disappearing from everyone's sight. Yu Feng, who was dumbfounded, forgot about the danger he was in as he stared blankly at the golden spear rapidly approaching him, a cold chill filling the depths of his heart. He felt like he was about to die. However, to his surprise, the golden spear seemed to have a mind of its own. The moment it arrived in front of him it suddenly changed directions, brushing past his body and swallowing up a black rock beast behind him. The group of people looked around blankly, all of them confused as to who had produced this golden spear. Wu Yi was even more so, searching around. What should have been a certain death situation had been resolved by this golden spear, allowing her to escape. Her pretty face filled with doubt as she looked around with lingering fear. She wanted to find the owner of this golden spear. She didn't know she had such a powerful subordinate. This spear alone was enough to make him the main force of the family. Wu Yi naturally had value as a cultivator with such means. She searched for a while but didn't find anyone suspicious. Suddenly, she saw Yang Kai standing behind a window somewhere in the starship. Yang Kai was waving his hands at her, seemingly trying to say something, but from his nervous expression and mouth movements, Wu Yi was able to infer that he was cheering for her and the others. Wu Yi shook her head and didn't pay too much attention to Yang Kai, instead joining forces with Yu Feng and the others to launch another attack on the black rock beasts while quietly observing the golden spear. Since the appearance of this strange golden spear, the situation of the battle seemed to have changed. The cultivator group, who had originally been at an absolute disadvantage, seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they desperately pushed their strength, gradually reversing the situation. The golden spear moved around the battlefield as if it had a life of its own. It had its own eyes. Every time it attacked, it would kill several black rock beasts. Every time it attacked, it would save a warrior's life. It had grasped the opportunity quite well. Everyone discovered this strange golden spear and recognized its ferocity. Some of the more experienced cultivators hid behind the spear and began to hunt down the wounded black rock beasts. Wu Yi was also very smart and decisively ordered everyone to follow behind the spear and attack. This was an indestructible spear, so with it leading the way, it was only a matter of time before the black rock beasts were all killed. The black rock beasts that jumped onto the warship were gradually cleaned up. The black rock beasts seemed to have sensed the threat from the spears and gathered in one place, eyeing this side covetously. However, they did not dare to attack casually. Wu Yi also raised her hand and motioned for everyone to rest for a while. They were too few in number while the black rock beasts still had hundreds of monster beasts. If they rushed in rashly, casualties would definitely occur. The situation suddenly reached a deadlock. The black rock beasts were afraid to attack and didn't dare to attack, while Wu Yi and the others also held back. The deadlock was broken by the golden spear. For some unknown reason, the golden spear suddenly emitted a shocking energy fluctuation and the originally 10-meter-long spear suddenly grew longer and thicker. In the blink of an eye, it had become a 50-meter-long giant spear. The giant spear flickered and suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, as if it had never existed. Just as everyone was searching for traces of the giant spear, at the location where the black rock beasts were gathered, a golden light burst out, enveloping the entire group of beasts. Many 5th order and 6th order black rock beasts disappeared in an instant, as if they had evaporated. Even the 7th order black rock beasts began to howl, their black hides flipping as dark red blood flowed out from their bodies. When the golden light disappeared, the huge herd of black rock beasts shrank significantly. At least a few dozen black rock beasts had died in the golden light. The remaining black rock beasts no longer dared to remain and under the leadership of several 7th order monster beasts, fled in terror. The group of cultivators stood in place in a daze until the black rock beast disappeared into the starry sky with their eyes. Only then did they burst into cheers, each of their faces filled with joy and the joy of surviving a calamity. Chapter 1097. As the cultivator cheered and celebrated their victory, Wu Yi's lips also curled into a faint smile, her pair of beautiful eyes sweeping over her familiar subordinates, seemingly trying to peer into their souls to see if they were hiding anything. A thoughtful look appeared on her charming face for a moment before she waved her hand and said, "Return." She took the lead and flew towards the starship, the other cultivator following closely behind. The starship's hatch slowly opened and those who had stayed behind rushed out, standing in the corridor to welcome their companion's triumphant return. They had never experienced such a battle before. The black rock beasts this time was the largest group they had ever encountered. Originally, all of them had given up all hope, but unexpectedly, they had won in the end. Moreover, the price they had paid wasn't too high, only a dozen or so people had died in this battle, and not many had been injured. Such a victory was worthy of celebration. Yufeng, send some people to repair the starship's damaged areas. After 2 hours, gather everyone who participated in this battle, I have something to say, Wu Yi ordered lightly. Yufeng, who was grinning widely and bragging to his companions about how brave he had been just now, immediately nodded and said, "Understood." Watching Yufeng find a few people familiar with repairing the starship and fly off, Wu Yi walked back to her room. This battle had been a complete mess, so she naturally wanted to get to the bottom of this, but before that, she had to clean up the blood on her clothes. Inside Yang Kai's room, he sat down cross-legged, his divine sense circulating around his body as he examined the 100 drops of golden blood. Even with his eyes closed, a look of excitement and surprise appeared on his face. He had never expected the power of a single drop of golden blood to be so great. Just now, when he saw Wu Yi and the others struggling, he suddenly had an idea and used a drop of golden blood. He just wanted to help out a little and see how powerful this drop of golden blood was, but the result had exceeded his expectations and directly resolved the crisis Wu Yi and the others had faced. The drop of golden blood had condensed into the 9 heavens divine skill, the punishing heaven spear, which contained the mysteries of the Tao of space, so even though Yang Kai was inside the starship, he could still control it. What satisfied Yang Kai the most was that although the drop of golden blood had separated from his body, it still felt like a part of him, like an extension of his body. It was like his hands and feet, like his eyes, and he could use it without any hindrance. This drop of golden blood was the crystallization of Yang Kai's 3 months of hard work. 3 months' worth of Saint Chi could only be used to condense a single drop of golden blood, which explained why it had such power. This golden blood was thousands of times more precious than the previous Yang liquid, and its power was also not something that Yang liquid could compare to. However, this kind of thing could not be casually replenished like the Yang liquid, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat distressed. Yang Kai really wanted to know what other uses the golden blood had besides attacking. If Great Demon God was still alive, Yang Kai might be able to get some inspiration from him. After all, Great Demon God's research on golden blood was definitely much more profound than his own. Unfortunately, Great Demon God had died long ago, so Yang Kai could only rely on himself to find the answer. While Yang Kai was studying the golden blood, in a large hall of the starship, all the cultivator who had participated in the previous battle had gathered. Many of them were smiling as they discussed whether the young lady wanted to reward them with something, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. After waiting for a while, seeing him remain motionless, Wu Yi took the initiative to say, "You're making me so angry." Yang Kai sighed, knowing that he couldn't continue to cultivate. This little girl was good at everything, but she was a bit too active. Every time she came in, she would pull him to her side and talk, as if she hadn't spoken for hundreds of years. The cultivator also gradually became familiar with Yang Kai as an outsider, some of them even inquiring about the outside world with him. Everyone got along well. As time passed, the starship got closer and closer to Shadowed Star, and the mood of the several dozen cultivator became inexplicably high. They had experienced many hardships along the way, and now that they were about to return home with a bountiful harvest, they were naturally overjoyed. Even Wu Yi was infected by this joyous atmosphere and didn't visit Yang Kai for the past few days. Finally, the huge shadowed star appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and inside the starship, loud cheers rang out. Kai Yang, who had been meditating in his room, was alarmed by the commotion. He went outside and looked out through the corridor window. Seeing an unimaginable giant star appear in front of his eyes, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. So big? Shadowed Star's size was incredible. Yang Kai had wandered the star territory for a few years now and had seen many cultivation stars, but none of them were as magnificent as Shadowed Star. It was more than 10 times larger than Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's water moon star, like a behemoth standing in the middle of a star field. In a distant location, there was an even larger sun star that exuded a scorching light that enveloped Shadowed Star. Near Shadowed Star, there were 7 or 8 moon stars revolving around it, each of which was the size of Rainfall Star. I heard that Shadowed Star is the largest cultivation star in the star territory, is that true? Wu Yi stood beside Yang Kai at some unknown point and was very satisfied with his surprised expression. No matter how much she wanted to leave Shadowed Star and expand her horizons, this cultivation star was, after all, her homeland, and she felt proud of its vastness. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to find another cultivation star comparable to Shadowed Star, Yang Kai replied seriously. In fact, Shadowed Star's world energy isn't bad, it's just that it's too big, so compared to other cultivation stars, it's a bit thin, Wu Yi said faintly. Wu Yi said faintly, I also heard that a long time ago, there were many cultivation stars here. At that time, we had not yet been cut off from the outside world, but for some unknown reason, some changes occurred in the starry sky and some of the smaller cultivation stars disappeared, leaving behind only the largest, Shadowed Star. The various crises along the star path, the lack of materials, and especially the lack of saint crystals made it impossible for us to restore our former glory. Even communication with the outside world has been cut off. Unless someone from the outside world came to visit us, the people of Shadowed Star rarely went outside. She rambled on, and Kai Yang didn't interrupt, only listening quietly. How can they be so short-sighted? Do they have to bow and scrape to survive? When you really stand in that position, perhaps you'll understand this kind of helplessness. Whose side are you on? Wu Yi glared at Yang Kai bitterly, somewhat annoyed that he wasn't speaking up for her. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand. Good, 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 you speak, I'll shut up and just listen. Wu Yi seemed to have been encouraged and her red lips began to move, pouring out all the grievances and injustices she had suffered over the years, regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing to listen or not. Her family's cowardice made her sad, Shadow Moon Hall's strength made her helpless, and her own weakness made her sad. She seemed to have endured a lot of pressure and torture. After rambling for a long time, Wu Yi's mood finally eased a lot, but her eyes were still swollen like peaches. Suddenly changing the topic, she turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Was that golden spear made by you?" Yang Kai decisively shook his head. This woman really did have some doubts. After all, she knew all about his subordinates, the only one she didn't know was Yang Kai, whom she had picked up halfway. "It really wasn't you?" Wu Yi seemed to be in disbelief. "Why do I feel like you're not as weak as you look?" Yang Kai had to admit, this woman's intuition was quite terrifying. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I'm just a third-order saint, even if I have some hidden means, how strong could I possibly be?" Wu Yi stared at him blankly for a moment before slowly shaking her head. "I don't know, I just feel like you're not someone to be trifled with. If I were to fight with you, the one who would lose would likely be me. It's just a feeling I have, one I trust very much in." "You think too highly of me," Yang Kai flatly denied, changing the subject. "Right, I want to say goodbye to you." "Goodbye?" Wu Yi was stunned. "Where are you going? Is there anyone you know on Shadowed Star?" "No, but don't try to win me over, I won't join your family." Wu Yi smiled. "Our small family is not something you can accept. Although your cultivation isn't high, you're still an outsider and have seen many great storms. And, how about this, don't say goodbye to me, I won't try to win you over, but don't forget the agreement between us." "Of course I haven't forgotten." "Then don't go." Wu Yi got up and stretched exaggeratedly, letting out a mewling sound as her curvaceous figure was revealed. Not minding Yang Kai's strange look, she simply stomped her foot and said, "How about I give you this barren mountain?" "Give it to me?" Yang Kai was stunned. "This Dragon Cave Mountain is a property under my name and has a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Although there aren't any precious treasures or rare ores here, the world energy here doesn't lose out to anywhere else. I often come here to cultivate and the scenery is quite good. Yu Feng and the others also come here often. In any case, you don't have anywhere to go, so you can stay here." Chapter 1102. The burly man cursed as he walked out, soon disappearing from sight. "Ha, that Grandmaster Yang Inflammation is looking for a scolding again," someone in the hall laughed gloatingly. "He can't even refine a Saint King grade artifact properly, yet he still dares to brag about being an Origin grade artifact refiner. If all the artifact refiners in this world are like this, who can guarantee the quality of our artifacts?" "That's right, I heard that a few days ago, someone brought an artifact he had been using for several dozen years to Grandmaster Yang Inflammation and asked him to refine it. It was originally an excellent Saint King grade high-rank artifact, but after being refined, it dropped a level and became a Saint King grade mid-rank artifact. The owner of that artifact cried his heart out. How pitiful. What's wrong with that? I also heard that someone asked Grandmaster Yang Inflammation to refine a sword-shaped artifact, but he only refined it into a heavy machete. Ha, an artifact refiner who can't meet the requirements of our cultivator, how can he be considered a qualified artifact refiner? I think his skill level is quite limited." How could Artifact Refining Pavilion hire such a poor artifact refiner? This has nothing to do with Artifact Refining Pavilion. Grandmaster Yang Inflammation is just a hired artifact refiner. All those who go to him for artifact refining are told the truth by Artifact Refining Pavilion staff, but there are still people who are deceived. It can only be said that those people are stupid and greedy for the weight of an origin-grade artifact refiner. In any case, I'd rather wait a few months than ask that person for artifact refining. All kinds of words entered his ears, causing Yang Kai's expression to become more and more strange. The staff also sighed to the side. Grandmaster Yang Inflammation is really a maverick. Our artifact refining pavilion has warned him many times, but he still remains stubborn and unrepentant. It looks like he'll have to leave in a few days. Why? Yang Kai turned to look at him. His actions will cause some damage to Artifact Refining Pavilion's reputation. Naturally, we can't tolerate him here. But I saw the sledgehammer artifact that the quality of that burly man just took out was very good. It also fits his physique and Saint Chi attribute, so why isn't he satisfied? The shop assistant laughed. That warrior wants to refine not a sledgehammer, but a sledgehammer. Yang Kai's face darkened. He immediately understood why the burly man was so furious. Indeed, it was as those voices had said, a refiner who couldn't meet the requirements of a cultivator was not a good refiner. Sir, have you made your choice? The waiter looked at Yang Kai and asked. I've chosen. Yang Kai nodded and handed the piece of paper back. Grandmaster Yang Yen. The shop assistant was stunned for a moment before he asked in a strange tone, are you sure? Yang Kai smiled. What I want to refine is not an artifact, but something very simple. No matter how bad he is, he should be able to refine it. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Please come this way. The shop assistant no longer tried to dissuade him and led Yang Kai to the room on the other side. Stopping in front of the room, he motioned to Yang Kai to go in by himself and said meaningfully, good luck. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing and stepped inside. The room was very large, covering an area of 1,000 meters. Inside the room was a huge furnace with a figure sitting cross-legged behind it. This should be the so-called Grandmaster Yang Inflammation. The curses of the burly man just now didn't affect him in the slightest. His aura was calm, like an ancient well, and only the sound of his even breathing could be heard. Yang Kai walked over to a cushion in front of the furnace and sat down. After walking around the cave for a while, Yang Kai was very satisfied with the interior transformation and walked out. Yufeng stood there, muttering something under his breath while Yang Inflammation was nowhere to be seen. Where's that woman? Yang Kai walked up and asked. Oh, she said she was going to explore the nearby terrain and will be back soon, Yufeng replied casually. Yufeng nodded casually before his expression suddenly became bitter. Yang Kai, I only asked her to help me refine a spirit-grade artifact, and I even found all the necessary materials, so why did she charge me 50 low-rank saint crystals? Isn't that a bit too much? You get what you pay for. Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, admit it, you came to me yourself, it's too late to regret now. Yufeng was annoyed. If I had known earlier, would have gone to Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining pavilion to find someone to refine it for me. I only asked for half the reward. What a waste. Forget it. Seeing that little girl's poor appearance, I'll just take pity on her and take care of her business. I just hope she won't ruin my artifact. She won't ruin it, but I don't know what she'll refine. By the way, what do you want a spirit-grade artifact for? Yang Kai didn't understand. Yufeng was a first-order Saint King realm cultivator, so he had no use for spirit-grade artifacts. Only Yuan Qi or Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators could use them. "I'll give it to a little brat," Yufeng grinned. After waiting for a while, Yang Inflammation returned. Without saying a word, he took out a pen and paper from his space ring and began drawing something on it, frowning from time to time as he fell into contemplation. Yang Kai and Yufeng stood to the side, not bothering to disturb him. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Yang Inflammation looked at the paper in his hand and nodded with satisfaction, handing it to Yang Kai and saying, "Follow the marks on this and modify the nearby terrain slightly. Since there are so many of you, if you work together, it should only take a day." Yang Kai took the paper and, together with Yufeng, both took a look. Yufeng didn't see anything special, but Yang Kai was shocked and immediately understood that Yang Inflammation really did have some skill. Regardless of her accomplishments in artifact refining, her spirit arrays were definitely much better than his own. If the terrain was modified according to the markings on the map, it would be much easier to set up the formation. After the formation was completed, the effect would be even more outstanding. Understood, Yang Kai put away the paper and turned to Yufeng. "I'll have to trouble you for a day." Yufeng nodded, "You're too polite. Since young lady has asked us to help you, naturally we'll do our best. Wait here, I'll go call the others." After Yufeng left, Yang Inflammation said, "Can you understand the marks on this paper?" Seeing Yang Kai nod, she nodded and said, "Then you go command them, I'll refine what I need first. And, give me the materials." Yang Kai took out all the materials he had purchased before and handed them to Yang Inflammation. Yufeng led a group of people out of the cave, and after Yang Kai explained what they were going to do, everyone expressed that they had no problem with it. Dragon Cave Mountain suddenly became lively as several dozen cultivator groups of 3 to 5 began digging ditches, leveling hills, or cutting down excess trees, meticulously carrying out the modifications requested by Yang Inflammation according to the drawings she had drawn. None of them were ordinary people, so naturally, they were quick to complete the task of modifying the terrain, all of them completing it in less than a day. By the time everyone returned to the cave, Yang Inflammation had already finished the final preparations. Chapter 1104. The flow of world energy in the surrounding area seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. The several dozen kilometers around the cave slowly exuded an invisible suction force that gathered the surrounding world energy. It wasn't strong, but it was continuous. Yufeng's expression changed as he quickly asked, "You arranged a spirit gathering array?" Yang Kai nodded with a smile. "Amazing. You can arrange a spirit gathering array without using saint crystals?" Yufeng shouted while the other cultivators also looked towards Yang Yen, who was flying back from the distance, with looks of admiration. The Haiku family also had some secret places that were rich in world energy and specifically used for the cultivation of the family's disciples, but the arrangement of these places had cost the Haiku family a huge amount of financial and human resources and required a considerable amount of saint crystals and other rare materials to maintain. However, the arrangement of this spirit gathering array on Dragon Cave Mountain was something that Yufeng and the others had all participated in, yet Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation hadn't used too many materials, nor had they seen any saint crystals, which was somewhat incredible. "The terrain here is quite good, if it wasn't, it wouldn't have been possible to arrange it," Yang Kai explained casually. "Moreover, its effect will be tested over time." Yang Kai really didn't know what the effect of this newly arranged spirit array would be. Perhaps it would be just passable, but since this was just a place for him to settle down, he hadn't invested too much effort into it, so even if the effect wasn't good, he wouldn't be disappointed. Time. As long as there is enough time, this place will become the place with the richest world energy within 1,000 kilometers, and as time goes by, the world energy will only become richer and richer. Yang Inflammation, who had flown back, was full of confidence in her masterpiece, your cultivator here really doesn't have good vision. This mountain is a very powerful crouching dragon land, yet you didn't know how to make use of it. Crouching dragon land? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. It's the name of a special terrain. Yang Inflammation replied casually, even if I explained it to you, you wouldn't understand. All you need to know is that this place is very suitable for arranging a spirit gathering array. It's called Dragon Cave Mountain, right? Yu Feng nodded. And, the name isn't without reason, it's just that I haven't met anyone who knows what's good for me. Yang Inflammation raised her small face proudly, as if she was the only one in the world who knew what was good for her. Yang Kai and Yu Feng looked at each other for a moment before Yang said, do you want to tell Wu Yi about this place mountain? She said that she gave this mountain to me. If she wants to take it back now, I don't mind. Yang Kai's, Yu Feng's, Yang Kai's Yang Kai, Yu Feng smiled, Yang Kai's Yang Kai, Yu Feng grinned. You can stay here without worry. If you need anything, just come to the manor and find us. If the spirit chi here is really rich in the future, I want to stay here too. At that time, just don't chase me away. Yu Feng and the group of cultivators then returned to the Haiku family. Now that the spirit array had been fully arranged, Yang Inflammation's work had also come to an end. According to their previous agreement, Yang Kai took out 100 high-rank saint crystals and handed them to her as a reward for helping him arrange the spirit array. Yang Inflammation accepted them without any trace of politeness and began counting the saint crystals one by one, a silly grin appearing on her face. Yang Kai shook his head, no longer paying attention to her, turned around, and walked into the cave's only stone room, took out the 7 colored spirit gathering flags, and arranged them according to a certain pattern nearby. Everyone was looking forward to it, and everyone's requests were fully met. Yang Inflammation seemed to have gained an epiphany and no longer arbitrarily changed the shape or grade of the artifacts the cultivator used, instead strictly refining them according to their personal wishes. For a time, there was a flood of praise. Almost everyone in the Haiku family knew that there was an artifact refiner living in a cave on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although the remuneration she charged was a bit high, her skill was quite good. The artifacts she refined were all excellent, and the artifacts she refined could increase in power by at least 20 to 30%. Yang Kai didn't care because he lived in a relatively innermost position in the cave, so those who came to ask Yang Inflammation for help couldn't disturb him. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel indignant was that this woman would find an opportunity to come here every day, stare at the 7 colored spirit gathering flags eagerly, and ask if she wanted to refine them. Although every time she received a negative answer, she seemed to be quite happy, as if she felt that her sincerity would one day move Yang Kai. Chapter 1107. When Yang Kai was with Gue Che and the others, they had killed a lot of 7th order and 8th order monster beast, so naturally, they had obtained a lot of materials. Last time, he hadn't collected all of the useless materials, but now he had cleared them all. If Yang Inflammation's performance was satisfactory, Yang Kai decided to let her help him refine an origin-grade artifact. Looking at the monster beast's body on the ground, Yang Inflammation hesitated for a long time before finally compromising. Wasn't it just 30,000 high-rank saint crystals? She felt that she would earn enough one day. Putting all the materials into her space ring, Yang Inflammation once again wrote out a list and handed it to Yang Kai. Go and buy these ores, I need to rest for a few days before I can start refining. Yang Kai took the list and didn't even ask what kind of ores she needed, simply nodding and preparing to leave. Yang Inflammation asked cautiously from behind, can I recover in your stone room? The world energy here is more abundant. Of course. Leaving Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai flew directly towards Heavenly Fate City. According to the list given by Yang Inflammation, it only took half a day to purchase all the ores on it. Yang Inflammation seemed to know what kind of ores were available in Heavenly Fate City, so everything on the list could be found here, so there was no need to worry about supply. While Yang Kai was checking the quantity and quality of the ores he had purchased with the shop assistant, a fat old man with a smile walked over and looked at Yang Kai with great interest before asking, little brother, you're buying so many ores, are you planning to use them for artifact refining? Yang Kai frowned at him and the shop assistant immediately introduced, honored guest, this is our shop's shopkeeper, Qian Tong. Yang Kai nodded lightly but didn't speak. This fat old man looked harmless to humans and animals, but his strength wasn't low. He should be an origin returning realm master as his aura was extremely restrained. Yang Kai didn't know what this old man had seen through him, but at this time it was best not to reveal too much. Qian Tong didn't mind, still smiling as he said, little brother can rest assured, our firm's price is fair and honest, we will never engage in any kind of black-hearted business. We also purchase artifacts. If little brother has an artifact to sell, we can sit down and discuss, the price will definitely satisfy you. How can you be sure I have artifacts to sell? Yang Kai looked at him again, puzzled. Qian Tong laughed, old master, you are a guest, this is what this old master says to every guest. I really do have some artifacts to sell, Yang Kai smiled. Yang Kai had come to Heavenly Fate City this time to purchase the ores on Yang Inflammation's list and to sell the artifacts refined by that woman. In any case, he had no use for them. Whether it was the mace, dagger, or whip, none of them were suitable for him. Keeping them in his space ring would only be a waste of heaven's treasures, so he might as well trade them for some saint crystals. Buying those ores had cost him a lot of saint crystals. He had originally wanted to ask Wu Yi for help in selling those artifacts. After all, he wasn't familiar with the market here, but Wu Yi's situation wasn't good either. Her strength wasn't high and her status wasn't high, so asking her for help might cause some unnecessary trouble. Now that this fat old man had taken the initiative to come to him, Yang Kai was just about to accept. The other party wasn't weak, but Yang Kai wasn't afraid. If worse came to worst, he could just tear space and escape. With a life-saving method, he naturally had the confidence to negotiate. Oh. It seems this old man's vision isn't bad. This way, little brother. Qian Tong gestured before leading Yang Kai to the side. A short time later, the pair arrived at a secret room. It was obvious that this secret room was specifically used for transactions. Many people didn't like to have their faces seen when they were selling things, and they even more so didn't want unrelated people to see what they were selling. As such, there were often situations where people wearing masks would come to these shops to make transactions. The existence of this secret room was a good way to avoid these problems. Once the door to the secret room was closed, only Yang Kai and Qian Tong remained in the room. Even their divine senses seemed to be isolated from the outside world, making it impossible to probe. Yang Kai glanced around, his expression remaining calm and composed. A light flashed across Qian Tong's smiling eyes as he secretly felt shocked, wondering if this young man was simply being thick-skinned or if he was truly unafraid. He was a businessman, so although he was surprised, he didn't say anything and instead asked, "What kind of artifacts does little brother wish to sell? What grade are they?" Yang Kai took out the 3 artifacts refined by Yang Yen. Qian Tong glanced at them before picking up the 3 artifacts and inspecting them one by one. A moment later, he gently nodded. Although this old man isn't proficient in artifact refining, I can still see that these 3 artifacts are of the highest grade and should have been refined by the same artifact refiner. What price does little brother want? Qian Tong only talked about business and didn't inquire about other miscellaneous information, which made Yang Kai very satisfied. I don't understand the price. How do you usually buy things? Yang Kai asked back. Qian Tong was stunned. He didn't expect that Yang Kai would actually hand over the initiative to him. Which one of the people who came to sell things didn't tightly grasp the initiative? Afraid that they would make a loss, not only would they praise their own things without any principles, they would also think of ways to raise the price. Even after the transaction was successful, many people would secretly regret whether or not they had made a loss. This young man was quite free and easy, as if he didn't care at all whether or not he suffered a loss. Smiling, Qian Tong said, the starting price of a Saint King grade artifact is generally 5,000 high-rank Saint crystals. There is no bottom line. Of these 3 artifacts, 2 are Saint King grade low rank and 1 is Saint King grade mid-rank, both of which have been refined quite well. This old man offers 6,000 high-rank Saint crystals for the 2 low-rank artifacts. What about 8,000 high-rank Saint crystals for the Saint King grade mid-rank artifact? A total of 20,000? Yang Kai frowned. This price seemed to be a bit lower than what he had expected. However, thinking about it for a moment, Qian Tong understood that the value of Saint crystals on Shadowed Star was much higher than elsewhere. Chapter 1108. Looking at Yang Inflammation lying in his stone room, sleeping soundly without a care for her image, Yang Kai could only shake his head helplessly. A month of artifact refining seemed to have made her extremely tired. Lying there, her breathing was heavy, her whole body spread out like the Chinese character, not caring whether or not she would seduce Yang Kai. Her towering twin peaks and exquisite figure were extremely eye-catching. When Yang Kai came back, the noise he made did not wake her up. Turning around and walking out of the cave, Yang Kai caught a few game on the mountain and set up a fire outside the cave to roast them. Yang Inflammation's physical and mental energy consumption was very serious, so eating something would be very helpful to her recovery. Halfway through the roasting, Yang Inflammation ran out and smiled, hugging her arms as she squatted down beside Yang Kai, staring straight at the roasted golden rabbit, waiting to eat. Have you rested well? Yang Kai glanced over at her. Not bad, I still need to rest for a few more days. Yang Inflammation replied casually before calling out, hurry up and turn it over, it's already roasted. Aya, you're so stupid, let me do it. Calling out like this, she snatched the rabbit from Yang Kai's hand without any explanation. Yang Kai didn't care and simply sat down, staring at her suspiciously as he asked, you're an origin-grade artifact refiner, why are you so miserable? This was something Yang Kai couldn't understand. Yang Yan had skills, and as long as she showed them, she would be able to live a superior life. Any great force on Shadowed Star would accept her with the most generous treatment and would even try to snatch her away. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips, what do you know? You think I should join one of those great forces, right? Yang Kai nodded. I don't want to join them, Yang Inflammation snorted, they're not good people, I won't refine artifacts for them. As soon as she said that, Yang Kai understood. Without the support of a great force, a woman like Yang Yan wouldn't be able to display her true ability. This was because she couldn't find high-grade materials to refine artifacts. Even if she entered a place like the Artifact Refining Pavilion, her ability would be questioned. She would only be allowed to refine low-grade artifacts. Even if she claimed to be an origin-grade artifact refiner, no one dared to use origin-grade materials to verify her abilities. Under this vicious cycle, who would be miserable if not her? Even Yang Kai didn't believe her easily. He deliberately gave her some materials that he didn't need. Do you have a grudge against them? Yang Kai asked. I just don't like him, but I don't hate him. I've heard that no matter which faction you're in, there will always be a conflict of power and interests. I just want to refine in peace and don't want to be involved in those troublesome matters. This wasn't wrong. The more powerful an artifact refiner was, the more they would be valued and won over. Moreover, each great force wasn't monolithic. Even a small family like the Haiku family was constantly divided, not to mention a behemoth like Shadow Moon Hall. Once Yang Inflammation got involved, she would probably be annoyed to death. The aroma of roasted meat filled the air and Yang Inflammation looked at the roasted meat in her hand with satisfaction, tearing off a rabbit leg and handing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and Yang Inflammation unceremoniously stuffed it into her mouth. I sold the artifacts you refined, Yang Kai said casually. Oh, they're yours, you can do whatever you want with them. I sold them for a total of 20,000 high-rank Saint crystals. The price is fair, I didn't suffer a loss, Yang Inflammation nodded casually. How many Saint crystals do you have? Yang Kai asked again. While he was unaware, his cultivation had risen to a very high level. Yang Kai faintly felt that the Saint King realm was within reach. He didn't lack comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, all he lacked was the accumulation of Saint Qi. As long as he accumulated enough Saint Qi, he could naturally break through. While accumulating Saint Qi, Yang Kai was also studying the uses of his golden blood. The last time he used a drop of golden blood to transform it into a golden spear and resolve the crisis Wu Yi and the others faced, Yang Kai realized just how powerful his golden blood was. Yang Kai was curious to know what other uses his golden blood could serve besides fighting. Recalling the scene at that time, Yang Kai's expression changed as a novel idea suddenly came to his mind. Squeezing out a drop of golden blood, Yang Kai flicked his finger. The drop of golden blood flew into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye, reappearing 1,000 kilometers away. Just like that time, Yang Kai was inside the cave on Dragon Cave Mountain, but his eyes could clearly see the scene 1,000 kilometers away. The drop of golden blood seemed to have an inseparable connection with him, allowing his consciousness to freely switch between his physical body and the golden blood. Through the golden blood, Yang Kai could easily see the scene in the distance. Immediately, Yang Kai entered an ethereal state and observed his surroundings with his golden blood. He saw cities passing by below and mountains quickly being left behind. The movement speed of the golden blood was extremely fast, several times faster than a star shuttle. On top of that, Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space allowed the golden blood to break through the shackles of space, allowing it to travel at a speed even faster than Yang Kai's divine sense. A huge amount of vitality spread out from the golden blood without any concealment, and wherever it passed, many masters on Shadowed Star were alarmed. The eyes of countless masters followed the golden blood as it passed, their faces filled with shock. None of them knew who was exuding such a violent life aura, nor did they know how strong this person was. The speed at which this golden blood spread out was faster than their divine senses, but after a brief moment, it disappeared without a trace, making it impossible for them to investigate. The leaders of many great forces gathered together to discuss whether there was a possibility of an enemy coming to find them. There were also some people who did not believe in superstition and chased after the flash of golden light, wanting to get a closer look. Yang Kai had no idea that his inadvertent actions had caused the entire Shadowed Star to panic as he immersed himself in the wonders of the golden blood, unable to extricate himself for a long time. In just 3 short days, the drop of golden blood flew around Shadowed Star once before returning in the opposite direction. The vitality inside the golden blood had not weakened much, as if this strange journey had not put any pressure on it at all. Yang Kai was secretly moved. His consciousness had followed the golden blood around Shadowed Star, so he was well aware of the vastness of this cultivation star. If he had used a star shuttle to fly around it, it would have taken him at least 4 months to complete a round trip. However, the golden blood had only taken 3 short days, demonstrating just how terrifying its speed was. What was its limit? What was the furthest distance he could communicate with it? Yang Kai felt that it was necessary to figure this out, so with a thought, the golden blood that had just returned flew straight up, out of the clouds, and into the star field, heading towards the vast territory of the star field. Yang Kai's consciousness was immersed in the drop of golden blood as he saw one lifeless star after another, a vast asteroid sea, and the black rock beasts that roamed this asteroid sea. This was a quite strange experience, allowing one's consciousness to wander around the star field. Perhaps even an Origin King Realm Master would not be able to accomplish such a feat. Golden blood was truly amazing. After entering this ethereal state, Yang Kai's body seemed to absorb world energy at a much faster rate, accumulating his Saint Chi at an even more violent rate than before. The effects of his cultivation were surprisingly good. Yang Kai did not relax his vigilance of his surroundings. Right now, there were only him and Yang Inflammation on Dragon Cave Mountain, and Yang Inflammation was concentrating on artifact refining, so Yang Kai naturally could not lower his guard. Otherwise, if someone tried to harm him, he would not be able to defend himself. Fortunately, his consciousness could freely switch between his physical body and the golden blood, as if his soul had 2 bodies. Yang Kai would pay attention to the movements of the golden blood from time to time in a leisurely manner. As time passed, Yang Kai gradually lost interest. Although he had been flying around the star field for a long time, the vitality contained in the golden blood seemed to have only weakened a little. Yang Kai estimated that it would last for at least a few years before disappearing. After waiting for a while, the chubby old man named Xian Tong hurried over and laughed heartily. "Oh, young man, this old man has waited for 2 months and finally you are here. Come, please." Saying so, he affectionately grabbed Yang Kai's arm and led him to the secret room where they had last traded. In the trading company, a group of cultivators who were trading were stunned. They stared blankly at Yang Kai's back and were speechless for a long time. Many of them knew Qian Tong and knew that he was an elder-level figure in Shadow Moon Hall, but seeing such a master treat Yang Kai so cordially, everyone couldn't help feeling surprised. After the two disappeared, everyone began whispering to each other and speculating about Yang Kai's identity. What kind of background does that guy have? Why did Elder Qian Tong personally greet him and treat him so warmly? What the hell? Even if the patriarchs of the nearby families came here, they wouldn't be worthy of Elder Qian Tong acting so cordially, right? I don't know, I've never seen that guy before, and looking at his clothes, he doesn't look like a master. His cultivation isn't high either, only 3rd order saint. Strange, the last time the patriarch of the Kuo-Rui family came to discuss business, Elder Qian Tong didn't appear. Who knows what's going on? Inside the private room, Qian Tong warmly arranged for Yang Kai to sit down before having someone serve him some fragrant tea and a fruit platter. Pointing to the golden fruits on the platter, Qian Tong smiled and said, "These fruits are a specialty of a family subordinate to my Shadow Moon Hall. On all of Shadowed Star, only the soil there is suitable for this kind of fruit tree to grow. These fruits only mature once every 10 years, and each harvest is less than 500. Although they can't increase one's cultivation rapidly, they taste quite good and can also help to refresh one's vitality and supplement one's Saint Chi. They are most suitable for someone like you who is about to break through. If you don't mind, you might as well try them." At a glance, Qian Tong could see that Yang Kai was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm from the 3rd order Saint realm, so it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the Saint King realm. Yang Kai glanced over at Qian Tong intentionally or unintentionally but didn't show any trace of politeness, nor did he show any signs of vigilance, simply picking up one of the fruits and eating it, its fragrance lingering in his mouth as he nodded and said, "It tastes quite good. If Elder Qian doesn't mind, I would like to take these back." These fruits could quickly restore one's Saint Qi, so they were perfect for Yang Yen to use in artifact refining. Qian Tong's eyes flashed and he laughed heartily, I don't mind. If little brat likes them, I'll have my people prepare more, unfortunately there aren't many left." He didn't care that Yang Kai was so thick-skinned as to take these spirit fruits back because he caught a glimpse of something that excited him. Why would Yang Kai want to take these fruits back? They were clearly meant to be a gift to the master behind him. This made Qian Tong even more certain of his previous guess that there was a powerful artifact refiner behind this young man. "Elder Qian said just now that you've been waiting for me for many days. Was this what you were waiting for?" Yang Kai said as he took out the 7 freshly refined artifacts from his space ring. Qian Tong's eyes widened as each time Yang Kai took out an artifact, his breathing becoming heavier. When all 7 artifacts were taken out, Qian Tong's expression became somewhat ferocious and excited. He was certain that Yang Kai had come to purchase ores 2 months ago in order to refine these artifacts, and in just 2 months, he had refined 7 Saint King grade artifacts. It was obvious that the master behind him was worthy of his reputation. Even if Grandmaster Golin were to refine these artifacts, it would be impossible for him to refine so many high-quality artifacts in such a short time. Taking a deep breath, Qian Tong's expression returned to normal as he smiled and said, "Waiting for these artifacts is only one aspect of the matter. In fact, this old master has also been waiting for you." How should I address you, little brat?" "Yang Kai." "This old master is Qian Tong, presumably you know who he is. If you don't mind, how about this old master address you as nephew?" Yang Kai nodded indifferently. With Qian Tong's seniority and age, calling him nephew was not an insult to him. Qian Tong smiled from ear to ear, "Nephew Yang is young and promising. At such a young age, you have already reached the Saint King realm. The younger generation will surpass us in time." As he spoke, he secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Just as he was about to carefully explain the uses of the God Stone, Yang Kai waved his hand and said impatiently, "Elder Qian, this junior appreciates your kindness, but I'm used to being free and lazy. I don't intend to join any great force, so this junior boldly refuses Elder Qian's offer. Let's talk business, there's no need to talk about anything else." Qian Tong's face twitched for a moment before he let out a hollow laugh. Good, this old man is old and has a lot to say. "Nephew Yang, please don't mind." Although his recruitment this time was unsuccessful, Qian Tong was a patient person and naturally wasn't too disheartened. He felt that as long as he showed enough sincerity, he would succeed one day. The two sat down and immediately began discussing business. 7 Saint King grade artifacts for a total of 59,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Qian Tong made a straightforward offer and Yang Kai accepted without hesitation. A short while later, a deal was struck. "I also want to buy some ores." Yang Kai took out a list from his space ring. Qian Tong's eyes lit up as the last bit of disappointment in his heart was swept away. Calling out loudly, the shop assistant who had been standing guard outside the door immediately came in and asked respectfully, "What instructions does Elder Qian have for me?" "Nephew Yang has a list here. Help him select the ores he needs and take out 59,000 high-rank Saint crystals from the storehouse." Yang Kai nodded. "Yes." The shop assistant took the list. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Deduct the cost of the ores from those Saint crystals, you can decide how much you need and report it to me later. Give me the best price, understood?" Qian Tong added with a dignified expression. Sometimes, when showing goodwill to others, one needed to shout it out loud for others to hear. Understood, the shop assistant nodded and walked out immediately. After he left, Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Nephew Yang is now a regular customer of ours, are you satisfied? Satisfied. Yang Kai also smiled and nodded. Regardless of what Qian Tong was scheming in his heart, Yang Kai was naturally satisfied that he had not taken advantage of him. Good, Elder Qian is busy, I'll wait here myself. Qian Tong smiled and didn't insist, saying kindly, good, but nephew Yang must remember that if you have any artifacts to sell next time, you must choose our shop first. I'll remember. Qian Tong nodded and left. Yang Kai waited in the secret room for about half an hour before being led by the shop assistant to another secret room. This secret room was filled with many rare ores and countless saint crystals. Having already received instructions from Qian Tong, the shop assistant didn't dare act carelessly when dealing with Yang Kai and said respectfully, these ores are what customer needs, the total price is 17,000 high-rank saint crystals. Chapter 11:11. But now it was different. Since Yang Kai had bought origin grade ore, it meant that all his previous speculations had come true. Yang Kai had to discuss this matter with Grandmaster Golin to see if he could make a personal trip. After all, artifact refiners had a lot in common, so perhaps Golin would have a way to invite him. Qian Tong rushed to the palace and told Golin about this matter, causing Golin to also become excited. The two of them discussed whether they should let Golin come forward to talk to Yang Kai next time. At the very least, they should let the artifact refiner behind him know that Golin was interested in communicating with him. Dragon Cave Mountain. When Yang Kai returned, he found that Yang Inflammation was not inside the cave, causing him to be a little surprised. Quickly diving into the cave to investigate, the scene inside caused Yang Kai's face to sink as a cold murderous intent flashed from the depths of his eyes. Yang Inflammation was a simple woman, so it was impossible for her to leave here for no reason, let alone escape with his precious materials. There were some traces of a struggle in the cave, which was also a good indication that Yang Inflammation had encountered some kind of danger. Yang Kai was furious. Without even mentioning the fact that he had just handed over the materials from the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion to Yang Yen, he had also bought a lot of ore for her to refine an origin-grade defensive artifact for him. As for Yang Yen herself, an origin-grade artifact refiner who was diligently refining artifacts for him, Yang Kai wouldn't allow any accidents to happen to her. Who did this? The nearby Haiku family? There weren't many traces of battle left in the cave, so Yang Yen shouldn't have been entangled with the enemy here. Although she was an origin-grade artifact refiner, through his observations over the past few days, Yang Kai found that she didn't have much combat power. If it was really the Haiku family who did this, Yang Kai wouldn't even care about Wu Yi's face and would definitely storm the Haiku family. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai's monstrous anger soon subsided as he found that the situation wasn't as bad as he thought. Yang Inflammation was safe at the moment, but she seemed to be being chased by someone and was currently fleeing across the mountain range. She was currently in a gully a few dozen kilometers away from the cave. After learning the location of Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai immediately left the cave and rushed over, his Saint Chi surging as a fierce look appeared on his face. A moment later, the sound of Yang Inflammation's cries reached Yang Kai's ears, causing his heart to sink. Yang Yen. Yang Kai flew straight over and called out to her halfway through. Hearing Yang Kai's voice, who was still fleeing, was, her beautiful eyes, Yang Kai, she quickly, her hands holding her black robes, and quickly rushed over. Around her body, there was a fiery red halo that was extremely hot. This was clearly a very high-grade defensive artifact. From the energy fluctuations flowing from this halo, Yang Kai estimated that even if he used his full strength, he wouldn't necessarily be able to hurt Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation's condition was also quite good. Besides looking a bit flustered and somewhat distressed, there were no scars on her body, allowing Yang Kai to relax. Woo woo woo. Yang Kai, save me. Someone is bullying me. Yang Inflammation cried as she quickly ran behind Yang Kai to hide. Don't be afraid. Yang Kai comforted her, his eyes turning cold as he stared forward. Several figures quickly flew over from that direction, one of them shouting angrily, "Cheap slut, you dare hurt me? You're dead." Before he could finish his words, a huge sword beam flew over from the other side. Everywhere the sword beam passed, cracks would appear on the ground, and trees would be crushed into powder. Chapter 11-12. A burst of demonic flames suddenly appeared, carrying with it a monstrous momentum as it shot towards the Saint King Realm cultivator named Su Wei. Su Wei's expression became fierce as he laughed. Fire attribute cultivator? What this father fears the least is the fire attribute. Saying so, a mist of energy suddenly appeared on the surface of his body and a series of ripples spread out from him. Su Wei was like a stone thrown into a lake, splashing out tens of thousands of ripples. These ripples intertwined with each other and contained an extremely powerful force that met the demonic flames head-on, intending to extinguish them first before strangling Yang Kai to let this arrogant little brat know just how big the gap between them was. As soon as he saw Su Wei use his strength, Yang Kai knew that he cultivated a water attribute secret art and understood where Su Wei's self-confidence came from. Since ancient times, water and fire were incompatible, so Su Wei's strength clearly restrained Yang Kai. What's more, Su Wei's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, so if he still couldn't win, his several dozen years of cultivation would have been in vain. Su Tianzhe and the remaining Saint Kings clearly knew Su Wei's background, so they crossed their arms and stood to the side to watch the show, their eyes filled with ridicule and disdain as they stared towards Yang Kai. In their opinion, Yang Kai would die without a doubt. It was absolutely impossible for him to escape from Su Wei's water attribute secret art. Perhaps they wouldn't even be able to find an intact piece of flesh. Su Wei sneered, and so did Yang Kai. Both of their eyes were filled with confidence as they stared at each other as if they were looking at a dead man, completely devoid of emotion. Water-like ripples spread over, but the extreme heat in the ball of devilish flames suddenly changed, becoming extremely cold. The spreading ripples were completely frozen in mid-air, as if they had been completely frozen. Su Wei's sneer stiffened on his face as he stared blankly at the strange scene in front of him, somewhat unable to understand why his strength had been restrained by this ball of flames. Although this ball of flames was pitch black and looked a bit strange, it was still only displayed by a third-order saint cultivator. How much energy did it have to stop his power from spreading? While Su Wei was absent-minded, a soft sound rang out, and a scene that made Su Wei's soul fly out of his body appeared. The frozen water ripples were all burning, and the burning flames were spreading towards him at an incomparably ferocious speed. The pitch-black fireball exuded a strange fluctuation of alternating heat and cold, mixed with the terrifying aura of yang and evil that could not coexist, and directly bombarded Su Wei's body. The Saint Chi he used to protect his body didn't play a protective role at all. On the contrary, it only served to add fuel to the fire, causing it to burn even more fiercely. Su Wei only had time to scream before his body was engulfed in black flames. Yang Kai leapt into the air, displaying his martial skills and summoning his artifacts one by one in an attempt to extinguish the flames on his body, but it was all to no avail. The burning black flames were like ghosts chasing after his life, sticking to his body as they burned more and more fiercely. Yang Kai opened his mouth in pain but couldn't make a single sound, as if even his voice was being swallowed by the flames. In less than 10 breaths of time, Su Wei fell from the sky like a burning fireball, smashing into the ground and disintegrating. A charred stench suddenly filled the air, causing everyone who smelled it to feel like vomiting. Su Tianzhe and the remaining 3 Saint King Realm Cultivator had never expected Yang Kai to be so ruthless. With just a 3rd Order Saint Cultivation, he had killed a 1st Order Saint King Cultivator with just a wave of his hand. What kind of flames were those? Su Wei had been unable to fight back at all. It wasn't until now that everyone realized that what Yang Kai had said just now didn't seem to be boasting. The number of Saint Kings who had died at his hands wasn't limited to just 1 or 2. With such means, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill Saint Kings. Considering all this, 2 of them felt their hearts beating rapidly as they stared at Yang Kai with eyes filled with horror and dread. Their cultivations were similar to Su Wei's, perhaps even lower, but Yang Kai could kill Su Wei in a single blow, so killing them would be as easy as flipping his hand. Between life and death, the 2 of them trembled, unable to advance or retreat for a time, turning their eyes to the strongest of their group for help. This was a balding middle-aged man whose cultivation was higher than Su Wei and the other 2, but he was still only a 2nd Order Saint King. After seeing the terrifying power of the demonic flames, this man knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Because he had no way to resist this kind of burning, the black flames seemed capable of incinerating everything in the world, bringing unimaginable despair to anyone who saw them. What are you all gawking for? He killed Su Wei, charge. Tear this bastard into 10,000 pieces, I want him to die a horrible death. Su Tianzhe, the one with the lowest cultivation, stomped his feet and cursed. Although Su Tianzhe was the young master of the Su family, his aptitude was truly unsightly. The Su family had used countless precious treasures to help him temper his body over the years, but even now, he was only a 3rd Order saint. Without aptitude on the martial Dao, Su Tianzhe didn't try to improve himself and instead spent all his time indulging in debauchery. Relying on the prestige of the Su family, no one in the vicinity dared to provoke him. What's more, he always had 4 Saint King Realm bodyguards with him, so besides a great force like Shadow Moon Hall, no one dared to have any ideas about him. Today, one of his bodyguards had suddenly died for no apparent reason. Su Tianzhe hadn't seen how powerful Yang Kai was and only knew that his face had been damaged, so he immediately wanted revenge. Hearing him shout like this, the 3 Saint King Realm Masters all stared at him with difficulty. At this moment, all of them hoped that their waste young master would shut his stinky mouth. Could this idiot not see that the 3 of them were clay bodhisattvas crossing a river and were powerless to protect themselves? The bald middle-aged man suddenly turned to the other 2 and shouted, "You should know what will happen to you if something happens to the young master." When the 2 Saint Kings heard this, they immediately turned to look at Yang Kai and summoned their defensive artifacts without saying a word before pouncing towards Yang Kai. One of them raised his hand and a silver light filled the surrounding space. Chapter 11-14. 4 Drops of Golden Blood. If Yang Kai had relied on meditation to cultivate, he would have had to meditate for 12 months, which was a full year, before he could condense these 4 drops of golden blood with his accumulated Saint Chi. The divine tree absorbed them all in just a moment. Just as Yang Kai was about to ask about the situation, the divine tree sent him a message, I seem to be going to sleep again. What do you mean? Yang Kai was shocked. wondering if the vitality contained in the golden blood was so strong that even the divine tree couldn't bear it. This is a good thing. I think that after I wake up, I will break through. You don't have to worry about that. If you have time, take a look at those two pitch-black stones. They seem to be a bit strange, the divine tree said before falling into a deep sleep. No matter how Yang Kai called out, there was no response. The divine tree can also break through? Yang Kai's expression became strange, but since the divine tree said so, it shouldn't be wrong. Yang Kai couldn't help looking forward to it, wondering what kind of changes the divine tree would undergo after it woke up again. What Yang Kai cared about now was the last words the divine tree said before it fell asleep, asking him to take a look at the two pitch-black stones. Only then did Yang Kai remember that it had been a long time since he had paid any attention to these two strange pitch-black round stones. Ever since he had spent a lot of saint crystals on Water Moon Star to purchase countless rare ores as nutrients for them, he had completely forgotten about these two pitch-black round stones. Quickly immersing himself in the demon mystic tome, Yang Kai began examining them. At first glance, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. The mountain-like pile of rare ores had all disappeared at this moment. The essence of these ores had obviously been absorbed by the two pitch-black round stones, leaving only some impurities behind. Among these impurities, there was a fairly obvious vitality that Yang Kai could even hear a strong heartbeat. What's going on? Yang Kai pushed aside the impurities and immediately saw the two pitch-black round stones. These two stones were now somewhat different. Both stones exuded a vigorous vitality, but only one of them was giving off a heartbeat. Are these things alive? Yang Kai couldn't believe his eyes and quickly took out the two pitch-black round stones and placed them in front of him. He looked at it carefully and was soon shocked. The pitch-black round stone that emitted the heartbeat was wriggling slowly inside, as if there was a living creature wrapped in it. The clear lines on the surface of the round stone were as complicated as the meridians of the human body. It looked like the protruding belly of a pregnant woman, and within that belly was a new life. The other piece was different. It did not have the sound of a heartbeat, but the vitality it exuded was just as strong. Yang Kai stared blankly, not knowing what to do. Although he had owned these two pitch-black round stones for many years, he still knew nothing about their secrets. He immediately recalled what Guizhou had said to him on the floating continent. Take good care of them. You'll be surprised one day. Guizhou was an Origin King realm master who had lived for 2,000 years and was extremely knowledgeable. He clearly knew what these two pitch-black round stones were, but at that time, Yang Kai's relationship with him was not very harmonious, so Yang Kai did not ask about them. Guizhou also did not take the initiative to tell him, so even now, Yang Kai was still confused about them. These two pitch-black round stones were brought over from Tongxian realm. Since Guizhou recognized them, it meant that they were originally products of Star Field, but Yang Kai did not know how they had ended up in Tongxian realm. Since the appearance of this little stone golem, Yang Kai had been studying its secrets. Several days had passed, but the little guy hadn't grown up at all. On the other hand, it was very interested in the location of Yang Yen. When Yang Kai wasn't paying attention, it would try to run in that direction, as if there was something there that attracted it. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only order it not to approach the cave. After a few days of observation, Yang Kai also discovered a problem. Although this little stone golem showed signs of life and could be regarded as a kind of living creature, it didn't have much ability to think. Unlike the divine tree, this little stone golem's intelligence was very low and everything it did relied on instinct to act. Other than that, it only obeyed Yang Kai's orders. If it weren't for you rushing me this time, I could have refined it even better, but it doesn't matter, origin grade low rank is only its temporary grade. And, if you can find better ores in the future, I can refine it even more and raise its grade. I'm talking to you, are you listening? What are you looking at? Yang Inflammation didn't know why Yang Kai was showing such an absent-minded look, but when he looked down, he immediately understood why Yang Kai was like this. Her cheeks, which had been flushed red from the high temperature, suddenly became even redder, as if blood was about to drip from them. After 3 breaths, a scream rang out from the cave as Yang Inflammation squatted on the ground, holding her arms across her chest to block the exposed spring scenery, glaring at Yang Kai bitterly as she cursed, "Rogue, shameless, shameless. I worked so hard to refine this artifact for you, yet you actually. She felt wronged. Yang Kai just grinned and didn't say anything. After she cursed a few more times, Yang Kai said, "There's a pool over there, the water is from a mountain stream, go wash yourself." "I know." Yang Inflammation bit her red lips and hugged herself tightly, urging, "Get out." Good, I'll go." Yang Kai nodded quickly, but before he could leave, a rustling sound came from under Yang Inflammation's feet. Immediately, a small hole appeared in the ground and a gray head poked out. On this slightly square head, a pair of eyes stared blankly at Yang Inflammation. "Yeah." Yang Inflammation screamed even louder, slapping the small gray head into the hole before jumping up like a frightened rabbit and directly into Yang Kai's arms. With a soft and warm body in his arms, and 2 full breasts pressing against him, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little restless. What made him feel the most speechless was that Yang Inflammation's 2 legs actually wrapped around his waist. He knew she was timid, but it seemed he had overestimated her courage. She seemed to be extremely scared, her tender body trembling as she hugged Yang Kai tightly, constantly looking back, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. After discovering that there was nothing in the hole, she couldn't help but ask, "What was that? What was that? I felt like it was looking at me just now." Yang Kai didn't know how to explain this. The little stone man, who was usually very obedient, had actually run into the cave on his own today and had even drilled out of the ground. No wonder Yang Yen had been scared half to death. "Is it gone?" Yang Inflammation asked again. "It's gone." "Is it really gone?" She released her divine sense and found that there really wasn't anything there. Only then did she let out a heavy sigh. Coming back to her senses, she was stunned to find herself hugging Kai Yang's neck, hanging from his body in an unsightly manner. Their 2 bodies were tightly pressed together, their lower abdomens pressed against each other's lower abdomen, and a fiery hot breath rushed towards her. Yang Inflammation felt like she was about to smoke. She had never been so close to a man before. She didn't know why, but the blood in her body started to flow quickly, and the thumping sound of her heartbeat came from her chest. It was even more intense than the beating of a war drum, and the breath that rushed towards her made her feel like she was suffocating. She couldn't wait to drill into the small hole that had appeared in the ground and never come out again. In particular, Yang Kai's strange smile made her feel even more ashamed. You put me down." Yang Inflammation's head almost touched her chest as she weakly shouted. "I'm not hugging you." Yang Kai spread out his hands. Yang Inflammation was ashamed and angry. She found that it was because her hands were hugging Yang Kai's neck and her legs were riding on his waist that the 2 of them were so close. She quickly let go of her hands and feet and fell to the ground. She couldn't help but cry out. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai looked at her speechlessly. He was too embarrassed to pull her up. This woman was not only timid, but also thin-skinned. Even if he pulled her, she probably wouldn't get up. "I'm fine." Yang Inflammation curled up into a ball and really didn't get up. She covered her face and said, "Can you go out first? I want to wash the dust off my body." "Oh." Yang Kai nodded. Holding back his laughter, he turned and walked out. Outside the cave, the little stone golem was swaying back and forth as if it was drunk. It accidentally tripped over its right leg and fell flat on its face. Struggling to get up, he raised his head and stared at Yang Kai innocently. Good job. Kai Yang suddenly discovered that this little guy's facial features were delicate and pretty, and he was smart and witty. Where was his previous foolish appearance? Yang Inflammation caught the little stone man with both hands and glared at Yang Kai fiercely, as if blaming him for being so rude. Suddenly, she put on a gentle face and held the little stone man in front of her, examining it from head to toe. In the face of this woman who had inexplicably slapped him, the little stone man seemed to be a little afraid. He stood up several times and wanted to return to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had no choice but to give him an order to calm him down. It's a blood essence stone, there's no mistaking it. This really is the Stone Clan. Heavens, didn't they say this race was extinct? How could they still be alive? Yang Inflammation observed for a while and excitedly muttered to herself, holding the little stone man tightly, unwilling to let go. Yang Kai's face went black as he took the little stone man back from her hands. I haven't seen it yet, let me take a look again. At this moment, Yang Inflammation didn't care about the previous embarrassing matter with Yang Kai. Her whole mind was attracted by the little stone man, as if it had a strong attraction to this woman. Since you recognize it, tell me clearly. After you tell me clearly, you can study it however you want. Yang Kai was still waiting for her answer. You have it, but you don't know what it is? Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Why should I know? Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. Yang Inflammation's mouth twitched, as if she wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. After holding back for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, God is really unfair, why do you have this kind of thing? Why isn't it mine? After feeling indignant for a while, she took the initiative to explain, it's from the Stone Clan. I've already heard you say that the Stone Clan is a race, right? Yes. Yang Inflammation nodded, it's also called the Stone Mongoose. Since you have it, you should know that its intelligence is very low, right? It can be said that it has almost no intelligence, and its actions are completely based on its instincts and the orders of the person who subdued it. So even if it is a kind of creature, it can be considered a race, but it is still a kind of puppet. Yang Kai gently nodded, knowing that Yang Inflammation was right. After these days of research, his findings were exactly the same as Yang Inflammation's. They can only be born under a very special condition. Their initial form is a kind of pitch-black round stone. They are wrapped in the round stone and have no fluctuations of life, but as long as they absorb enough mineral essence, they will slowly grow until they are fully mature. You can think of them as eggs, but it's not quite the same. And in order for them to break out of their shells, they need something, and that is the blood essence stone. The blood essence stone is the heart of the Stone Clan. Without the blood essence stone, no matter how healthy the Stone Clan is, it can't truly live. This little thing has a blood essence stone in its heart, so I can be sure that it is from the Stone Clan. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, the blood essence stone was the heart of this little guy. The Stone Clan is very few in number, but the role they can play is unimaginable, so a long time ago, as long as a Stone Clan member appeared, they would attract the pursuit of countless people. All of them wanted to capture this Stone Clan member and turn it into their own stone mongoose. What role does it play? Yang Kai asked quickly. Yang Inflammation chuckled, their growth depends on absorbing a lot of mineral essence, so they are very sensitive to rare minerals. As long as there is a good mine nearby, they will immediately discover it. Don't you think its usefulness is great? With a stone mongoose, one can obtain all kinds of mineral lodes that are unknown to others. Mineral lodes that an origin king can't find can't escape its detection. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he couldn't help looking at this little guy, thinking that it wasn't completely useless. Although it had a silly appearance, he hadn't expected it to have such an ability. You don't want to be trapped on Shadowed Star for the rest of your life, do you? Yang Inflammation observed Yang Kai's expression and quickly struck while the iron was hot. There are many wonderful things out there that we haven't seen yet. I heard that there are Origin King Realm Masters in Shadowed Star's territory and there are many Origin King grade materials there. With those materials, I can refine Origin King grade artifacts. When the time comes, I can help you refine an artifact of that grade. Even if you stand there and act as a target for others, you won't be injured. This little girl actually knows how to tempt me with benefits. However, it was undeniable that Yang Kai was really tempted. He wasn't tempted because of Yang Inflammation's unsecured promise, but because of his family and friends on Tongxian realm. If Yang Inflammation could really develop a space array that could teleport between cultivation stars, after he gained a foothold in Shadowed Star's territory, he could bring his family and friends to Shadowed Star's territory and let them enjoy the rich cultivation resources here. Chapter 11:19. Although he was tempted, Yang Kai didn't show it and simply asked, if your space array really succeeds, how far can it teleport you? Yang Inflammation sneered, space arrays are designed to break through the constraints of distance. As long as you can accurately locate 2 points, distance isn't a problem. There's no distance limit? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Yang Inflammation pondered for a moment before seriously saying, in theory, yes, but in practice, we need to study it carefully. Are you going to give it to me or not? Of course. Yang Kai laughed and waved his hand generously. In any case, there were so many space spirit crystals here that he couldn't use them all up. When his friends and family came over, he could even ask Yang Inflammation to refine a space ring for each of them. Thank you so much, you really are a good person. Yang Inflammation was overjoyed and couldn't wait to rush over and kiss Yang Kai, immediately running off to the side to collect space spirit crystals. Although the speed at which she collected space spirit crystals was far slower than the stone mongooses, only the things she put into her ring could truly be considered hers. Yang Inflammation understood this principle better than anyone else. Yang Kai wasn't as depressed as her. After experiencing the initial surprise and excitement, he slowly calmed down and watched the stone mongoose gnaw on the space spirit crystal mine, watching as layer after layer of impurities seeped out of its body and peeled off, never getting tired of it. After so many years of cultivation and waiting, consuming so many precious ores, he had finally received a return on his investment. What's more, the stone mongoose's return was astonishing. The first lode it found was actually a space spirit crystal mine. According to Yang Inflammation, it was naturally sensitive to rare ores, so as long as he had it, Yang Kai would be able to easily obtain rare ores that others couldn't find in the future. Unfortunately, he only had one blood essence stone. If he had another, the stone mongoose should be able to completely revive. Yang Inflammation was sweating profusely while the stone mongoose was working in full swing. On the other hand, Yang Kai was very idle. Half a day later, Yang Inflammation ran over to Yang Kai, gasping for breath, and took out a piece of Saint Crystal to restore herself. Looking at her appearance, it seemed she wanted to mine more. What a pity! Yang Yenyun suddenly said. What's a pity? Yang Kai was stunned. Others only know that space spirit crystals are used to refine space rings and arrange space arrays, but in fact, they have another use. Oh? What do you know that others don't? Yang Kai laughed. Although the time he spent with Yang Inflammation was not long, but this girl always made people feel amazed. This had nothing to do with her appearance, nor her figure. It was entirely her true ability, so Yang Kai did not look down on her. It can also be used for cultivation. Yang Inflammation shook her head. You don't know, right? Many people don't know. And it can be said that very few people know about it. Space spirit crystals can be used for cultivation. Yang Kai was stunned. Like Saint crystals, can it be used to absorb energy and enhance one's strength? But we can't. It's only suitable for a special kind of person. Only a cultivator who understands the Tao of space can use it to enhance their own understanding of the Tao of space. Yang Yen continued, completely not noticing that Yang Kai's expression had become strange. The Tao of space is very obscure and mysterious. Not only is it difficult to grasp the basics of it, but it is even more difficult to master it. The space arrays left behind today were all created by those who cultivated the Tao of space in ancient times. The refinement of space rings was also developed by them. We're just following their lead. I can boldly say that in the entire territory of the star, there are no more than 20 cultivators who understand how to use the Tao of space, and among these 20, only a few can use it against their enemies. What are you doing? Yang Inflammation turned her head and found that Yang Kai was actually holding a piece of space spirit crystal that had been tempered by the stone mongoose and couldn't help laughing. You don't want to absorb the power of this space spirit crystal, do you? There's no need to try. If you don't understand the Tao of space, you won't be able to absorb it, but if you do understand the Tao of space, do you know why those people don't have a deep understanding of the Tao of space? First, they don't know how to use space spirit crystals to cultivate, and second, because there are too few space spirit crystals, they can't use them to cultivate. This kind of cultivation is simply burning money, something most people can't afford. Saying so, Yang Inflammation closed her mouth and her eyes widened as she stared incredulously at the space spirit crystal in Yang Kai's hand. She seemed to have discovered that an obscure energy was overflowing from this space spirit crystal and then being absorbed into Yang Kai's body. Thinking it was just an illusion, she couldn't help paying closer attention to it. There was indeed energy flowing out of the space spirit crystal, like a trickling stream, into Yang Kai's body. This wasn't an illusion. Yang Inflammation was shocked. Is it really possible? Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. In his research of the Tao of space, Yang Kai had always relied on the void's turbulence, but studying there was not only dangerous, but also very little benefit. Since leaving the floating continent, Yang Kai had stopped doing so because he found that his mastery of the Tao of space had reached a bottleneck, so there was no point in doing so. Today, after listening to Yang Inflammation's words, Yang Kai couldn't help giving it a try, and the results were surprisingly good. Space spirit crystals could really be used for cultivation to enhance one's mastery of the Tao of space. You understand the Tao of space? Yang Inflammation couldn't help screaming. I'm one of the 20 people you mentioned, Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Heavens, what kind of monster are you? Yang Inflammation's beautiful face paled. She had never expected to meet such a person. Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of space was even more incredible than her being an origin-grade artifact refiner. Same here, we both have secrets. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Good, I'm going to cultivate for a while. You can mine space spirit crystals yourself. however much you mine is yours. When the time comes, just ask the stone mongoose to refine it for you." Saying so, Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to Yang Inflammation and began cultivating with the space spirit crystal. Yang Inflammation was lost in thought for a while before shaking her head. She was sitting quietly in front of him, her body covered in dirt, her hands resting on her cheeks as she stared at him. "Why aren't you collecting?" Yang Kai asked. Yang Inflammation curled her lips and said, "I found that I didn't need to work so hard to collect space spirit crystals, I just let Xiao Xiao collect them. If I need to use them, I can just look for you." "Xiao Xiao?" Yang Kai frowned. Yang Inflammation pointed to the stone mongoose, who was diligently gnawing on space spirit crystals. Yang Kai realized that she had given this little guy a name without his permission. Smiling, he said, "You finally noticed? You're enjoying the fruits of its labor with a clear conscience, so why should I work as a laborer?" Yang Inflammation stood up and patted the dust off her butt. "Let's go up. I'll leave the space spirit crystals to it, I still have some artifact refining to do." Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before nodding, "All right." Chapter 11:20. The two walked out of the hidden cave and Yang Yen pulled Yang Kai aside and said, "Wait a moment, I'll arrange a spirit array to hide this place." "All right." Yang Yen was not only proficient in artifact refining, but also in spirit arrays. This was not something a half-baked Yang Kai could compare with. Yang Yen took out a variety of materials from her space ring and began refining them before arranging them in a seemingly random but actually orderly fashion around the entrance of the cave. After she finished, the cave entrance suddenly disappeared. Not only was it invisible to the naked eye, but it was also difficult to detect with one's divine sense. Yang Yen clapped her hands with satisfaction. "Just remember this position, next time you come here, just jump down from here." Yang Kai was also quite satisfied with her arrangement. Although he might not come here again, it was better to prevent others from accidentally discovering this cave. Once news of a large number of space spirit crystals here leaked out, all of Shadowed Star would likely boil over. Since ancient times, wealth had always moved people's hearts, so no one would not care about precious ores like space spirit crystals. The two of them walked towards the cave, but before they reached it, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He found that Yu Feng had run over for some unknown reason, and his expression seemed to be somewhat anxious. At the moment, he was pacing back and forth near the cave, looking like he was looking for him. Yang Kai couldn't help speeding up and soon arrived in front of Yu Feng, calling out, "Brother Yu." Yang Kai. Yu Feng was like a headless fly, unable to find any trace of Yang Kai, so when he heard this shout, he couldn't help feeling overjoyed. "Where did you run off to? I searched all over Dragon Cave Mountain but couldn't find you. I thought you had already left." Yang Kai chuckled, "I went out with Yang Yen for a stroll. If I wanted to leave, I would have said goodbye to Wu Yi. How could I leave without saying goodbye?" Yu Feng shook his head and interrupted him, saying solemnly, "Are you really going to leave now?" Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. "What do you mean? Did something happen?" Yang Kai knew that Wu Yi wouldn't drive him away. Wu Yi had a big dream, and it was because of this dream that she had given him Dragon Cave Mountain as a temporary residence. Moreover, Wu Yi had visited him several times over the past few days and treated him well. However, since Yu Feng had come here, he should have been entrusted by Wu Yi. If there hadn't been an accident, Wu Yi wouldn't have come here. Yang Kai immediately remembered that he had killed a few people before. It was very likely that they had something to do with Su Tianzi. Cutting the weeds without removing the roots, there would indeed be consequences. Yu Feng hurriedly said, "I don't have time to explain too much. Take a look and see if there's anything you need to pack. If there is, pack it up quickly." I'll take you away now and explain it to you on the way. What's the matter? I still want to take a shower. Young Inflammation said with a dirty face, still not understanding the situation. After spending so much time in the underground cave, her entire body was filthy. Miss Young Inflammation, please wait until we reach a safe place to wash up. What are you waiting for? If you don't have anything to pack, we'll set off now. Yu Feng saw the indifferent look on both of their faces and couldn't help feeling anxious. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Brother Yu, please calm down. What happened? Yu Feng stomped his foot in annoyance, wishing he could knock Yang Kai unconscious so he wouldn't continue to blabber on. I told you there was no time to explain. I've been looking for you here for a long time and the young lady has been stalling for time in the family. If you don't leave now, it'll really be too late. It's already too late.